me know. Good morning, everyone. We are on the record in case numbers 2025-000113 and 2025-000114, Kentucky Utilities and Louisville Gas and Electric. We have Mr. Beller, who's already on the stand, but I think we have a number of motions to hear before we get started this morning about potential excuse of witnesses. For the applicant?
Thank you, Your Honor. The companies would move to excuse 3 company witnesses based on discussions with the parties. Those would be number 1, Vincent Poplawski, number 2, Dan Johnson, and number 3, Chad Clements.
Okay. If anyone has objections to excusing witnesses Poplawski, Johnson, and Clements, now would be the time.
Just noting, I don't have any objection. The joint interveners do reserve the right to ask post-hearing data requests of witnesses that are excused. Understanding that the companies may object on the normal basis, so long as there's no objection on the basis that we waived cross said hearing or anything like that.
That's fine, Your Honor.
All right. So then, in that case, Clements, Poplawski, and Johnson will be excused from appearing as witnesses.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And let's see, anything further?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the parties have notified me that no party has any cross for Walmart witness Lisa Perry. We would ask that she be excused from the hearing. Also letting you know that we will be filing an errata today to make one change to both pieces of testimony filed in case numbers 113 and 114. There's a mention of intra-class subsidies, and it should say inter-class subsidies, but we will file that in the docket today.
Okay.
And then I have a second request, Your Honor. Due to some scheduling issues on my end, would request permission to, at some point on Thursday, to be able to leave the hearing room and to participate in the remainder of the hearing remotely.
Okay. Does anyone have objections to either excusing witness Perry and or the remote participation for the final day or day and a half by Ms. Grimman?
No, Your Honor.
No objections.
Okay. Granted. Mr. Schauf?
Go ahead.
Sorry, Your Honor, I believe Mr. Cook had his hand up.
Your Honor, AGKIUC witness Mr. Baudino needs to go Thursday morning, if that's at all possible. Or he could go later in the afternoon after 3 p.m.
So either early or late tomorrow, Mr. Buddy.
Yes, and then also Mr. Collin needs to go no later than Thursday. Can't be Friday.
Okay. I will do my best to accommodate that, and hopefully it works out that way. We will do our best.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Schauf?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Sierra Club, in discussion with all the parties, no parties or commissioners have questions for our witness, Jeremy Fisher, and so we make a motion that he be excused from hearing.
Any objection to excusing witness Fisher?
No, Your Honor.
No.
Okay. He'll be excused as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we're excusing 5 of our remaining witnesses.
Your Honor, on behalf of the joint interveners, similarly had discussions with parties yesterday regarding joint intervener witness Roger Colton, and no parties had questions for him. Would similarly move that he be excused.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor. No.
Staff, fellow commissioners? All right, so 6 total witnesses then. Witness Colton will also be excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything further? All right, Mr. Beller's been waiting patiently. And I'll remind you, you're still under oath, sir.
Thank you.
And we're at joint interveners.
Yes,
Thank
you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Beller. Good morning. How are you doing today? Good. Good. So I wanted to follow up on a few things that were discussed yesterday in cross by Mr. Schoaf, but we'll try my best not to, repeat any questions he asked. But my recollection is that you made a few references yesterday to a soft landing for Mill Creek 2 in 2031. Is that right?
Correct.
And what do you mean by the soft landing?
So think about that operationally, right? Not an accounting term or a regulatory term. And when we look to shut down a major asset like Mill Creek 2, and we've had experience in doing this with other coal-fired units in recent history, we try to make operational and investment decisions based on the end date of that unit. And in this instance, we're talking about, and I testified to yesterday, our target end date would be mid-2031. And we typically start phasing those decisions in 3 to 4 years, depending on the condition of the particular asset before that soft landing date that we're looking at. And I further articulated that, safety is our key metric in that. In a power plant, you have a lot of high energy sources. You have, high temperature, high pressure, a lot of large rotating equipment. So, of course, we're not going to compromise that. Employees are around this equipment, operating it, consistently 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. So that's our first thought. Then our second thought is what will make that machine relatively reliable. We have a high standard for reliability, but we're willing to bend that standard a bit as that unit ages toward that soft landing date. The whole idea is the dollars we spend on O&M would be ultimately collected by customers. We spend on capital the same way. So we don't want to deploy those resources, capital or O&M, unnecessarily. But we do want to operate the unit safely and reliably. We talked about how we dispatch units. That unit will be in dispatch and regular dispatch and made available to meet our customer needs through that soft landing date.
Okay, so, and thank you for that answer. So if you're planning for a soft landing in 2031, that would mean your O&M and capital investment decisions might start changing in 2027-ish?
Correct. And in this particular instance, we were planning that soft landing in 2027, so we were already well into that slowdown. I would say broadly, 26 and 27 will be more investment heavy than they would have been otherwise, since we've been backing off already. Had the original soft landing date been 2031, it would have been a different profile versus it having been 2027, now 2031. We have to back up and do some things that are necessary, in our view, to keep that unit operating through 31. So you're not far off, but in your question, but 26 and 27 will be bigger investment years, and then we would be in a 28, 29, and 30 being less so in that coast down, if you will.
And that's because if, like in 2028, there would be, if you were going to keep the plant open past 2031, there would be investments in 2028 you would need to make that you might not need to make if you were going to have a soft landing in 2031.
Correct, and the investments that we currently plan to make in 26 and 27 could be different. It could be a replacement versus a repair. It could be additional work that we can forego in 26 and 27 because of the 31 shutdown. All depends on the piece of equipment and how we think about the reliability and safety aspect of those investments.
Okay, and so the investments you're making, even for 26 and 27, reflect the 2031 soft landing rather than an assumption that you might continue operating past 2031?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. So looking at Exhibit 5 to the supplemental testimony that was filed on Friday, this is the estimated bill impact of the proposed MC2 surcharge. If you've seen that document, of course.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, and the second tab, the MC2 LGE tab, is reflects kind of the accounting of the budget for the plant currently.
Correct. This reflects, as I testified yesterday, on the capital side. It represents the capital we expect to deploy to create the soft landing in 2031. And on the O&M lines, it represents incremental O&M, and that O&M being incremental to what's embedded or will be embedded after the decision, in this case, in base rates.
And that incremental O&M is also affected by the soft landing assumption?
Correct.
Yes, okay. Okay, and so what, I believe you mentioned yesterday there are business plans that are reflected in this tab?
Correct.
Okay, and have those business plans been produced in this record?
No, they have not, and, but we're happy to provide any information that would be helpful. We can provide our plans. We have, I call them bottoms-up plans from asset by asset review that we've had, and we can most definitely provide those, both capital and O&M, if that's desired.
Okay, and do you know when the plans that are reflected in Exhibit 5 were created?
So we talked about this a bit yesterday in the June-July timeframe when the companies saw through the prior CPCN proceeding that a life extension of Mill Creek 2 is possible. We started to think about those things, and any opportunity we had to do an inspection or look at a piece of equipment, we started to factor that in. So I would say that's the beginning, and then I would say all the way up until the recent outage that we had for the unit. I mentioned the unit came back on over this past weekend. So we were factoring all the information we gained into, what we have in our budget and what we would have today. I'm sure there are observations we made that came after this schedule was produced. It's so dynamic that we may be incorporating into our forecasting now.
How long was that outage?
Subject to check, it was a 4-week outage, and we did some major work. I mentioned we did a turbine valve outage that we may not have had to have done if we were going to shut the unit down. We replaced bag houses, the bags in the bag houses, which is a piece of equipment that captures particulate matter in the unit without getting into too much detail, but those were some of the major work that we did.
Okay. Do you have up there with you on the stand what was marked as and admitted as joint intervenor hearing Exhibit 1, which is
Mr. Lovecamp has it for me here. Yes.
okay, great. And then if I could also put another document up on the screen that is also from the 2025 00045 CPCN docket.
That's ready whenever displayed. And if we hear that this is causing problems again, let us know. We want to do that
Yeah,
one.
that's right, yeah. So I took a look in the CPCN docket and saw two different documents that I think had projections of costs for Mill Creek 2, assuming or evaluating certain stay open or life extension processes. The one that is marked as joint intervenor hearing Exhibit 1 is from July, I believe, and it is the document that was the analysis of modeling Mill Creek 2 at life extension as a resource planning alternative. Do you have that document?
Yes.
Yes, okay. And that, you were one of the sponsors on that document, correct?
It looks like it was Mr. Tummons, but I'm familiar with
No,
that.
I'm sorry, the one on the screen is a different document.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. I thought you were, maybe re-ask your question. I thought you were referring to this document.
The first document I'm referring to is the modeling Mill Creek 2 life extension as a resource planning alternative document.
The exhibit that Mr. Lovecamp pulled up?
Yes.
Yes, just to be clear. I'm not listed as a witness, but Mr. Garrett referred this document to me because it came out of a group that I'm responsible for. So I'm familiar with the content regardless.
Okay, because up on the top right corner, this is the response to PSE question 3-8. It this, you.
I think we're talking past each other on the documents I'm looking at. I apologize.
Here, I can show it on the,
We can show it on the screen, this document here.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes, that document, yeah, now that we're
I'm sorry.
calibrated,
Okay.
yes.
Yes.
And I'm familiar with all the content, so.
And you are a witness on this,
Yes,
correct?
yes.
Okay. If you could turn to page 5 of this document. So at the top there, there's a Table 1, Mill Creek 2, stay open and life extension costs.
Yes,
Okay, and so my understanding is this was a projection from July of the costs for keeping Mill Creek open past 2027?
correct, and I'll augment your description. It was to keep it open beyond 27 and actually for even extended period past 2031 that we've been talking about today.
And is there a distinction in the phrasing here between stay open and life extension? Is stay open through 2031 and life extension is beyond 2031?
Generally, yes. What we have in the life extension row, and there may have been specific discovery, or are typically replacements. If you remember, I testified a moment ago that you think about replacement versus repair differently if you have a soft landing in mind that's within 3 to 4 years of the time you're making those decisions, so to speak. And so life extension would be on the more replacement side of things than it would be the continued operation of the asset. And if you allow me, I'll give a specific example. Within the life extension capital there listed for 2026, of the $21.4 million, we had assumed, and don't go caught up in the piece of equipment, but it's a major component of the unit. It's called the steam chest. In that $24.1 million, we had estimated $10.5 million to replace that component. In the most recent outage that we just finished, we've determined, based on a soft landing in 31, not continual operation, we can repair that piece of equipment, if you will, for around $2 million. I think the estimate's $1.8 million. And so we'll take that repair on in 26, and not spend the 10.5. So I know that's a long answer to your question, but that I thought maybe a useful example of the difference between the numbers you were asking in your question.
Okay, so the numbers in this exhibit in Table 1 here are not the numbers that the companies are proposing to pass through a Mill Creek 2 rider or mechanism.
Correct. The numbers again, and it was testified yesterday by Mr. Garrett, Mr. Conroy. We're not seeking approval for these numbers, but we have put them forth as being representative of our current view. And to further answer your question, I believe in this table, if you add the numbers up, there's roughly 70+ million of capital through that soft landing of 31. The numbers represented here would represent more of around 41 million of capital. And that's inclusive of the example I gave on the steam chest and other things that we've assessed since the production of this document.
So of the numbers in Table 1 on the exhibit that's on the screen, what of those are included in just the soft landing, as opposed to extending the life past 2031?
Well, I couldn't point to numbers. We could obviously parse out in a post-hearing data request, but I can't do it live. But if you took the ongoing capital line and the life extension capital, and you sum those up, and I believe it's referenced earlier in the document, that totals to around 70 million. And what I was testifying is our current view is 41 million, analogous to the capital we think we'll have to invest to retain that unit and create the soft landing that we've been talking about.
So the 41 million approximately is the stay open costs?
Yes. That's the way I would think about it now. When we were producing this document, it was to serve a purpose of being able to evaluate Mill Creek I wouldn't call it perpetual, but a longer life extension than 31, within the context of their planning horizon that we were evaluating in the CPCN.
So the 41 million is the stay open, and the additional 30+ million would be life extension costs.
Would be life extension that would carry you through the 2030 period, but yes, you see other numbers past that, of course. So.
And the MC2 mechanism that the companies are seeking here is only for the stay open costs, correct?
Correct. It's premised on a shutdown in 2031 of the unit, and we feel good about our estimates at this point, but witness Mr. Garrett and Mr. Conroy explained, and this is one of the reasons having these costs in a mechanism. They could be higher or they could be lower. We could continue to find opportunities to spend less, and if the commission sees their way to approving the mechanism, that benefit would flow through. And of course, if they were higher, we'd be able to cover those costs too.
But you're not seeking a mechanism currently for post-2031 life extension costs, correct?
Correct. That is not our view today, and what we put forward. And the commission order is part of our thinking. The commission acknowledged that operating Mill Creek to those extended years from 27 to 31 had the potential to provide value. And again, I know repetitive for some, but we also removed a generation resource that the company felt we needed to bridge that gap, and that was the battery facility that we were going to install at our Cane Run station. So those two, in my mind, fit together in the commission's order.
So would the companies commit to coming back to the commission for some sort of a review and approval before they would propose to start including life extension costs that would be needed to extend the plant beyond 2031 in the mechanism?
So, given the commission's order, my view would be that we would need to do that regardless of any commitment, because we've established that the unit should be operated through 2031 as part of our part of the order, part of the stipulation in the CPCN. So I don't know if a commitment's necessary. We can think about that, but I don't think we need a commitment in the sense that we would have to come back either way.
Either way,
If, based on the commission's order, the way I read it, and what we've established to be economic, if we decided to operate the unit past 2031, we would have to come back to the commission, because that's our clear intention and plans. And what I read the order to say is that's what the commission has deemed economic, not some other plan, if we needed to operate it past 2031. We have a commitment in the stipulation that in our next IRP, we will evaluate that extension past 31. So it would be part of that proceeding also. We talked extensively about the issues with doing that, so I'm not presenting that option to say we're optimistic that we're going to find a pathway there, but we did agree in that stipulation to put that in the IRP. So there's more bites at the apple, if you will, on that subject.
okay, thank you. And then if we could switch to the second document, it's from the CPCN docket that also addressed some sort of Mill Creek 2 costs. And this document is the company's response to a post-hearing data request from the AG and KIUC. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And I realize, Mr. Beller, that you are not the responding witness on this document, but wanted to ask if you have familiarity with the cost figures in this response.
Yes.
Okay. And
General.
what? I'm sorry, what was?
I said general familiarity.
Sure.
We might have to go to post-hearing data response if
Okay.
you ask a lot of details.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify what these are. So these costs, my understanding is an estimate of the cost of only staying open Mill Creek Unit 2 to the soft landing, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know, have these costs been updated since this August 2025 response?
Correct, and that was what's reflected in the example, if you will, or the bill impact estimate that we've created and was filed last Friday.
Okay.
That's
And-
a result of that update.
Okay. And just so I'm clear, obviously, capital is obviously capital cost. Non-labor and labor, is that the O&M cost?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. And then this response also references in the text that companies are focused on continued operation through mid-2031, which will avoid the substantial costs associated with SCR installation, incremental transmission costs, and other notable life extension costs beyond 2031, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So none of those other costs are reflected in this chart?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. So the Exhibit 5, that is the bill impact of the proposed stay open mechanism for Mill Creek 2, that does not include any cost for SCR installation, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and it does not include any cost, incremental transmission costs?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. And I believe you referred earlier to, as part of this a soft landing in 2031, ensuring that the unit remains relatively reliable?
Yes.
Yes, okay, that's maybe a bit below your long-term reliability standards for a plant?
Correct.
Okay, and is that relatively reliable approach reflected in the production cost modeling you do for evaluating the unit?
Yes, we would run our production cost models for that period as part of our business planning process, and we would begin to reflect what we would call a higher outage rate as you move toward the end of that operating period, and we would begin to do that.
Okay, okay. Okay, so Mill Creek 2 has been open since 1974, correct?
Subject to check, a really long time.
Yes. Okay, and throughout the life, you've made capital investments in the plant, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you've obviously spent O&M throughout the life, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and those costs have all been, over the past 5 decades or so, all been recovered through base rates, correct?
Some of the environmental back-end controls, as I would call them, would be collected through the ECR, but collected through base rates and that mechanism, yes.
So outside of the environmental capital that goes through the ECR, environmental capital and O&M that goes through the ECR, everything else has been collected through base rates?
Of course, fuel is collected through the fuel adjustment clause, but yes.
With the capital and O&M?
Yeah, capital and O&M, that non-fuel capital and O&M would have always, excluding ECR, been part of base rate recovery.
Okay. And the current operations of the plant currently are collected through base rates?
Correct, reflected in the prior rate case, and then there's an update to that reflection in the current case that we're hearing here today.
Okay. So the plant could continue operating through 2031 without the proposed MC2 mechanism, correct?
Correct. In our view, we need to make the expenditures that we represented through the discussion we've had this morning and yesterday. But setting aside cost recovery, if we make those investments, we could continue to operate the unit safely and, as the unit ages out, reasonably reliable.
Even without the mechanism?
of course. But without the mechanism, we would be incurring costs, given the other aspects of the stipulation that the companies wouldn't have a direct avenue to recover. Notwithstanding, the sharing mechanism has a window, and you could work with that, but generally, there would be significant costs that the companies would be incurring that we wouldn't have a pathway to recover under the stipulation.
You could recover them in the next rate case, correct?
Correct. The O&M, obviously, people appreciate how O&M's collected. We would forego that, and we would forego recovery on any investments we made until that rate case. But when you get to that rate case, which in the stipulation would be almost 3 years out, expenditures to date the company would be making would not be recoverable during that window.
Expenditures that the company is making today would not be recoverable in the next rate case.
O&M would not, as you appreciate when you deploy O&M, if it's not in base rates, that there's no look-back period to get that if it's not in a forward test year. And the capital, you wouldn't be able to earn a return on that capital invested until that rate case. So you forego that return until you pick it up in the rate case. Correct.
Okay, and it would factor in, if that happened though, it would factor into the sharing mechanism?
Correct. That temporary 13-month window, absent a recovery mechanism for Mill Creek 2, there would be some costs factored into that. It would be subject to the 9.4 reduction in earned ROE, if you will, or the 10.15 if we were on the other side.
And are you also aware that this stipulation has exceptions to the stay-out commitment?
Correct.
Okay, and one of those exceptions is that the companies retain the right to seek commission approval for non-recurring expenses, and over time will result in savings that fully offset the cost.
If you're reading that from the stipulation, yes, I would agree with that. I would say generally in stipulations, the company don't go into those stipulations, don't sign those stipulations for stay-outs with the expectation that we're going to have to, if you will, break the stay-out period, right? Break the conditions of them. These would be more extraordinary circumstances that we would look to when we enter stipulations, as a general rule.
Okay, I think I have nothing further.
Walmart,
No pressure on
KBCA,
No problem. Thank you, Your Honor.
Croker,
No questions, thank you.
Louisville and Lexington.
Yes, Your Honor.
So I'll come all the way up here since I enjoy the intimate nature between the questioner and witness. Good morning, Mr. Conroy. I guess I'd just like to start to acknowledge the tragic event that occurred yesterday in Louisville with the crash. And certainly there are a lot of families impacted. Your company has a significant presence there. I'm sure your team will be impacted on some level. So just wanted to acknowledge that and say that our thoughts are with everyone.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that, and our team's fully engaged last night and overnight, and still are. So a lot of activity going on both our gas and electric operation side.
Appreciate
I
that.
appreciate that.
And there's no great segue here, so I'll just jump right into it. Yesterday, I asked some questions of Mr. Conroy related to the Louisville Metro Air Pollution Control District. Did you hear that testimony?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you generally agree with the responses Mr. Conroy had?
Yeah, Mr. Conroy deferred to me, and I would describe this situation slightly different to maybe add to his testimony. With respect to the permitting activity, and the questions alluded to this, the companies have a construction permit, an active construction permit for Mill Creek 5. Mill Creek 5 is the unit that's being constructed today. I know it gets confusing. And that permit mentions the retirement of Mill Creek 1 and Mill Creek 2. We also have a permit pending for Mill Creek 6, and that permit mentions the retirement of Mill Creek 2. And so I think the wording yesterday in the questions is we would have to obtain a new Mill Creek 5 permit. I'm not questioning we have to present that to the Air Board in Jefferson County and that they have the authority to approve it. But our approach is we would ask for an amendment or modification to that permit, not a new permit. That's the only thing that I would change from the dialogue that you had with Mr. Conroy yesterday.
Okay, just so that we're all on the same page, we understand it. You mentioned there is a permit in hand for Mill Creek 5, correct?
Correct.
And you mentioned a permit pending for Mill Creek 6. Can you describe the difference between what an actual issuance of a permit and what it means to have a permit pending?
So once we have the construction permit, which leads to an operating permit, we can do significant construction at the site. We say come out of the ground. Before you have the permit, you can move dirt around, but you can't start installing facilities to come out of the ground. That's the words we use in the industry. So for Mill Creek 6, we can move some dirt around and orient some things, but we can't put permanent facilities and start coming out of the ground. Mill Creek 5, we're obviously well into the construction of that unit, and that's the way I think about the difference between the two.
Okay, and so just to be clear, any service life extension of Mill Creek 2 beyond, as it currently sits, beyond the time when Mill Creek 5 becomes operational will require some sort of amendment to the permit or a new permit?
I would think about it slightly different, that we need a construction permit amendment for Mill Creek 5 to remove the mention of the retirement of Mill Creek 2. And obviously there's a lot of details that we would share with the Air Board in doing that, and we have shared with the Air Board with respect to Mill Creek 6 and how those moves work hand in glove with the permitting requirements.
Do you have an anticipated timeline when you would be filing an application with the Air Pollution Control District for that type of approval?
We can file that as a post-hearing data response. I know it's relatively imminent, but I wouldn't want to put a date on it. And I presume that it relates to our Mill Creek 6 permit too, so there could be some threshold dates that tie that out that I'm not aware of, and we'd be happy to provide that as a post-hearing data request.
Is there a specific timeline that you're aware of for the Mill Creek 6 permit that's pending to be finalized?
I can provide that as post-hearing data response. Obviously, our needs as a company, notwithstanding the regulator, but our needs are when we do need to begin construction on Mill Creek 6, which is a 2031 in-service. So from that perspective, it's down the road, but I can get you the date that we're requesting that permit be approved.
And so, as I understand it, the company is incurring keep open costs for Mill Creek 2 currently.
Correct.
They are also incurring costs, obviously, in the construction of Mill Creek 5. Is that true?
Correct. Yeah, significant cost.
Do you believe that there's any risk in having both of those sets of costs being incurred if not all the permitting from a local regulatory agency has been obtained?
And when I make this statement, I'm not trying to overstep the authority, but we believe we have, within permitting guidelines, if you will, a reasonable set of facts and circumstances that would allow us to receive those permits. So we're comfortable with that, and when I say that, again, I'm not trying to say that the Air Board can't disagree with that statement, but from our perspective, we're obviously comfortable enough with it to make significant expenditures.
I think just one last question so we're all clear. In the 2545 CPCN case, there was a stipulation that was entered, and that stipulation included a statement that the parties signing off on the stipulation agree that the stipulation doesn't impair, limit, or otherwise interfere with the jurisdiction of the Louisville Metro Air Pollution Control District. It's my understanding from your testimony here today that that is still true. That's still consistent with your understanding.
Most definitely.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Okay. Staff.
Okay. So I'm going to be looking at the supplemental attachment to KCA-1, question 4, which is the analysis of Mill Creek 2 life extension as an option from case 2545.
Okay?
I'm currently on page 3.
And is it the one dated May 25, just to be clear?
I thought it was May 30th, but it was the May one. It's the analysis of Mill Creek 2 life extension as an option. It was the report provided
Okay.
as a supplement.
Just so I'm clear, the document I have says analysis of Mill Creek Unit 2 life extension as an option to support economic development while managing tariff, ITC, gas transport, availability, and load risk.
Yes. And I'm
Longest title in history of a document, but
And I'm on page 3 of the document. I'm looking at what Mill Creek 2 life extension would require and entail.
yes, I see that.
Okay, so in terms of direct life extension costs, I believe you said that for the stay open cost to be approximately 40 million, and this is kind of quoted as 72 million for the life extension costs. I don't know if I heard the total life extension costs. I know you said that they have decreased some because of the outage, kind of some of the efficiencies you were able to gain. Do you have a new approximate number for the life extension of Mill Creek 2 cost? Is that the 40 million, or is it different?
Correct.
Okay.
I would say, in broad terms, the 72 million of CapEx, now we would represent that to be $41 million. That's what's reflected in the exhibit, and the revenue requirement example is calculated off that level of investment,
Okay.
not the 72 million.
And as a post-hearing data request, could we just have a breakdown of those about 41 million stay open costs?
Yes, yes.
And I also heard you say that any potential SCR cost, it was not reflected in the billing impact statement. If the companies decide that an SCR is needed for Mill Creek 2, is that something that would run through the Mill Creek 2 rider?
In my mind, no, we would apply for a CPCN to construct that project, and it would flow through the environmental cost recovery mechanism. It would be more appropriately in that investment or recovery mechanism.
Okay. And then I'm kind of looking, I'm just going to the next page, 3.2. It talks about transmission uncertainties. It says Mill Creek 2 will need a new transmission service request. Has that been done yet?
We can do that as a post-hearing data request, or if Ms. McFarland comes on the stand, she may have that information. But
Okay.
with respect to extending to 2031, we would just request that the existing service be extended. And I'll leave it to her to talk about whether that represents a new transmission service request or not.
Okay. And I know you were kind of talking about permitting with Louisville Metro. Is there any other type of permitting that's kind of reflected in the environmental costs that need to be obtained to continue running Mill Creek 2? And is the company's kind of moving forward with pursuing those?
If we need any minor modifications, we're definitely pursuing that. I'm not aware of any specific ones. The largest ones were referenced in the exchange we just had about the construction permit for Mill Creek 5 and the associated permit for Mill Creek 6.
In terms of Mill Creek 2, did the companies consider whether or not to request regulatory asset treatment related to the stay open cost for Mill Creek 2?
We evaluated that. That was part of the discussion going back to the CPCN. But in the stipulation, we came to agreement with the parties that signed that stipulation, of course, that a mechanism would be appropriate. Typically, reg asset treatment affects O&M and not capital, and prior testimony that I gave would suggest that the companies would forego recovery of the capital deployed for this mechanism. Of course, O&M variability that I described as a benefit of the Mill Creek 2 mechanism, that could be captured in a reg asset calculation, but the capital would not. And on the whole, again, this would be a fairly temporary mechanism to only operate for a short period of time.
So, in terms of the Mill Creek 2 mechanism and the GCR mechanism, kind of beyond the difference in the definition for rate base, they basically are the same, correct, in terms of how they operate?
Correct. Of course, in the GCR, those are new investments, so there's not any embedded cost in base rates that you have to net out, but that there are in the Mill Creek 2 mechanism, as we discussed. But other than that, they're generally the same. And both, as Mr. Conroy testified, mimic ECR.
And would there be any difficulties associated with adding the Mill Creek 2 stay open cost, the definition of rate base, into the GCR adjustment instead of two separate riders?
Subject to check, I wouldn't, if that created administrative efficiencies, I wouldn't think that there'd be any issue with that.
So, at the point where Mill Creek 2 is beginning to wind down, would those costs associated with winding down be differentiated from the stay open costs?
So this can be an accounting question posed to someone, but if there were costs directly associated with retirement, those may be treated differently in an accounting world, because we do, I have retirement reserves for that unit. And then ultimately costs would transfer to the retirement rider. I can never remember the description of that, what it means, but yeah, it's the retirement rider that you're all familiar with, and it would transition to recovery under that mechanism, similar to what was done for Mill Creek 1 when it retired at the end of 2024.
And has there been any discussion about like what that point would be? So like at the point where the decision is made to retire Mill Creek 2 and is kind of going into, instead of continuing to invest in the unit, just doing like the repairs to keep it going till it's retired? Are those costs something that would run through the Mill Creek 2 rider?
We haven't talked about, or I haven't been involved in discussions where we talked about that specifically, but logically to me, if it were directly associated with continuing to operate the unit, they would be recovered in the Mill Creek 2 rider. If they were associated with retirement, they would be treated however those costs would hit our books, and then that would be a subject of the retirement rider that exists for units that are fully retired.
And I just have a few more quick questions about different topics. So after the passage of the One Big Beautiful Bill, could you kind of speak about whether the companies believe they'll still be able to acquire ITC or PTC for the Mercer and Marion solar projects?
The short answer is yes, and we're working hard to both minimize tariff impacts on both of those projects and, in my words, with belts and suspenders, make sure we can obtain those PTC credits. But as we said here today, we have a solid plan to do that. On Mercer, that project, Mercer is the project, to remind, that we're constructing. We feel really good about that. The Marion project, we continue to work with that developer. That's the project that's going to be constructed by a developer, and then the companies purchase that. And so obviously that's a different contractual situation when you're in that situation. So, but we continue to work hard, and everything that we know, we would still retain the PTC while at the same time minimizing tariff impacts in those two projects.
And then my last question is just related to your response to PSC data request, our third data request, question 72. So staff's third request, item 72.
Yeah, let me see. Okay, Mr. Lovecamp has it for me.
So it was just talking about the ownership allocation was incorrectly inverted in the test year. 63% LG&E, 37% KU, and will be corrected in a rata filing along with actuals to date. Do you know if that's been filed in the record?
I do not know if we've filed that in the record, but we can definitely check, and
Okay.
if it hasn't been filed, file it, or if it has, verify that it has.
Okay, thank you. No further questions from me.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Wood?
Mr. Beller, it seems like it's all hands on deck when it comes to electric generation right now. Would you agree?
Yes.
So the Mill Creek 2, is that something that you would have, at this point, would have tried to keep open anyway? Even had it not been for federal mandates or federal incentives or whatever?
Definitely a fair question, and the long title I read of the study that set us down this path, economic development, was part of that title. And clearly, as the CPCN progressed, we obviously went in thinking that there was going to be a lot of economic development activity. We thought that was going to be dominated by data center development, as we talked about in that case, but then as things progressed, we see significant load outside of data center load also. So not a bad assumption to believe that we might have sought to keep Mill Creek 2 operating. The only other thing I would add to that answer is the EPA's perspective, if you will, without going into all the nuance of operating coal has changed with the new administration. It couldn't be any more different than the prior administration. Now, when you think about that, you have to think that the current administration will not be in office in perpetuity, and there could be changes in the other direction. So you have to keep that in mind when you make decisions. And I think Mill Creek 2 squarely fits into all of that.
Do the companies, it seems like right now, I try to keep my eye on energy markets, and it looks like just from a fuel perspective, natural gas is sort of the cheapest alternative right now. But it also seems like that there are multiple industries fighting over natural gas, and it's not cheap or easy or quick to construct a gas pipeline. How do the companies feel about coal as a future in terms of in the energy mix, going forward?
So a lot in that question, I'll give you a high-level answer, and if you want to explore more, we can. So starting with the last part of your question, coal produces around 20% of the energy in the country today, and we work really hard to position ourselves to obtain the coal itself, the fuel, in a cost-effective way. We have a detailed contracting strategy. It tries to look at how that market has shrunk, but there's still competition. So we work really hard to create that competition, and we feel really good about our coal procurement plans with the active suppliers in that market today to produce a low-cost coal supply for our plants. And if you think about natural gas, there's two components to natural gas. There's the pipeline capacity, which you mentioned in your question, and we seek to obtain firm gas transport to remove that competition from our procurement strategy. So for all of our major gas facilities, we want to have firm gas transport. Mill Creek 5, Mill Creek 6, Brown 12, that's what we're seeking. There was a lot of discussion around that. Then the commodity itself, there is competition for that also. We are reevaluating how we procure natural gas as a result of the Commission's order last Tuesday to allow us to build 2 more combined cycles. We have one on the system today, Cane Run 7. We're building another one, Mill Creek 5, and now we will, in 31, be operating 4 combined cycles. We will have a totally different strategy for procuring that commodity when we get to that point than we have today when we're operating 1 combined cycle. And so that's one aspect of that answer. The second aspect is pipelines are a problem. Increasing production as a gas industry is not as much of a problem. And so to date, we see the ability of production to not only meet current needs, meet the needs of LNG, which you appreciate is a pull on that supply. And we think there's ample supply that can be expanded to meet the growing needs of the commodity. But that doesn't mean we don't need to change our risk management around that gas commodity as we become more dependent on gas for baseload. Hopefully that was not too long, but helpful.
No, I've listened to you talk about that all day. I think it's really interesting, and I telegraphed to the first witness yesterday that I was going to ask Mr. Schramm, who had the hardest job at Kentucky Utilities, simply because he's in charge of forecasting load, and I think it's just a really interesting time that we're in, and, every word that you say about that I find really interesting, so. But I wanted to ask you another question about Mill Creek, too. Is it just to extend the life of that plant even further, is it just a matter of dropping in a new steam turbine or a generator, or does the whole plant sort of engineered to deteriorate at the same time, or what does it look like?
Sure. So first off, if to extend it past 2031, it would create environmental permitting requirements, and it will create, if we want to operate Mill Creek 6, transmission upgrades. So setting aside that and just thinking about what you would need to do to the unit, it would be more akin to some of the discussions that we had around life extension costs. Major components of the unit would need to be replaced. You wouldn't need to replace the whole steam turbine for, obviously, if you operated in perpetuity, you would, but for, let's say, another 10 or 15 years out of that unit, maybe you need blading replacements that you don't need now they could just be repaired if you're going to shut the unit down in 31. The steam chest is a primary example. We would probably invest the $10.5 million to replace that versus repairing it, because if we were going to operate that unit in perpetuity, because it would continually need repairs if you operated it, and the original investment to replacement would be better. I highlight that because, to your question, those are the type of decisions that we would need to make. Large, high energy piping, we call it, high pressure, high steam piping you would probably replace that versus trying to continue to make minor repairs and things of that nature. So you're hitting on the point that a coal unit, if you continue to replace it, someone like your car, if you're willing to put a new transmission and a new engine and new components, you can run it a very long time. So a little bit more complex with the steam unit, but that is the difference that we talked about in the $70 million investment number, putting you on that pathway for more perpetual operation versus the lower cost of the soft landing we've been talking about in 2031.
Gotcha, thank you. I'll try not to keep us here through Friday at midnight, but there were a couple of things that I wanted to ask you, and even if you can't answer, I at least wanted to telegraph these questions to the witnesses that might be able to answer the questions. And so the first thing I'll say is that when you get a rate case like this, we take the show on the road at the PSC. We go to the public and we sit, feet from them, and we listen to the comments of people who have concerns about increasing rates. You hear a lot of comments. You hear a lot of different perspectives that maybe we wouldn't have thought about. It's something that I didn't consider when I accepted this appointment, but it's been an unexpected. I don't know. It's a positive. It's a positive experience overall. But there's a lot of concern about data centers. Okay, and I don't know all the answers, but there's a lot of concern that data centers are making electric prices go up. And even in private, when people come up to you just this weekend, people were coming up to me saying, well, the data centers are, going to take all of our electricity. Do you have any comment for sort of maybe the economics of what a data center means for the price of electricity to Kentuckians in KU service areas?
Sure. So that's what I was going to focus on, data centers as they apply in our situation. Different if you're in an RTO, and particularly even more different if you don't own generation in an RTO, which other aspects of our company are in that position. So if you think about a vertically integrated utility, you mentioned earlier that Mr. Schramm definitely has a tough job of forecasting that load. And my overall view on that, as a company, we've looked at that in a reasonable way. You may recall the testimony that I've had with respect to we're not assuming we can serve every data center that shows up at our door. We've apportioned, it was my word in the CPCN testimony, our view of what we can serve. And we think we we're doing that in a balanced way. And this is what I would say to a member of the public, if I were answering the questions that I know you have received on that regard. So I do think you have to balance your appetite for serving that load and ensure that it doesn't drive electricity prices up, or if you don't get your planning right, create, scarcity for electricity. And I believe our CPCN case speaks for itself on individual opinions, but in my view, we've balanced both of those. And I fully appreciate, it was relayed earlier, I spent 5 years in Mr. Conroy's job and went to many of those public hearings. And it is tough, even as a company representative who understands the ins and outs, to listen to those questions. But on data centers, my answer is we have that approach. We have affordability in mind when we make those decisions, but it is tough. We have an obligation to serve, but we also have an obligation to all customers, not just incremental customers.
Does a data center in and of itself, let's just say it's a 100-megawatt data center, if that's the right nomenclature for it, would that make electric rates go up, or would that make electric rates stay the same, or would that ease prices, or can you say what effect that would have on a residential electric bill?
Sure. First of all, I would say that 100 megawatts of data center really would have no difference than 100 megawatts of more residential load, population growth I'm referring to there, grocery stores, industrial. It really wouldn't have a different impact than that. It's just any load growth, given that the way regulated utilities function, vertically integrated particularly, is everyone gets average cost. There's cost allocation, don't want to go into that, but you get the general principle of everybody gets embedded cost. So as you add new generation, it will have an effect to rates. If your embedded cost of generation is lower than the cost of new generation, setting aside rate design, it could tend to put upward pressure. But data centers aren't unique, is the way I think about it in that regard. No different than a new industrial facility or a host of residential customers. All create that same general regulated utility dynamic, if that's helpful.
It does help. It helps. Yes. Yes, it's just, it's frustrating not to be able to answer people's questions, because we don't know, and plus we're not allowed to answer questions, especially during an active case. And that's one of the frustrations of sitting in front of a room full of people, is sometimes you know the answer, but we can't get into, you're right or you're wrong, or if you had any idea, we can't say anything. But I guess I'll try to finish up by asking about the natural gas combined cycle units that have been approved. Just saying, if they went all for data centers, or one of them went all for data centers, would the data centers, the money that they pay for the rates, pay for those units, or would some of those costs be passed on to other people on different tariffs?
So I would start that with what we talked a little bit about in the CPCN and more here with the tariff we have designed. And so that tariff, I mentioned in my prior response that load creates a dynamic regardless of whether it's residential, commercial, industrial, data center, otherwise. But in the case of data centers, I think we as a company in the industry has generally done this. I'm not saying KU and LG&E are unique. That we have created protections around that data center load, that they will pay 15 years of 80% of the demand charge of the appropriately designed rate. And so that would be my first and main answer to that question, is that we ensure that they are going to pay the rate that is part of this proceeding, right? The whole rate design construct. They're going to pay that rate for a minimum of 15 years. Because in my description of load, when I think if I were going to get 100 megawatts of residential load, I feel pretty good, absent some abnormal population migration out of Kentucky, that load is going to be there. But I want that assurance for that data center, given the nature of that business. So, one, I think we've balanced it. Two, rate design serves to do that over time. And the rate design that we have in this case, there'll be another opportunity to look at it in the future if to the root of your question, there's a view that that rate design with, as it relates to data centers or high load factor customers in general, we can revisit that over time to ensure that that is not unfair to those customers. And when I say unfair in respect to other industrial load or more residential load also impacting rates for customers.
So what I hear you saying is just building out the capital natural gas combined cycle plant is not in and of itself going to raise rates, but it's the rate design really that's more important. That's where the rubber meets the road.
Well, not to overcomplicate my answer, but you do have the dynamic I described earlier about embedded cost versus incremental cost. And so that has to be factored in, and that could put upward pressure on rates if your embedded cost of generation is lower than your cost of new generation, because then the sum of the two become your embedded cost of generation, right? So that could create upward pressure on rates. What I was trying to articulate is rate design, make sure that in rate design words, cost causation is addressed, right? And so that the costs go to the right customers. And I said it, but I'll say it again. In my view, people have to recall that can be revisited. The rate design we have for the tariff, the extreme high load factor tariff today, we think it's fair. We think it represents the right cost allocation techniques over time, and I think this is the root of your question. It's not set in stone. It can be adjusted. Those rates can be adjusted over time, just like all other rates, and to ensure that we have that right allocation and that no one customer is unduly disbenefiting another customer.
I don't mean to take all the air out of the room, but we hear that question so many times, those comments over and over and over again, and it's, obviously we can't say anything during the pendency of a trial that I'd like to get to the bottom of it, and see what the real answer is. Okay, I think that's all that I have.
Good morning, Mr. Beller.
Good morning.
Just to stay on the public hearings, I just want to give the company a chance to address a question that we had about wireless AMI and concerns about health benefits, brain cancer, or anything like that. And I don't know if you're the right person to talk to about that.
Sure, I can most definitely start there. I was one of the witnesses that supported the approval of the AMI as it's applied in our service territory. So broadly, and we can back this up with a post-hearing data request to provide you with more background, but broadly, those have been claims for a very long time, almost since the inception of AMI. We all have Wi-Fi devices in our home, or most all. Some choose not to, of course. I'm not discounting that. So that has been a topic. We don't see that, I don't think the industry sees that as any appreciable risk. There is an opt-out provision in our tariff, and we can fully explore that, or one of the other witnesses could address that. But that opt-out provision does allow a customer to not have AMI as part of their installation at their home. I'm not saying that the cost of that is economic, because we have to deploy a meter reader to read that customer's meter like we were doing before we had AMI. But that is an option for those customers. But we can definitely, as a post-hearing data response, if you want, give you more industry literature on that, so that when you're posed that question in the future, that you would be able to feel more comfortable with responding. But I understand, Commissioner Wood, I've been in that same situation. You can't answer questions. We as company don't typically entertain detailed questions at those public meetings, so it does put you in an awkward position.
Okay, but there is the opt-out provision for
Yes.
somebody that doesn't want it.
Yes, Commissioner Reed.
And then just two other areas from the public hearings that I had questions about. Under the settlement, what safeguards exist in the event that the major projects incur significant delays or cost overruns?
That definitely keeps me up at night, being responsible for managing those projects. Now, I'd say one safeguard the commission put in the prior CPCN and this CPCN is if we exceed a 5% threshold of the estimated cost that we come and let the commission know, right, as to what's driving those costs. And so I think that is one protection. And from our view, our protection always is we made a case for installing these combined cycles as the right alternative for the customer to meet demand and all that goes along with that, all the scenarios that we run. So we try hard to keep the cost at the estimate. We recognize the 5% threshold, and I know what that number is every day for the units we're building today because we keep a keen focus on that. And what I would say, if they do go beyond that, our thought will always come back to, is that making this investment uneconomic compared to the case that we made? If that makes sense to you, in the sense of, should we have selected something else if this new cost grows to a greater level? Let's say a cost goes over 7 or 8%. Is that enough that says, well, that's not a good decision to continue to pursue that combined cycle, because now, based on all the analysis we did, we should have not built it or we should have built something else. And in my long career, we have faced those decisions on many investments. And so we look at that constantly. Maybe a longer answer than you wanted, but it is really something that keeps us up at night and making sure that investment is proper. And I think the last safeguard is ultimately, as we recover that cost, whether it's through a GCR or a base rate case, we know that we're going to be on the hook, and we should be, to justify that those expenditures were prudent. And that's the bulk of my explanation ends up in that storyline, is when we come in front of this commission, whether through a mechanism or through a base rate case, we know we have to justify that those expenditures were prudent.
Okay. And so then the settlement does provide some flexibility to revisit the assumptions.
It does, and I will add one thing more detailed. As we contract for of these construction projects, we bake in as much cost certainty when we enter into those contracts as we can. We bake in liquidated damages, we call them, for underperformance, whether that be the ultimate output of the unit, its efficiency, or anything, the schedule of that unit. So our contracting strategy is also driven, and we see as a protection to keep costs in check. We try to limit what in the construction terms are called excusable events. That's ways that you can get outside of what your original cost estimate are. So I would be remiss if I didn't mention that aspect of the protection that we have around trying to bring those projects in on budget and on time. And we work really hard at that and have I think, one of the best teams in the industry that think about those things.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Beller, in response to one of staff's questions earlier, you said that you do expect to still be able to take advantage of credits, ITC and PTC from Mercer and Marion.
Correct. Those would be PTCs, and if you extend that to the Brown Battery, which would be ITC, we feel the same way about the battery project also.
I think there's wide expectation that people would not be able to take advantage of those credits. How come you're able to? Is it because of when they were approved, or?
Correct. When they were approved and when we started construction and when we plan to complete construction. The one big beautiful bill looked at, I'll just pick two other things it looked at differently, but it looked at solar much different than it did batteries. Batteries have a longer life. I'll come back to batteries in a second, but if you think about solar, it was when you began construction and when you think you're going to have those units in service. And so when I said earlier to questions by staff, we're looking at belts and suspenders there. We want to comply with as many of the restrictions as we can to ensure that we have those PTCs. So Marion and Mercer fit into both of those criteria, we believe, start of construction and the in-service date necessary. But it does create a broader issue, which is probably what you're hearing. In general words, if you haven't started a solar project today, you're probably going to be hard pressed to get the credits. I'm just saying that very generally. There are obviously exceptions to that. And then if you think about the battery, we have more time. Part of the battery is the tariffs. You know, the batteries tend to have more foreign material in them, and there were restrictions in the one big beautiful bill that we have threaded, we think successfully at this time. But as we know in the news, tariffs can go up and down fairly rapidly, but we have protections in our contracting strategy that I just discussed that we feel positions as well in both the solar and the battery project.
Tariffs might have changed twice this morning while we've been in here.
It could have. It could have. We like where they are now on batteries, and so if we can stay peaceful with China, we appreciate that.
Is there potential that you would have to look to sourcing your parts from different places?
So we've already considered that in our strategy. We're pretty much locked into those sources now, and it's all embedded in our strategy to minimize those impacts. And ultimately, as we progress, and we talked about this a bit, clearly the next battery we do, we would really want to, a battery I'm talking about now, we really want to source it U.S. Those supplies just aren't available to allow us to complete that project on schedule and the time that we're targeting. But a future battery, we really would work hard to make sure that that's all U.S. sourced, which would remove that foreign entities of concern FIOC part of that decision-making and risk mitigation.
And I guess hopefully those American-made parts will be affordable at some point.
Correct. We're hoping they don't take advantage of the leverage that may give them.
Is that part of the onshoring?
That's one.
The onshoring manufacturing?
Exactly.
Okay.
It is. Part of the onshoring to eliminate having parts come from countries, foreign entities of concern is the term that's used for that. Yes, so it's exactly right.
And then also along the lines of parts for the coal plants, as we think of extending them beyond 2031, are parts available?
That is an excellent question. We are finding parts to have longer lead times than they had. If you want a steam turbine blade for a coal plant, you're going to wait longer. And so we are pushing back our procurement to match up with that. We're trying to make sure we're engaged with partners that are going to stay in that business until the end, if you will, until there's no need for those parts. So that is something that we're working really hard on. I'm not aware of any significant components that we can't get. It just takes longer to get them because there's fewer suppliers as the coal fleet has shrunk down to 20% of supply. Still a significant supply for the U.S., but a lot less than it was 10 years ago. So it is, again, something we're watching on our procurement side of things.
All the questions I have. Redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Any reason Mr. Beller couldn't be excused? Should get while the getting's good.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let's see. We should take a quick break, I guess. Let's just do 10 minutes, and then we'll All right, we are back on the record, case number 2025-000113 and 2025-000114, KU and LG&E KU. I see you called your next witness.
Yes, before I do that, Your Honor, if I might, Ms. Hatcher, on her cross of Mr. Beller, I had a question for him about PSE question 3-72 and whether an errata filing had been made as promised in that response. And the answer is yes, it has. On August 25th, the companies filed their supplement to PSC 1-54, and in that supplement, that errata filing was made. So I just wanted to clear that up before we went any further. That's it.
If you can't find it, let us know.
And our next witness is Mr. John Crockett.
All right, Mr. Crockett, how are you?
Doing great, thank you.
Raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat. Tell us full name and business address, please.
My name is John R. Crockett III. My business address is 820 West Broadway, Louisville, Kentucky 40202.
Mr. Crockett, what is your job title?
I am the president of LG&E and KU Energy, and I'm Chief Development Officer for PPL Services.
And in that capacity, did you cause to be filed, in this case, direct testimony along with the application that was filed in this case earlier this year?
Yes, I did.
And did you also, Mr. Crockett, sponsor some data responses that are filed of record in this case?
I did.
Do you have any changes today to your direct testimony or to any of the data responses that that you sponsored?
No, I do not.
Mr. Crockett's available for questions, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Cook.
No questions, Chair.
Mr. Kurtz.
No questions, Your Honor.
For Sierra Club.
No questions, Your Honor.
KYSEIA.
No questions, Your Honor.
Joint interveners.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Crockett. I haven't introduced myself for the record yet, so I'm Byron Gary. I'm an attorney with Kentucky Resources Council, representing the joint interveners. Thank you first for being here this morning, and as Mr. Osterloh said to Mr. Beller, thank you for the response to the tragedy around Louisville Muhammad Ali Airport that occurred yesterday. I know a lot of line workers and others are out there working diligently on repairs right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
I first wanted to start just with your positions and some of the corporate structure, if I may here. I'm having trouble following some of the threads and just want to make sure I understand the different companies and positions at play. So you just introduced yourself as the president of LG&E and KU Energy, right?
Correct.
And you're also the chief development officer for PPL Services Corporation, right?
Yes, that was a role that I picked up about a year or so ago.
Okay. You're also listed as the senior vice president for PPL Services Corp. You didn't mention that just now. Is that still one of your titles?
It's part and parcel of the presidency.
So that's
role. Yes.
okay. So the president of LG&E and KU Energy is the senior vice president of PPL Services. Those are the same.
Yes.
Hand in hand. Okay. Even though those are two different corporate entities, right?
One is the parent and one is an operating company.
Okay. So LG&E and KU Energy is an operating company of PPL Services.
PPL Corporation.
PPL Corporation, not PPL Services.
Correct.
Your role as Chief Development Officer and Senior Vice President is for PPL Services, right?
It's actually PPL Corporation.
It is PPL Corp, not PPL Services. Could I get you to refer to your testimony, your direct testimony at page 1, actually, then? Let me know when you have that up.
I'm there.
Okay. It states on line 4, and Senior Vice President and Chief Development Officer, PPL Services Corp. So is that incorrect?
No, that is more correct.
Okay.
Yep.
So there's LG&E and KU Energy, where you're the president.
Right.
And that goes hand in hand with Senior Vice President of PPL Services Corporation.
Senior Vice President and Chief Development Officer of PPL Services Corporation.
Okay.
That is the supplemental role that I undertook a year or so ago.
Okay. So Senior Vice President and Chief Development Officer go hand in hand.
Correct.
Okay. Is the Chief Development Officer always the senior vice president or a senior vice president?
I believe I'm the first of those. at
Of both
PPL,
of those
so yes,
positions?
Yes.
Okay, so that's a new position created for you?
I'm not sure I'd say it that way, but it is a new position that I presently fill.
Okay, a new position that you're the first to inhabit?
That's correct.
Okay. And then separately, president of LGE and KU Energy,
Correct.
which is the subsidiary
One of 3 subsidiaries,
of PPL Services or PPL Corporation?
PPL Corporation.
Okay. Is PPL Services a separate subsidiary of PPL Corporation?
PPL Services is a service operation as part of PPL Corporation.
It's a separate corporate entity from PPL.
I'm not sure I can talk you through the corporate structure of those two, as I sit here at this point, but there are a number of employees at PPL who are PPL Services employees. We have a number of people here in Kentucky who were at one time employees of the utilities here, or LKE, who now, as a consequence of centralizing some shared services and restructuring some of the business at an enterprise level, are now PPL Services employees.
Okay. But as Chief Development Officer of PPL Services Corp., PPL Corporation is the parent company of PPL Services Corp., right?
Correct.
And PPL, is PPL or PPL Services Corp. the parent company of LG&E and KU Energy?
I believe it's PPL Corp.
Okay. So those would, PPL Services and LG&E and KU Energy would almost be sisters also.
I don't think that's exactly right from a corporate structure perspective, but you're headed the right direction.
Okay. Trying to figure out how to diagram it is in my head as we go here a little bit, sorry. Maybe going a little bit further down, there's also LG&E and KU Services Corp., correct? And some of the witnesses here today are employees of LG&E and KU Services, right?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. Is that a subsidiary of LG&E and KU Energy, or is that a subsidiary of PPL, or PPL Services, or some other entity?
I don't know whether I would call it a subsidiary. We have had the LK Services for a long time, in addition to LG&E and KU. In the way, from an operational perspective, I don't treat any of my colleagues with regard to whatever their title is or who provides their paycheck any differently from a substantive perspective. You have been here with Mr. Beller over the years when he's been an LKE employee, and now he's a PPL Services employee. We all operate in a uniform, sort of collaborative way.
Okay. And many of you operate out of the same offices, right?
Correct, yeah.
Does that seems confusing to me to figure out, how about from a corporate, you're talking about an operational standpoint, how from a corporate ownership standpoint? So LG&E and KU separately, I'm rather sure are in fact wholly owned subsidiaries of LG&E and KU Energy, right?
That is correct.
Okay. What about LG&E and KU Energy? Who owns LG&E and KU Energy?
PPL.
PPL owns LG&E and KU Energy. Who owns LG&E and KU Services Corporation?
Ultimately, PPL.
Ultimately, as in there's another intermediary between them and PPL?
I believe that's right.
Okay. Do you know who that is?
I can't say as I'm sitting here right now. We
Okay.
can provide that corporate structure to you
Okay.
more specifically.
Okay, so we have LG&E and KU, which are owned by LG&E and KU Energy, which is owned by PPL. And then LG&E and KU Services, which is ultimately owned by PPL as well. There may be another intermediary there. Is that summarizing
that's
what we've
correct.
talked about so far? Okay. And then PPL Services Corp., which is owned by PPL as well. Is that an adequate summary of what we went through there so far?
Good enough
As far
for
as
me.
ownership? Okay. Are there any other legal entities that I missed?
None that I can identify or articulate right
Okay.
now. I'm not sure that it matters in particular, but.
Okay. So your roles as Senior Vice President and Chief Development Officer for PPL Services Corp. go hand in hand. And then you're also President for the separate corporate entity of LG&E and KU Energy. But the way you were describing it a minute ago, it sounds like those roles pretty much overlap. There's not much distinction between those three separate roles.
Well, there is some overlap, but there are distinctions between the roles. My role as president of LG&E and KU is a Kentucky-based, and our customers in Southwest Virginia. I have counterparts in that role, as Greg Cornett is the president of Rhode Island Energy, Christine Martin is the president of PPL Electric Utilities, Pennsylvania. And our roles in our respective jurisdictions are sort of statewide. My role as Chief Development Officer is one that emerged for a variety of reasons, I think. We have in Kentucky developed a pretty substantial and effective economic development role. We have been named top utility for economic development in 12 of the last 14 years, and there's a wonderful team at LG&E and KU that has done that work for a long, long time. So the company decided that it would make sense to put someone in a role to help to capitalize on the benefits of that organization and to learn from our counterparts in Pennsylvania and Rhode Island about how they may do things differently. So that was kind of the nature of how it came together.
Okay. Starting with your role as president of LG&E and KU Energy, and just that role, what do your duties entail? What does the president of LG&E and KU Energy do generally?
Well, I'm responsible for economic development. I'm responsible for the regulatory activities of the company, responsible for our customer service organization to some extent. We also have Eileen Saunders, who at an enterprise level is head of all of our customer services, but she has a counterpart in Shannon Montgomery in our office, and then Shannon will have a counterpart in Pennsylvania and Rhode Island. And so my responsibilities sort of revolve around all things Kentucky. We have made some operational modifications in terms of our organization that look a little different today than they did 2 years ago. Lonnie Beller was formerly our chief operating officer here, for example. Our chief operating officer now is Tom Jesse. And Tom has as his direct reports Peter Waldrop in distribution and Beth McFarland in transmission, Tom Reith in gas. And Tom, in turn, has Dave Bonenberger, who is a PPL Services COO across the whole enterprise. And so that's just another way that we're trying to sort of utilize the expertise across the enterprise to identify and implement best practices across the companies.
Okay. As president of LG&E and KU Energy, do you oversee all aspects? You mentioned economic development, regulatory activities, and customer service. Do you oversee, say, operations, production, things like that?
Mr. Beller is the VP of our generation at LKE. Mr. Jesse is responsible for operations that involve transmission, distribution, and gas. I have sort of dotted line responsibilities into the operational aspects of the business as well, but they also report up through Mr. Bonenberger as a COO.
Can you explain what you mean by dotted line? Sorry, what was the full phrase? Dotted line oversight?
I share responsibility for operations across transmission, distribution, gas, and generation,
Okay.
but they also report to those who I just identified.
Okay, so they report to you and somebody else more directly?
Yes.
Okay. So folks at LG&E and KU may end up reporting up to you. Are there others at LG&E and KU Energy? Or am I making a false distinction again, who would report up to you as president of LG&E and KU Energy?
Well, there are a number of people that, people and organizations that report directly to me, communications, and external affairs report directly to me.
And that's just for LG&E and KU, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then you already mentioned a few people, I think, who work for LG&E and KU Services. Forgive me if I forget exactly who, but fair to say some people at LG&E and KU Services Corp. report to you in your position as president of LG&E and KU Energy, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Would anybody at PPL or PPL Services Corp. report to you as president of LG&E and KU Energy?
John Bevington is a PPL Services employee, but he reports to me as part of my business development responsibilities in Kentucky.
Okay, so there would be at least some. You don't have to list everybody, but at least some folks from PPL Services Corp. And then you're also an officer of PPL Services Corp. yourself as Senior Vice President and Chief Development Officer. Would the, stop there, that's, I got that right again, right?
You did.
Okay. So you mentioned counterparts to your role as president of LG&E and KU Energy at your Rhode Island and Pennsylvania subsidiaries. Do they also have parallel positions at PPL Services Corp., or are they just overseeing their, I know we're not, just trying to get a sense of PPL here, not anything particular about Rhode Island and Pennsylvania, but do they have roles at PPL Services Corp. as well?
It would be the same as mine, as I just described, other than the business development piece of it.
Okay. But they don't have a PPL Services Corp. title?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And you said earlier your role as Senior Vice President and Chief Development Officer are one and the same, so it's not meaningful to try and ask about responsibilities of each individually. That's one role.
You said Senior Vice President and Chief Development Officer, is that one role?
PPLs, yeah.
That is one role, yeah.
Okay. So what are your responsibilities in that one role?
My responsibilities in that regard are to identify opportunities for the enterprise and its operating companies to enhance economic development in our respective jurisdictions, to work with our state and local governments and site selectors to assist with developing new opportunities, to compare and contrast methods of operation that have worked well one place and may work well another place, and to generally oversee the respective operations of our business development, economic development professionals in those jurisdictions.
Okay. And in that role, folks from, I suppose, Rhode Island and Pennsylvania, but also Kentucky, do report to you in that role separately as well, right? Is there anybody that you would oversee there in Kentucky that you don't oversee as part of your role as president of LG&E and KU Energy?
There would be people who are in the business development organizations in Pennsylvania and Rhode Island who would report up through my business development organization, Jim.
You mentioned Mr. Bevington earlier, who reports up to you. you mentioned that in the context of LG&E and KU Energy. Would he report up to you also through your role with PPL Services Corp., or how does that work?
Yes, he does.
Okay, so even if you weren't CDO, he would report up to you as president of LG&E?
Yes.
Even though he works for PPL Services Corp., I think you said?
He is a PPL Services employee, but he is
Okay.
based in Kentucky and reports to me here.
Okay, but he oversees, so if somebody's calling about economic development in Pennsylvania opportunities, that would go through him as well?
It does.
Okay. And for those you do oversee, are you involved in, say, hiring decisions for roles?
Yes,
Okay. And ensuring people you supervise adequately hit the corporate goals and things like that?
ultimately, yes.
Okay. Would you decide whether they meet requirements for, say, promotions then, as part of that sort of hiring oversight?
Yes,
Okay. Decide whether they have met the requirements for bonuses and things like that?
I would have input. into
Okay. You'd at least have input there, not the sole decision maker
Yeah,
there?
for those who report to me.
Okay. Working for PPL Services Corp. and LG&E and KU Energy, do you get two separate paychecks then, or you just get one?
No, I just get one
Okay.
paycheck, and I like others in our organization, when I am doing work on behalf of LG&E and KU, my time is recorded to that. When I'm doing work on behalf of PPL Services, my time is recorded to that. If I'm doing work in one of the other jurisdictions, that's the way we track our time.
By what jurisdiction you're doing the work for?
By what entity, yes.
So that's sort of like tracking billable hours between the entities, I guess.
Sort of, I thought I'd gotten away from it.
That's why I asked. I figured you'd had experience with that.
Right, yeah.
Where does the paycheck come from? Is that from PPL or is that from LG&E?
PPL.
From PPL, okay. Okay. So turning back to your direct testimony, you address a few different topics. Specifically in the table of contents, I think you list performance of KU and LG&E, economic development and community service, and efficiency and productivity. Does that adequately summarize sort of the topics covered?
External affairs, communications, I think.
Did I overlook one?
I don't know.
Okay. That's, I think, something you sort of cover in the economic development and community service. But don't let me put words in your mouth as to what you talked about in your direct. Part of your development of your discussion, economic development and community service includes discussion of measures to assist low-income ratepayers. Do you recall that? Mm-hmm. Okay. You mentioned specifically Project Warm and the We Care program. Mm-hmm. Recall discussing those? Okay. And the We Care program is part of the recently expanded scope of demand-side management programs approved in that 2022 402 case. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And I think there are a few other low-income assistance programs mentioned, but so there's low-income weatherization, but that's We Care, right? Is there a separate low-income weatherization program being referred to?
Well, I think I referred to 5 of them here. I mean, there's We Care, Project Warm, Low Income Weatherization, the Association of Community Ministries are some of the others.
Okay. Specifically on We Care, which is a existing voluntary program designed to create savings through weatherization and energy education to help low-income eligible customers. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's funded through rider DSM, right?
I believe that's correct, yes.
Okay. So that's funded by other ratepayers who pay into rider DSM.
That is correct.
Okay. Except, if I'm not mistaken, industrial ratepayers can opt out. Is that right?
I think that's correct, but you might want to explore that with Ms. Montgomery.
Okay. So if I had questions about the tariff changes surrounding, say, rider DSM, those would be better directed to Ms. Montgomery?
Well, I think changes around tariffs would be better addressed with Mr. Horning or Mr. Conroy, but questions surrounding our customer service programs generally and substantively, specifically, Ms. Montgomery is best equipped to handle that.
Okay. But it's your understanding that industrial ratepayers can opt out of rider DSM, correct?
Yes.
Subject to check. And under the proposal, is it your understanding that customers taking service under tariff EHLF would also be able to opt out of demand-side management programs?
I'm not sure I know the answer to that.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's all right. I can follow up with,
Yeah.
with Ms. Montgomery or Mr. Horton. All right. Returning to your direct, so hopefully you can answer. You state that on the issue of economic development and community service, you provide your perspective on significant changes we are seeing in the energy industry, along with our ingrained commitment to serve all customers at fair, just, and reasonable rates, which includes our assistance to low-income customers. Does that sound familiar? I can point you to the insight if needed. That's on page 2 of your direct. At the very top, starting at line 3. Maybe just read that sentence that starts on line 3 of page 2.
I see that and I endorse it.
Okay. So your ingrained commitment to serve all customers at fair, just, and reasonable rates certainly is at least supported by low-income assistance programs and rates, right?
It is,
Okay.
in part.
Those serve to make your overall rate structure more fair, just, and reasonable. Is that fair to say?
I believe that's fair.
Okay.
It is a feature of our rate structure, and our rates are fair, just, and reasonable.
Fair enough. All right, I want to talk a little bit, switching topics to corporate strategy. And this deals with both PPL, but specifically LG&E and KU. In your role as president and the president of LG&E and KU Energy, as well as senior vice president, is that right? And chief development officer of PPL Services?
Correct.
Okay. The corporate strategy of those entities is something you would have input on, I assume?
Yes.
Okay. Is it fair to say that recovery of capital projects costs efficiently with limited regulatory lag is central to PPL's business strategy?
Say that again? Just so I
Sure.
make sure.
Recovery of capital project costs efficiently with limited regulatory lag is central to PPL's business strategy.
Yes, that's a part of our strategy.
Okay. And in fact, it's central to the strategy. Is that fair?
It is an important part of the strategy. You may be reading from something there, but
Important part works, that's, yeah. And I'd like to bring up, we have some printed copies because we weren't sure if screen share was going to work. So Jake, if you don't mind handing these out, but this is an excerpt from an exhibit that I introduced during the CPCN and spoke with Mr. Beller. I think you were here for parts of that proceeding last, when was it now? August, September?
Mid-year, I was here
Mid-year,
for much of it.
that's fair. Do you recall me discussing with Mr. Beller PPL's investor updates for second quarter? Does that ring a bell at all?
Not specifically.
That's okay. Are you familiar with that investor update? Mr. Elkin?
I would have been at the time.
Okay, fair enough, it's been a little bit. And I'm gonna put it up on the screen. Mr. Elkin is handing out just an excerpt of it. And as I mentioned, this was an exhibit at the previous proceeding. I think you have in front of you what I'm putting up on the screen right now. Is that right? Oh, once it's up there. All right, this is from July 31st, 2025, so it's been a few months, so no worries if you don't remember specific numbers or anything like that, but you would be familiar with this generally, right?
Yes, the deck would have been significantly more
Yes.
than these two
Yeah.
pages, but
Apologies, we had a limited amount of time yesterday to try and get some printouts while things weren't working. I do have the full deck here. If you think there might be something else in there, let me know that I need to refer to. But you do have the pages that I might need to refer to. Specifically, let's see, slide 32, which I believe you should already have in the printout, and I'm putting up right now, talking about reduced regulatory lag. Do you have that page?
I do.
Okay.
Yes.
According to your presentation here, capital investment plan across its affiliated utilities was subject to recovery methods with reduced regulatory lag, right?
yes,
Okay. And these are reported to shareholders. I think Mr. Beller said this in reference to something else I mentioned, but this presentation is to investors, so it's presenting information that would be important to investors, right?
yes,
Okay. So these mechanisms that reduce lag are reported to shareholders because they tend to benefit investors, right?
I think that is a generally fair statement. I wouldn't say that it is always entirely true.
Okay. Specifically referring to Kentucky there on the left, it looks like this is a chart reflecting the capital plan over the next, well, this year and the next 3 years after 2025, right?
A part of this chart does that, yes.
Okay. The chart on the left specifically refers to the capital plan by projected earnings recovery mechanism over that 4-year period, is that right?
Yes, for each of the 3 jurisdictions.
Okay. And looking just at Kentucky specifically, 59%, if I'm reading that right, of the $9.9 billion total in capital spending would be planned through base rates as of July of 2025. Is that right?
That is correct.
So the expectation was that 60% would be recovered through base rates. Subject to check, 59% of 10 billion is roughly 5.9 billion, right?
59%, you can do the math.
Yeah. Well, say it's a nice even 10 billion, rounding, that would be 5.9 billion at 59%, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Just checking, making sure I'm doing my math right. Was not my major. 5% is expected to be recovered through tracker mechanisms, right?
Correct?
If I'm getting those colors right, that all the gray and blue together makes it a little difficult, so I'm just making sure I'm distinguishing. And then 36% through allowance for funds used during construction, right?
That's what this reflects, yeah.
Okay, and I got that acronym right?
Yes, yeah. Yep.
Good for me. I didn't even have that written down. So this capital plan would include the already approved CPCN resources from that 2022 402 case, I assume, right?
Yes, they would.
Okay. And those, at the time, I assume would have been split mostly between AFUDC and base rates, but at least, say, Mill Creek 5, that would come on in 2027, and at that point would be included in base rates, right?
I believe we have AFUDC treatment for Mill Creek 5.
For the entirety of Mill Creek 5?
I can't recall exactly, but I mean, it's
Okay,
some of it anyway.
some of it anyway. But by 2027, it would have come online, and this was prior to this current stipulation and settlement, so I assume some portion of that would have assumed to be in base rates and not in that 5% tracker at least, right?
You might want to explore this further with Ms. Metz.
Okay. But just generally, if that 3 billion was switched from recovery, that adding up the cost of the plans from that, as we covered yesterday, I think with Mr. Garrett, it's roughly 3 billion. If that was switched from recovery from base rates and say potentially AFUDC, that would substantially increase that tracker portion, I believe, right? Is that where that would fall if this GCR were approved?
Mr. Garrett would have given you the more complete answer on that. But Mr. Garrett or Ms. Metz can be more specific.
So you don't know if GCR is approved, whether that would represent a change from base rates to, say, tracker?
If GCR is approved, it would become a part of that tracker.
Okay. And you were here yesterday, that's, tracker would represent roughly $3 billion worth of investments, right?
That's approximately correct, yes.
Okay. So that would change the tracker to, I can explore with Ms. Metz the specifics, but a larger piece of that pie at least, right?
Yes, I think that's fair.
Okay. I think that's all I have on that, so I'll pull it off the screen. Continuing to talk about shareholder reporting just a little bit. Just recently, October 1st, PPL paid a quarterly dividend to shareholders. Is that right?
It did.
Do you know the value of that dividend?
Not as I sit here right now.
If I said 27.25 cents, does that sound about right?
Whatever it was, I don't.
Well, we can pull it up real quick. For the record, before I move on, the exhibit that was just handed out, I believe, is marked as Joint Intervenors Exhibit 3. We can discuss admission at the end of the testimony here or now. It's up to the...
Are you moving to admit it now?
I would move to admit it.
Any objection?
Well, it's only 3 pages of a much larger report. So, I don't know if the joint interveners want to get a copy of the entire report and have it submitted. So I think for now, I'm going to object to the admission of it because it's just part of the report, not the full thing.
Do you have access to the entire thing?
Yes, that is what I was just sharing too, and I can send around a copy of the full, and maybe after I'm able to email that out at a break, we can discuss moving to admit again. But we were discussing primarily with Mr. Crockett. While we were discussing there, you were referring to the screen as well as what's in front of you, correct?
Yes, it was the same thing.
Okay, it appeared to be the same thing. We can discuss admission later then.
Well, it sounds like there's no objection as long as you do the full thing.
Yeah, if he circulates the full report to all parties and it matches up with this, then I will withdraw the objection. And then he can move to have the entire thing admitted. If you're talking about these sheets, my objection stands.
That's fair. That's fine. All right. Returning to the dividend then, real quick, I'm gonna put up one other thing, and this, I moved to Mark as joint interveners 4 then. Do you recognize this?
I don't believe I've seen this particular document, but I recognize the substance contained in it.
Okay. This appears to be a website from PPL, correct?
Appears to be, yes.
Okay. And part of your role, I think you said, had to do with communications, right?
In our Kentucky operations.
Just in the Kentucky operations.
Yes.
So your role as CDO doesn't include communication strategies in any other jurisdiction or for PPL as parent company?
Not specifically, I often have input in.
Okay.
But
And on this press release, it notes a quarterly common stock dividend of 0.2725 per share, payable October 1st. Is that right?
that is correct.
Okay. I'll take that back down. I just wanted to verify that number. Do you know roughly how many outstanding shares there are for PPL?
I do not, as I sit here.
Okay. I told you it was about 739 million. Does that sound ballpark, subject to check, right?
I don't know, we could tell you how many outstanding shares there are at any given time.
Okay. You don't know ballpark even?
Objection, Your Honor. This has been asked and answered. The witness said he doesn't know the number of shares that PPL has. He's asked, this is the third time to try to get at it. Mr. Crockett either knows it or he doesn't. We can provide it as a post-hearing data request.
I asked for the specific number the first time. I'm just asking if he generally knows a ballpark.
If you know.
That's the last time I ballpark if you know.
If you know.
I don't.
Okay.
No.
Okay. All right. All right. Moving on, you said that you have some input over hiring decisions, staffing decisions, things like that, right?
And ultimately, at some point,
Okay.
across the organizations that I oversee.
Okay. And as part of those hiring decisions and your oversight of employees once they're hired, you have some oversight of compensation, bonuses, and things like that you mentioned earlier?
I have direct oversight over some people in my organization. I don't have daily direct oversight to all people who report up to me.
Fair enough.
We have a corporate structure. And with regard to compensation decisions, I have input at various levels.
Okay. I hope that general level is sufficient, at least for a couple of questions here. If you could, I'd like you to refer to the company's response to PSC 1-41.
Mr. Gary, who's the witness?
Oh, I'm sorry, that's Mr. Poplaski. Let me know when that's up.
It's Mr. Poplasky, PSC 1-41, is that right?
Yes.
Mr. Gary? For the KU response, or the LG&E response? I think it's one and the same, but I just want to be sure.
I'm looking at the KU response. I think they are also one and the same, though, with the exception of referencing KU versus LG&E. I can put it up if that's helpful, but
And you're talking about PSC 1-41, and is that the same one, Mr. Gary, for which there was a supplemental response on August 15th?
let me double check.
Just to make sure we're talking about the correct DR, especially since Mr. Crockett is not a sponsoring witness of this one.
Fair enough. You said August, what date?
Supplemental response was filed to PSC 1-41 on August 15, 2025.
Make sure that we are in fact referring to the same. Yes. Okay, yes, yeah, that would be the same one. I'm referring to the original. I don't think the supplement affects that, but let me know if I'm not providing enough direction here. So referring to, I suppose for completeness, let's refer to the supplement. So referring to the supplemental response from August 15th to PSC 1-41 that was provided by Mr. Poplasky. Do you have that now?
Is that what we have? Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. The question at the top asks, starting in sentence 2, for the information below, individually for each corporate officer and by category for directors, managers, supervisors, etc. Am I reading that question correct?
You read a part of it
A part of it.
correctly.
And the information specifically listed includes regular salary or wages, overtime pay, excess vacation payout, standby, dispatch pay, bonus and incentive pay, other forms of incentives including stock options or forms of deferred compensation, specify other amounts paid on the W-2, and then I'm not going to detail everyone here, but a number of other benefits and things like that. Is that correct as to what's being requested by the PSC?
You read A through G correctly,
Okay,
and the remainder you did not, but it is what it is.
okay. Did I adequately summarize the rest there as other benefits that are being requested?
I'd say that's fair.
Okay. And then referring to the response, paragraph 2 refers to benchmarking and salary planning surveys, and paragraph 3 states that for
Mr. Gary, may I interrupt you? Are you talking about, when you say paragraph 2 and 3, the paragraphs are not numbered?
sorry,
So are you talking about on page 2, the second full paragraph of the response?
yes.
Okay.
the second full paragraph, it says A through O, original response. Do you see that?
I do.
And there's a paragraph, on an annual basis, the very first paragraph, LG&E and KU Energy relies on benchmark information in calibrating the level of its primary components of compensation and benefits arrangements. Paragraph 2 states, I left off, see Mr. Poplaski's original
Exactly,
testimony.
and that's the point. I'm going to object to any further questions about this data response, Your Honor. Mr. Poplaski is the identified witness on this. This is a complicated, complex data response that is 10 pages, just the response itself. It responds to some 13 subparts that the commission staff issued in its original data request. There are attachments to this as well, all of which were identified as the sponsoring witness as Mr. Poplaski. Mr. Crockett's not identified as a witness on this. And I expect any question that Mr. Gary is going to ask, Mr. Crockett is not going to be able to answer.
Will we excuse Mr. Poplaski?
He's been excused because the joint intervener said they had no questions for him,
I said I might have post-hearing data requests.
which is
for
fine.
Poplaski.
And we agreed to answer post-hearing data requests.
So you can ask a question.
If he doesn't know the answer, that's
If he doesn't
fine.
know the answer, I would like us to move on and try to include anything, since we excused this witness,
Understood,
with your agreement.
understood. Mr. Crockett, you stated earlier that part of your role is oversight of regulatory activities, is that right?
Yes, in Kentucky
Okay,
and Virginia.
Kentucky and Southwest Virginia. Does Mr. Poplaski report to you?
I know he is in our human resources organization.
Okay, so he doesn't report to you either.
Angie Gosman.
I'm sorry, I cut you off. Go ahead.
He reports to Angie Gosman, who is the head of our human resources organization.
Okay. Who does Angie Gossman work for? What company?
She works for PPL Services.
Okay. Of which you're the Senior Vice President and Chief Development Officer, right?
I am in that organization. yeah.
Objection, Your Honor. Mr. Crockett has been asked and answered what his job title is no less than half a dozen times. I don't know how many times we're going to have to hear that question. He's answered it
Withdrawn.
time after time. What'd you say?
Withdrawn.
Thank you.
Referring back to this data response that I believe you still have in front of you. Paragraph 3, starting at the bottom of page 2 of the response, that starts see attachment 1. Do you see that response?
I see that paragraph. Yes.
See attachment 1 for a detail of costs for the requested periods of 2022 through 24 and base period broken down in the lowest level possible consistent with budgeting practices. The KU budgeting process does not allow KU to provide the data requested in exact employment types. Is that correct?
That's what it
Your Honor,
says.
That's what it says.
If Mr. Gary wants to spend the rest of the day reading the response into the record, for which Mr. Crockett is not a witness, then we're going to be here week after week after week. You've already encouraged Mr. Gary to move on. He is not moving on as you suggested he do.
You said that I could ask the question, and if he doesn't know the answer, I can move on.
He is reciting the data response into the record that's been filed since this summer.
I'm attempting to lay a foundation.
If you could get to the point, it would be great, but I'm not going to limit you in your ability to ask him a question about this unless it gets to the point that he does not know the answers.
Fair enough. It does state in that response that KU budgeting process does not allow KU to provide the data requested in the exact employment types. Is that correct?
That is what that part of that sentence says.
Okay. And for transparency, the next paragraph says, in an attempt to be fully responsive to the question and provide the information by employment types, KU has also provided the wage and salary information as reported on W-2s for each group. Is that correct?
That is a portion of the next paragraph.
Okay. And it states, by the employment types requested, correct? In part.
I'm not disputing it, I just can't find it again in the paragraph.
Okay.
I didn't, okay.
Fair enough. But the question requested each corporate officer individually. We just went over that. Is that right?
I do not recall.
Okay.
The itemized parts of the question are what they are.
Referring back to the question at the top, provide in the format provided in Schedule K the following information for KU's compensation and benefits for the 3 most recent calendar years and the base period. Provide the information individually for each corporate officer and by category for directors, managers, supervisors, exempt, non-exempt, union, and non-union hourly. Is that right?
Yes, that's what that says.
And the response states that that was provided, A, that KU couldn't provide that information, and B, that the information was provided by category for officers. Correct?
Objection, Your Honor. The response says what it says. Literally, it says what it says. Mr. Gary has now tried to summarize or paraphrase what it says. He's reading it into the record, get Mr. Crockett agreed to the wording. Mr. Crockett has done that. Now he's summarizing it and paraphrasing it for a DR for which Mr. Crockett is not responsible.
I asked a question to which the commission said that the witness could provide an answer or state that he doesn't have an answer. Counsel interrupted before Mr. Crockett was able to answer.
You're laying foundation by asking him to agree.
If I could ask
that
my next
what it
question.
says- I think that we can agree what it says, all of us, and then just ask your question.
Fair enough. Could compensation be provided by officer individually as the PSC requested?
I didn't prepare this response. It was prepared through Mr. Plopowski's organization. We provided whatever response we believed was appropriate. I can't comment any more on that. I'm not familiar with the DR.
As president of LG&E and KU Energy and chief development officer of PPL Services Corp., are you aware whether the information requested, regular salary or wages, overtime pay, excess vacation payout, standby dispatch pay, bonus and incentive pay, any other forms of incentives, including stock options or forms of deferred compensation, specifically A through F, whether those could be provided by officer? Are you aware whether that information is available to the companies of which you are president and chief development officer?
I suspect that it is available at some level to some people.
Could it be provided to the commission as requested by officer?
I'm sure it could be if we had it in the format that you've requested.
You're an officer of both LG&E and KU Energy and PPL Services, right?
I am.
Could you provide that information for the president of LG&E and KU Energy and the senior vice president and chief development officer for PPL?
Is it available for me?
Yes.
Are you asking for his compensation?
Yes.
It's of record in this case.
His individual compensation as an individual officer. Because I'm only able to see aggregated total for officers for LG&E and KU Services Corp. And I'm trying to pull out a number of different corporate entities here, the individual salaries for a number of different people who report to at least 6 different corporate entities
And
by my
I
count.
will
Mr.
agree.
Gary, Mr. Gary doesn't know the record of this case. It's in the record of this case. I'm not going to tell him where it is. That's not my
I'm
job.
not sure that it is. I'm not sure that it's
Of
individual.
course it is.
Compensation, okay.
Of course it is.
Ask a post-hearing DR for that specific information, and we will make sure that it is in the record if it is not.
Okay.
But I do think that maybe it's available publicly for other organizations and not necessarily for PPL. I do understand what you're asking, that it isn't easy to find. And if it's in this record, maybe you could, at a break, refer him to specifically where it is, because I'm not sure that I've seen it either. But, Mr. Ingram, if you can tell him exactly on a break, or find it on a break and let him know after exactly where it's at, that might be helpful.
I'll take your suggestion. I'll consider whether I want to help Mr. Gary do his job.
And in general, these things take a long time, and we need to not be quite so aggravated with each other. But we're all going to keep a civil tone.
Thank you, Your Honor.
However, if it's in the record, I will let him tell you that you stand corrected if it's in the record.
Absolutely.
All right. And we can move on from this line of questioning.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. That moves us on to Walmart.
No questions, Your Honor.
KBCA.
Good questions, Your Honor.
Kroger,
Good questions, Your Honor.
Louisville, and Lexington.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, staff.
Okay, we just have a few questions for you, Mr. Crockett. So, Mr. Gary showed the constructive regulatory mechanisms reduce lag, that slide on the PowerPoint he handed out,
Do you want me to pull that back up?
if you don't mind. It's kind of just a general question related to that, so I don't know if you need to look at it, but if it is helpful, it's probably worth pulling it up.
I have it here.
Is there any incentive compensation tied to the utility's approval of the cost recovery mechanisms?
No, there is not.
And is the reduction of regulatory lag an aspect of financial incentive compensation?
No, not in any particular way. I mean, there are many aspects of the success of our business that ultimately are a piece of compensation, but not in any specific way, I think, the way you're asking it.
And then my last question for you, sorry, let me pull. So in your direct testimony, you stated that the companies are not asking for any change in rates in these cases for the projects proposed in the pending CPCN case. The issue of rate recovery for those projects will be the subject of future rate cases. And can you confirm that because of the stipulation, that's no longer a correct statement?
It's partially modified now because of the stipulation.
And it's partially modified due to the adjustment clause GCR, that includes the Brown 12, is that correct?
Among others, yes.
Okay. I have no further questions, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Wood?
I don't have any questions.
Commissioner Regan?
Good morning.
Morning.
I just have one question. If you can talk at a high level, the process from filing the application to deciding that you wanted to enter into a stipulation discussion. And I know you can't share, confidential, but just kind of the process. And was there a specific factor that had you decide to move into stipulation discussions, or was it a combination of things? Just kind of what the process is for that?
Sure, it's a good question. So generally, the process is we make decisions around the filing itself, those things which we are going to seek as part of the filing. There is a series of exchange of information and testimony and rebuttal testimony. Ultimately, as we near a hearing, it's common for the parties to the case to engage in a settlement conference. It has been our experience as a company over the years, certainly those that I've been here, 8 years now, that we have been able to have productive settlement conversations. I believe we've had productive settlement conversations in this case. We're appreciative of all of the interveners' participation in that. This is a particularly complicated set of requests and issues as part of this rate case. The fact that we've been out for 4.5 years has been a challenge, but we have worked hard to be as efficient as we can to stay out. We think that's been in customers' best interests. When we convened for the settlement conference, unfamiliar, can't remember the date right now, we had a couple of very productive days of discussions, and there were follow-up discussions over the next few days thereafter to see what sort of terms we could arrive at that as many entities as possible could agree to. That ultimately resulted in the stipulation, which was filed before this commission along with testimony. And then we find ourselves here today, this week, to present that stipulation and to receive your questions surrounding that. In the meantime, your order came out last week, which had some features to it that allowed us to make some modifications with regard to what we're here to talk about today, specifically regarding the Mill Creek 2 mechanism. So that's how it came about. And it would be nice to have everybody in agreement on it, but the process has been quite productive and not uncommon in my experience on how these things go.
And just one last question. Of the forecasted load, are the data centers less than 50%?
No.
Okay.
No, the data centers would be of the increased gigawatts of prospective load with which we're having conversations. The data centers would be more than that.
More than 50.
All of those obviously won't arrive, but it's about more than just data centers. It's about other more traditional economic development as well. We've had a lot of kind of excellent examples of that to the benefit of the Commonwealth over the last 6 months, with a big announcement at Toyota and a big one at GE onshoring a washer-dryer line, and Ford's big announcement. So we're enthusiastic that in our territories and elsewhere, economic development still thrives in the state.
Great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Crockett, every time we go out for our public comment hearings in cases like this, we have comments from the public and questions from the public about what cost-cutting measures or energy efficiency measures were considered and implemented before requests for rate increases. And you talk about that some in your testimony. So I'm giving you an opportunity. Not everybody reads everything that's put in a record of this size. I'm giving you an opportunity now, if you would like, to talk about some of those cost-cutting and energy efficiency measures that you feel like your company put into place before requesting this rate increase.
Sure, thank you for your question, Chair. We are currently in the middle of an implementation of the largest set of DSM programs in the company's history, approved by this commission. We have been out of rate cases for 4.5 years, a little more than that now. At the time that we agreed to stay out in 2021, we indicated to the commission that it would be difficult for us to do that, and that we would need to be as efficient as we could in all sorts of areas of the business. There's not a single area of the business that our efficiency measures haven't touched, whether that's generation, transmission, distribution, gas, or otherwise. We also recognize that a stay out has been beneficial to customers from an affordability perspective. There's a lot of talk about affordability, and we are keenly aware of those issues and interested in it. It's a part of how we operate. It's a part of our obligation to deliver safe, reliable, and affordable rates. we know obviously why that's important to all of us as customers in Kentucky. It's also important to continued economic development for the state. It's a feature of our attractiveness to continued economic development. And so, and yet we've been making investments along the way during the 4.5 years or so we've been out. Cumulatively, inflation has been about 20%. And our ask coming into this case, prior to the stipulation and all, was in the neighborhood of 11% of that to recover that inflation that we have incurred along the way as we've been out of rate cases. We have, with this stipulation, our rates will remain 24-ish% below the national average, and we have worked hard to try to do that. Because of the investments we're making, staying out again until August of, or no new rates until August of 28 will also be difficult. But we believe with the mechanisms that are proposed, we will be able to achieve that. So it's been sort of an across the company approach. I would also say that it's an enterprise-wide approach at the PPL level. We don't have different issues in Rhode Island and Pennsylvania than we have here in Kentucky. Affordability is a significant issue for all utility customers around the country. And so it's been important that all of us at PPL operate as efficiently as we can to try to drive as much cost out of the business as we possibly can. And we've done that.
And what about specific energy efficiency promotions? Do you want to talk about some of those?
I would probably rather defer to Shannon Montgomery on those, who can give you more specifics around those.
All right. And then the perception across the state or in the part of the state that KU and LG&E operate, which is a lot of the state from west to east, is that data centers are driving this request, or the potential for data centers. In your testimony, you talk about the key reasons for requesting rate increases and point to 3 major cost drivers, as I read it: transmission system hardening, distribution system resiliency upgrades, and replacement and cybersecurity improvements to IT systems. Where do data centers fall in there as far as the key drivers for this request?
They really aren't the key drivers for this request. Data centers were an important feature in that prospective load to our CPCN filing, but really it's the investments that we've made over the last 4.5 years that are driving this request, those that you mentioned, whether it's on the transmission distribution side that Mr. Waldron and Ms. McFarland can talk about, our AMI implementation, and a host of technology issues surrounding that, and then our gas reliability. So those are the real drivers for this rate case. Commissioner Wood asked some good questions about data centers. I mean, it's hard to say that data centers aren't sort of looming over this whole process. I think that's fair to say. You asked some good questions of Mr. Beller about data centers and concerns that you hear, whether it's at the public meetings or elsewhere. I would amplify some of the attributes of data centers. I mean, our legislature has determined that in 2 separate sessions that attracting data center load to the Commonwealth is a good thing, has passed legislation that relate to sales and use tax, but data centers do bring meaningful property taxes. I mean, hundreds of millions of dollars if you even just consider, for example, the announced Campground Road project in Louisville at 525 megawatts. Over 10 years, that will generate around $500 million in property taxes for Jefferson County, and the same would be true wherever they might land elsewhere. So we think that the EHLF tariff does do what it needs to do in terms of keeping the balance fair, and data center isn't the only load. There are features of other industrial load that are just like data centers. It's just a matter of the size of the,
And if data centers don't materialize in your territory, you'll spend prudently with that in mind.
we absolutely will. We have said that from the beginning of this case, that if we begin to determine that that load is not going to materialize, we are not going to make investments that are not prudent in that regard. That's our approach, and we've also heard the commission loudly and clearly in its order of last week and elsewhere.
Redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. In that case, any reason why Mr. Crockett couldn't be excused? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And we're at a good point to break for lunch. So I'll see you guys back in an hour.
now.
Thank you. We are back on the record, case number 2025-000-113 and case number 2025-000-114, KU and LG&E, and claimants.
Our next witness is Julissa Burgos. But may I have one housekeeping thing before that? There was a question yesterday about the stipulation and over whether it included a provision for all of the relief requested in the application. It did not, as originally filed. That's my mistake, that it did not. In finalizing the stipulation itself, the stipulating parties have graciously agreed to fix that mistake by way of an amendment. That amendment has been prepared and has been fully executed. We will e-file it with the commission as soon as we can.
Thank you. Ms. Burgos, would you raise your right hand?
One more house, I apologize so
Sorry.
much, one more house matter, Your Honor. There was a discussion at the break with regard to some of the witnesses. I'll speak only on behalf of Jason Hoyle, our witness, and the company's indicated that they do not have cross-examination questions. I'm not aware of anyone else who has cross. I believe staff said that if they had any questions, that they could submit them through post-hearing data request.
And I don't think we have any questions.
Okay, and obviously, if the commission has any questions, our witness is happy to stay. But in the absence of that, we would ask that Mr. Hoyle, if it can be handled through post-hearing data request, that he go ahead and be excused from the hearing.
And does the applicant have any objection to that?
No objection to Mr. Spinard's motion.
Okay. So Mr. Hoyle will also be excused then if staff can do theirs by post-hearing data request? Yeah.
I just ask also, the same goes to Jamie Fine, the other witness who is not excused for joint interveners. Mr. Colton was excused this morning, but we had the same discussion with Mr. Spinard and counsel for the companies regarding his testimony.
Mr. Fine?
Mr. James Fine.
Okay. Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
We had more questions for Mr. Fine. Let me
That's fine.
see.
If you need time to look, we can revisit later too.
Yeah, if that's okay, if I could just look at
Yeah.
my questions, see if we could handle that by.
Not a
post-hearing.
problem.
Thank you.
Okay. Then we'll
Thank
go
you.
on with Ms. Burgos. Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury? Please have a seat. Tell us your full name and your business address.
My name is Julissa Burgos, and my business address is 645 Hamilton Street in Allentown, Pennsylvania, 18101.
Counsel.
Good afternoon, Ms. Burgos. Could you please provide your job title?
I am the Assistant Treasurer at PPL Services Corporation.
And did you file direct testimony in this proceeding?
I did.
And were you also the sponsoring witness for certain data responses that companies have filed in this case?
Yes, I was.
Do you have any corrections to your direct testimony or the responses for which you were the responsible witness?
I do not.
The witness is available for questions anyone may have.
Okay. Mr. Cook
No questions?
and Mr. Kurtz.
No questions, Your Honor.
Sierra Club.
No questions, Your Honor.
KYSEIA,
No questions, Your Honor.
joint interveners.
No questions, Your Honor.
Walmart.
No questions, Your Honor.
KBCA.
No questions, Your Honor.
Kroger.
No questions?
Louisville and Lexington.
No questions.
Staff.
Just a few, Your Honor. Ms. Burgos, my name's John West. I'm staff attorney with the Kentucky Public Service Commission. If you can't hear me and need me to repeat the question, don't hesitate to ask. I just wanted to ask you a couple of questions about your testimony. On page 2, you stated that KU and LGE target a capital structure that optimizes a mix of debt and equity, and that's around 47%?
That's correct. Of debt.
Yes.
Yes.
Percentage of debt. So who determines that target? Is that LG&E and KU or PPL?
I think it's a combination of both as we think about the optimal structure to finance the company and the needs of the company. So it is a collaborative between the management at LG&E and KU and PPL, obviously.
Who makes the ultimate decision, though?
Well, look, we use different ways to evaluate that, whether it's metrics that are required to maintain a certain credit metric and so on. So, but it typically is managed by the Treasury Department or with the Finance Department, obviously with the approval of the Commission.
So ultimately, if there was a conflict between the two, PPL would make that decision?
Yes.
And I believe Mr. Garrett may have testified to this, but are the Treasury functions centralized at PPL?
Yes, as of a couple of years ago, we did centralize the Treasury functions, including the raising of capital for LG&E and KU as well. So we raised capital for all of the PPL entities, including the publicly traded entity, as well as all the operating companies, including LG&E and KU.
At page 2, you also testified that investment grade credit ratings provide the companies with the ability to access capital. I guess that's what you're talking about. With more favorable borrowing rates as KU and LGE continue to make investments to strengthen their grid reliability and resilience without compromising affordability. Would KU and LGE still achieve the strong investment grade credit ratings if they were evaluated on a standalone basis without PPL support?
Well, yes, obviously depending on who is evaluating, obviously. I will say the rating agencies, they each have their different approach. S&P, for example, puts a lot more focus on the parent holding company and does more of a top-down assessment. Moody's, on the other hand, is much more bottoms-up. So they are much more focused on the ability of LG&E and KU to maintain their own credit metrics and their own financial strength.
And I also want to ask you about a question. Page 7, line 5, and I want to read a quote. You said, as such, KU and LGE benefit from PPL's very low-risk business profile, which reflects low-risk, rate-regulated electric and gas operations. The company's current business risk profile is excellent, which reflects their regulated operations as well as Kentucky's general constructive regulatory framework. So are you essentially saying that as a result of KU and LGE's association with PPL, KU and LGE are a lower risk than they would be standing alone?
So that specific section in my testimony is actually alluding to S&P's methodology, which I just mentioned, which is much more of a top-down, based on their group methodology. So yes, based on the S&P assessment, LG&E and KU do benefit from PPL's overall credit quality.
Would you agree that that size does have a bearing on risk unless you are associated with a larger parent company?
As I believe Mr. DeAscendant says, when you look at valuations and looking at the risk profile of companies, the size does matter.
That's all I have.
Yeah, it's funny, Mr. West and I picked up on the same page, same paragraph, but I was going to focus on something different. I noticed you said, as well as Kentucky's generally constructive regulatory framework. Are there any suggestions you have for Kentucky's regulatory framework, or was there anything that came to your mind when you said generally constructive?
So that's actually quoting the rating agencies, so that each rating agency assesses jurisdictions individually. So given the backdrop for Kentucky and how it's evaluating LG&E and KU specifically, because I will say it is company-specific, not necessarily abroad across all of utilities, but they feel it is generally constructive. And again, it really goes around the predictability and the supportive nature of Kentucky's commission.
And so I understand that you didn't write those words, but is there anything in particular that, just from reading that material, that you were picking up on besides predictability? Is there any any bones to pick that the ratings agency have with Kentucky's regulatory framework?
Yeah, look, I think it's really on just a fair assessment of the risk of LG&E and KU and making sure that, we obviously have, timely recovery and appropriate recovery of the investments that we make into our asset base. So I believe from my perspective, that's really kind of what S&P is holding on to.
Thank you for going there. That's all I have.
Commissioner? And I don't have questions either. Any redirect? No. Oh, sorry, Ms. Brown.
No, you're on.
Any reason this witness can't be excused? Thank you, ma'am, for your excuse. Thank you. What's it? Why is it?
The company's next witness is Ms. Metz, and Ms. Wimberly will be presenting her.
Good afternoon, Ms. Metz. Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury? I do. Please have a seat. Tell us your full name and business address.
Yes, my name is Heather D. Metz, and my address is 2701 East Point Parkway, Louisville, Kentucky, 40223.
Ms. Wimberly?
Good afternoon, Ms. Metz.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your employer and your job title for the record?
My employer is LG&E and KU Services, and my title is Director of Financial Planning and Budgeting.
Did you cause to be filed in the record of these proceedings direct testimony and rebuttal testimony?
I did.
Did you also sponsor responses to certain data requests that were filed in these proceedings?
I did.
Do you have any corrections to that testimony or those responses?
I do not.
The witness is available for questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Attorney General's Office?
No questions, Chair.
KIUC?
No questions.
Sierra Club?
No questions, Your Honor.
KYSEIA?
No questions, Your Honor.
Joint Intervenors?
No questions, Your Honor.
KBCA?
No questions, Your Honor.
Kroger?
No questions, Your Honor.
The cities?
No questions, Your Honor.
Staff?
Thank you, Your Honor. Just a couple.
Yes.
Ms. Metz, in your rebuttal testimony on pages 1 and 2, and I don't know, I'll give you a minute, just let me know when you all are there.
Yes.
Okay. I believe you discussed the ratios related to employee expenses. Can you explain what ratios you were referring to specifically in that statement?
In the statement that, in which statement exactly?
Well, you talk about the ratios related to employee expenses, and I think that
We were talking about O&M expenses as a percentage, O&M, labor, O&M as a percentage of total labor.
Okay, and can you explain what about the ratios changed? Was it the actual ratio percentage, or was it?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I mean, when I was discussing these ratios, I was talking about, there are reasons why those ratios may change over time. We're doing forecasted information, and we're basing it on changes. The great example, the inline inspection that Mr. Garrett talked about, moving it to, he explained that because of the regulations, the first run of the inspections are capital and then subsequent runs are O&M. In the historical information, the labor associated with that was in capital, but moving forward, we know those regulations were going to change, so the dollars went to O&M. So my point was just like trying to compare those two periods where we were doing different things or having to account for the labor differently, that you just have to make adjustments for those things if you're trying to compare the ratios.
Sorry, I'm trying to write and talk at the same time. Okay. I think in your rebuttal testimony, as well as some of the responses that you sponsored specifically in response to Attorney General's second request, item 14, you provided some explanations for variances in expenses.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And specifically, I wanted to ask you about the reagent costs that are mentioned, and there was an increase, and I think LKS actually purchases the reagents. Can you explain a little bit about how that expense in particular works and why there has been an increase?
Yes. So for reagents, like such as ammonia, we use a limestone, Nalco. Those are some of the reagents that we have to purchase that are not included in the FAC. They're in base rates. Some of those we have contracts for. So when we're budgeting those items, then we're looking at the contracts and making sure that we're putting the amount in the budget based on the contract, because we know that that is what we're going to pay. And then we know how much of that commodity we're going to use per a megawatt hour or, generating unit. So we're doing that calculation. And then if the contract is running out, then we could use just in general inflationary measure if we don't have a better metric or a contract associated with it. Some items have like an index on the market that we can look to try to get an indication of what future prices would be. So we tried to use exact information to the extent that we can, and then just go to in general inflationary measures if we don't have something that is more closely tied to the price of the commodity.
So I guess more generally, when you say that some of the items you all have contracts for, so LKS has the contract, and then is their purchase then divvied up like between LG&E and KU? And then the allocation ratio is applied that would be appropriate there?
For that, I would think they would use a direct application.
Okay.
If I ordered 20 and I sent 10 to each utility, then I'd send the bill for half to each one. I think that is a direct allocation that they would make.
So is it cheaper for LKS to make those purchases, or do you know?
Well, I'm not in the supply chain group, but my inclination would be that it would be, just because you would be able to order bulk.
Okay. And then I have one more question, and it relates to a response, the staff's second request, item 71, the attachment that was tendered in that response. I think it's a list of capital projects. And I know the one that I was looking at was in 114. I assume 113 is very similar, but
He's pulling it up.
oh, that's okay. And it's okay, like, for this one, we can ask it in a post-hearing, because it's about specific capital projects in the attachment. So I'm fine asking in a post-hearing data request.
Okay.
We'll get to it. Just tell
He
you.
said
Oh, it's okay,
Okay.
I promise. And that was my last question, Chair.
Okay, Commissioner Wood.
He did find it.
Well, okay.
Back to staff.
I was gonna ask about a couple of the capital projects that are titled, using words, storm damage, transmission line, and then there's a major storm, line item listed there. One of them has a $428,000 estimated expense, and the other one, the cap for the major storm damage is $4.7 million. Would you be able to elaborate on what those two items might be?
Yeah, so for storms, we use a 5-year average. We do remove regulatory assets for purposes of the calculations. But we use that 5-year average to budget the O&M and capital that we might have related to storm activity.
So those items were still listed in the capital projects, even though you've requested different treatment for storm damages going forward?
We would still have, the request for the storm damages moving forward would be on the O&M side. We would still have capital work that would be attached to storms. When we have storm activity, for instance, when there's a tornado and it pulls up all of the infrastructure, then that work is capital work, not, so you can have all kinds of storm activity, right? And so it depends on how damaging the storm is, whether the work is capital or if it's just O&M from the perspective of we need to cut trees, get limbs off of, that's more O&M work. So we do anticipate capital work on storms, which wouldn't be part of the deferral for that we've requested.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner Wood, you already said no?
No questions.
Commissioner Lee, and I don't have questions either. Any reason this witness can't be excused? Thanks, ma'am.
Thank you.
And applicant, our next witness.
Next witness is Mr. Drew McCombs. And Ms. Wimberly will be presenting him.
Would you raise your right hand and be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat and tell us your full name and business address.
My name is Drew T. McCombs, business address 2701 East Point Parkway, Louisville, Kentucky 40223.
Good afternoon, Mr. McCombs.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your employer and your job title for the record?
Yes, my title is I'm the Director of Regulatory Accounting for PPL Services Corporation.
Did you cause to be filed into the record of these proceedings direct testimony?
Yes.
Did you also sponsor responses to certain data requests in these proceedings?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or corrections to that testimony or those responses?
I do not.
Witnesses available for cross-hearing.
Attorney General.
No questions, Chair.
KIUC.
No questions, Your Honor.
Sierra Club.
No questions, Your Honor.
KYSCI.
No questions, Your Honor.
Joint Intervenor.
No questions, Your Honor.
Walmart.
No questions,
KBCA.
No questions, Your Honor.
Kroger.
No questions, Your Honor.
Louisville and Lexington.
No questions, Your Honor.
Staff.
I just have a few questions for you. I'll try to ask this. I don't know if it necessarily needs to be pulled up, but I can kind of point you to more specifics if it does. So for the FERC O&M expense accounts, it's listed for both, there's a separate category for major and minor storms. Could you explain how an expense gets categorized as a major storm versus a minor storm?
I don't know if that's more of an operational type categorization, so that might be better for Mr. Waldrop.
Okay, Mr. Waldrop. And then I'm looking at KU's response to the joint supplemental data requests of the Attorney General and KIUC, item 39. Okay, I was wondering if you could explain the decrease for maintenance of overhead lines and operation supervision engineering between the base period and the test period?
I can't really, as on the accounting side, I can't speak to what's being forecasted really in the test period, but I think we could provide that in a post-hearing data response.
Okay, so provide as opposed to. And could you just generally kind of speak about the benefits of including storm damage expense in the revenue requirement versus deferred accounting?
The benefits of either category?
Yes.
I mean, it's either way is the effort is to get, recovery of our costs as they are incurred. I mean, I think the deferral potentially provides opportunity to do that based on what occurs. There's also significant benefits that we've seen in the last couple of years for when these major storms occur, coming into the commission to ask for regulatory asset treatment, I think would help administratively solve some of those issues and constraints that we've had.
What are the downsides to each method?
The downsides, downsides from a customer perspective in base rates, if our storm spending is lower than what is in base rates. Company downside would be as if our spending is over what is in base rates.
And I have no further questions, thank you.
Mr. Wood?
No questions.
Mr. Reagan?
No.
I don't have questions either. Any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
Any reason this witness can't be excused? Thank you, sir. You're
Thank you.
excused. All right. Next witness.
The company's next witness, Your Honor, is Mr. Tim Lyons. And Mr. Crosby will be presenting him.
You do, Mr. Lyons.
Good afternoon.
Would you raise your right hand to be sworn, please? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat. Tell us your full name and business address.
It's Timothy Lyons, Lyons. It's 1 Speen Street, Framingham, Massachusetts, 01701.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Lyons.
Good afternoon.
By whom are you employed, sir?
Scott Madden,
And what is your job title, please?
pardon.
And did you cause direct and rebuttal testimony to be filed in these proceedings?
Yes, I did.
Did you also sponsor certain responses to data requests in these proceedings?
Yes, I did.
And do you adopt and affirm your pre-filed testimony and responses to data requests as your testimony here today?
Yes, I do.
The witness is available for cross, Your Honor.
Attorney General's office.
No questions.
KIEC.
No questions, Your Honor.
Sierra Club.
No questions, Your Honor.
KYSEI.
Yes, Your Honor, we have a few. Good afternoon, Ms. Lyons.
Good afternoon.
Welcome back to Kentucky.
Thank you.
And if you don't hear me, just let me know, okay?
Yes.
All right. So, in the applications for both dockets, your testimony was included in the applications, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and looking at the list of exhibits, you separately have cost of service information presented for KU and LG&E. You literally have, for several of these exhibits, company-specific presentations of evidence. Is that correct?
That's correct. There's 3 sets. There's one for 3 exhibits for KU, 3 exhibits for LG&E Electric, and then 3 for LG&E Gas related to the cost of service and the rate design.
Okay. When I ask you these, the reason, please state the reason why you had to have that many exhibits.
It was a different revenue requirement associated with each of the companies, so at a minimum, there was the 3 separate exhibits. And then the first exhibit was really a summary of the cost of service results that looked at a comparison of each class relative to the system to see, as a summary exhibit, what that was. It only consisted of a few pages. The next was a presentation of the cost of service study itself, which goes through the functionalization, classification, and allocation. That's 300 and something pages. And then lastly, there was the setting up the class revenue targets, and so that was a handful of pages as well. So there were 3 separate things that were going on, and the first was to try and streamline and summarize the cost of service results.
Is it fair to say that the data from each of those separate operations had to be considered uniquely? You could not do one cost of service study for the entire company, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct, because the underlying data for each of the 3 studies, and by that I mean the KU, LG&E, Electric, and Gas, the underlying data was different.
Okay.
Billing determinants were different, revenue requirements.
Okay, thank you. But once you get above the level of the data, at least on the electric side, once you get above the level of data, then some of the principles would be equally applicable to each company. Is that correct?
Yeah, I would say the general methodology across the two electrics was almost identical. There was a
Okay.
minor variation, and then with gas, it's a little bit different because the gas system has different cost characteristics and billing determinants, but the general principles would be the same.
Okay. And with that in mind, if I ask you a question and there is any difference between the two companies, we've already acknowledged that there's a difference in the data, but if there's a material difference in how those principles flow out to the companies through these cost of service studies, you can please explain that, okay?
Understood.
Okay, thank you. So with regard to a request for information from CASIA to Kentucky Utilities Company, and this was the Kentucky Solar Industries Association's second supplemental request for information dated September 12th, 2025. Among other items supplied in response to that request was a question number 5, and we're asking if the companies can make that that response available to the witness.
Yes, I see it.
You got, okay.
Yes.
Thank you. On this response, responding witness, it's Timothy S. Lyons / Charles R. Schramm. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And I would just like to parse out responsibility at this stage. When I look at the answer to 5A, and it begins on the bottom of the page 1 of 2 and continues on the top, can you partition out that which you're responsible for and that which Mr. Schramm's responsible for, or that you're both responsible for? I'm just trying to get a sense of which portion of this response, if not all the response, what portion are you responsible for, if that makes sense?
Understood. So the portion of this response that would directly relate to me is the class cost of service study. That's what I prepared. We just went over the exhibits related to that. I haven't reviewed it, but I assume Mr. Schramm prepared an avoided cost study. So that would be the difference.
Yes, sir. So if I'm looking at 5A, the sentence beginning, the class cost of service study classifies generation maintenance expenses as energy because the costs generally vary. That sentence in its entirety is your responsibility. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So the companies classify generation maintenance expense as energy for cost of service study purposes. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. If you know, because you've indicated that Mr. Schramm is if not anything else, the better witness, if you know would generation from qualifying facilities reduce generation production by the company's own generators? All other things equal. And if you don't know, or if this is outside the scope of your answer, just say so, and we'll talk about this with Mr. Schramm.
Yeah, I think when it comes to the avoided cost study, which it sounds like this is getting into that, I guess I defer to Mr. Schramm then.
Absolutely, appropriately so. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lyons. No further questions.
Joint interveners.
No questions, Your Honor.
Walmart. KBCA.
Yes, Your Honor, a few questions. And Your Honor, we're going to be talking about some spreadsheets and comparing them. So we've prepared a short demonstrative that just has clips from those spreadsheets for ease of reference. Would it be okay if we pass that out now?
Yes.
Thank you.
Ma'am, we had Mr. Osterloh and I believe Ms. Price. Do we have an entry of appearance for you?
Yes, I have in this case. My name is Hannah Wigger from Shepherd Mullen, and I'm joined by Paul Werner, also from Shepherd Mullen, or KBCA.
You got that? Thank you.
The screen sharing thing, too.
This is more demonstrative than meant to be an exhibit.
This is just a demonstrative. All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Lyons.
Good afternoon.
My name is Hannah Wigger. I'm an attorney for KBCA. And I want to completely switch gears with you and talk about a new topic, pull attachments.
Okay,
So you work for a company called Scott Madden, right?
correct,
And your background generally is in the energy industry, right?
correct,
Not so much the communications industry, correct?
correct.
And in fact, you submitted testimony in this case regarding various electric rates and gas rates, correct?
Yes,
But you did not submit testimony related to pole attachment rates, true?
correct.
In fact, you've never provided a pole attachment calculation in another jurisdiction before, have you?
That's correct,
So obviously then no one has accepted a calculation you've done since you haven't, correct?
correct.
And you're not an expert on pole attachment rates, right?
I'm an expert on cost of service and studies that go into that.
That's fine, but I'm asking just about pole attachment rates. You wouldn't say you're an expert on pole attachment rates, right?
Again, I guess it would just depend. The study that was prepared was a cost of service study based on, a framework around what it would cost to serve these poles. So from that standpoint, have I done this type of analysis before? No. Have I done similar types of analysis looking at the cost of something, incremental customer, whatever? Yes, I've done similar types of studies, although different than this.
So when you approached this rate, you approached it with your background in energy, right? Doing electric rates?
Yes, I would say utility rates, so it includes electric, gas, water, sewer, et cetera.
Okay, so here you did the pole attachment calculation for LG&E and KU, right?
Yes, I worked on this spreadsheet. So the spreadsheet has been prepared by KU, LG&E for the last several rate cases. They supplied me with the spreadsheet analysis. They supplied some of the data. We aligned it with the cost of service and then prepared the calculations based on that.
Okay, we're going to talk about that spreadsheet in a second. Let me ask you this first. Do you know what Order 251 is?
No, I think that's probably a matter for Mr. Horning.
Okay, so you did not personally review Order 251 before you helped with the pole attachment calculations, right?
Correct.
And so you're not applying Order 251 to anything you did related to pole attachments, right?
No, as I mentioned, the spreadsheet, the calculations, the methodology, that was supplied to us, and we ended up preparing the numbers and the analysis based on that methodology.
Okay. Would you agree that pole attachment rates in Kentucky should be based on readily available public information?
Again, I'll defer to Mr. Horning on that question.
Okay, so you have no opinion about whether pole rates should be based on publicly available information?
No, I think it's just a topic that he'd be better suited to respond to.
Okay, do you have any response, or would you prefer we just speak to him about that?
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
I do believe he has referred you to the other ones
Okay.
to us.
All right, so here LG&E and KU gave you the financial and utility plant information necessary for calculating charges, right?
along with the spreadsheet that does the calculation.
Okay, let's go ahead and take a look at that spreadsheet. Can you put that up for the witness, or shall I screen share? So this is Exhibit MEH1 PSA rate support.
It's part of the response to PSC 154.
Here, I'm happy to screen share as well. All right, do you see up on your screen this exhibit, MEH1?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so when you say when you refer to the document that you helped the companies create, this is it, right?
Yes, it's that spreadsheet.
Okay, and those portions highlighted in blue, it says updated by Scott Madden. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, that's you, right?
It's a combination of us and the company. Some of the information we receive from the company.
What do you mean it's a combination of you and the company?
Well, for example, forecasted 364, which is on line 25, I believe. So Q25, 436.4 million. That is a number that is in the cost of service. So that's a number that we would have been able to obtain independent of the company. And when it comes to forecasted labor, for example, and forecasted maintenance, those would have been, that would have been data provided by the companies.
Okay, sticking just with that, the forecasted account 364, you said that that's a number that you could obtain from the company. Did I hear that right?
That's a number that we had in the cost of service study.
Okay, that's not based on actual cost, that's a forecasted cost, right?
That's based on the test year 2026, so January 1st through January 31st.
So it's a
December.
forecasted cost, not an actual cost, right?
It's pro forma. It's based on, yeah.
I'm not
Pro
sure.
forma 26.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure I understand your answer. That's not based on an actual historical cost of the company. That number is a projected cost, right?
It's not based on historical, it's based on a pro forma 2026.
That account 364, the forecast account 364, that says it includes RWIP. Do you see that?
Yes.
What is RWIP?
CWIP is construction work in progress.
Not that one.
I'm pausing a little
What's
bit
RWIP?
on RWIP. I'm drawing a blank on RWIP.
Okay, is it some sort of return? If you know, if you don't know, that's fine, but do you know if it's some sort of return?
I'm going to draw a blank on that. Yeah.
All right. For this forecasted number for account 364, if I wanted to figure out how you came to that number, there's nothing I can look at to determine how you got there, is there?
Well, the source of that number would be the company's revenue requirement study, that pro forma 2026. That number would be in there. So I believe Ms. Fackler would be the one that would have prepared a number, the person that did the revenue requirements.
Okay, but there's no way to tell how the company got there, correct?
To that number, I don't know the answer to that. I just know that that's what that pro forma 26 number is.
Okay, so you don't know how the company got to any of these forecasted numbers, right?
No, I don't know the source data nor the source methodology to arrive at the 436.
You just plug them into this spreadsheet. Is that what you did?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware of any testimony that explains how the company got any of these forecasted numbers?
Again, I believe the revenue requirement witness would be Ms. Fackler, and I don't know. I haven't reviewed the testimony, but it would be supported in that testimony.
Okay, that's fine. I'm just asking, do you know how the company got to any of the numbers in the spreadsheet you helped create?
Well, if we break it down, if you look at the quantity in the gross plant as of January 2025, there's actually a sheet to the right that has a breakdown of that quantity and then the gross plant. So I don't know if, I don't have control over this mouse, but if you look at, if you just hover over that cell of the 88,815,
Funny enough,
Should-
we're actually going to get to that in a little bit.
okay.
Let me
it
just, let me
should-
focus you more
Your Honor,
specifically.
if the witness can finish his answer, please.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, if you were to hover on that cell, you can see what the source is. You can see that it's coming from that sheet, KUE 364, and in that sheet we'll have the details in terms of the poles as well as the gross plant.
Okay, let me focus you back on the forecasted account 364. And my understanding is that you can't tell us how the company arrived at that number, right?
I did not author that, and yes, I didn't prepare that number.
Okay, do you remember KBCA asking the companies a data request to provide the mathematical or numerical derivation for their forecasted amounts?
Could you point me to the data request?
Yes. Okay, so these are data requests, these are responses of Kentucky Utilities to the KBCA data requests. I'm looking at specifically request 2.2. Oh, sorry, 2.1. Where we reference this spreadsheet we were looking at, and we say provide the mathematical or numerical derivation for each forecasted amount in that spreadsheet. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And you were one of the sponsoring witnesses responding to this data request?
Yes, I was.
Okay, so looking just at account 364, your response was from asset accounting, financial planning, and budgeting, right?
Yes.
Okay, that doesn't tell us how we actually arrived at the 436 or whatever it was $1 million for the forecasted account 364, right?
Correct.
In other words, it doesn't allow any way for me or the commission to decide whether that number is just and reasonable, right?
Well, again, this is a number that's part of the company's revenue requirement. So it would have, the source of this would have been, as it says in the response, asset accounting, financial planning, and budgeting. But it is part of the company's pro forma 2026 and part of that revenue requirement.
But there's no way for us to evaluate whether the $436 million is actually just and reasonable, right?
Again, it would be in the company's work papers related to the pro forma for 2026 for the account 364 costs.
There's no way for us to evaluate whether that number is cost-based, right?
Again, the support for that number would be in the company's revenue requirement study.
Okay, well, fair to say you didn't point us to wherever the source data is, correct?
Well, it does point to the asset accounting, financial planning, and budgeting, which then prepared the revenue requirement. But what it doesn't do is identify a schedule, if that's your question. There's no schedule that's being identified where that number is.
So is it your testimony that somewhere in the asset accounting, financial planning, and budgeting, there's a breakdown that tells me how the company got to a forecasted $436 million for account 364?
Well, there's somewhere in the schedules that produces that number. To what extent there's support underneath, I don't know. I haven't reviewed that, but you could at least start there in terms of where that information is.
Okay, so I'd have to go hunt for it.
Sorry, was there a question there, Your Honor?
Yes, the question was, so I would have to go hunt for it if I wanted to know if there was even a basis. It's
In
not
that case,
readily
asked and
available.
answered.
I don't believe it was, but I'm happy to move on, Your Honor. So I'm going to the demonstrative that we handed out. Slide 1 was that same, the same sheet we were just looking at. There we go. Okay, so this is the same MEH1 sheet, and we just talked about forecasted account 364. You forecasted a bunch of other expenses in this spreadsheet too, right?
No, again, I didn't prepare the forecast. We took the data that the company provided and inserted it into the spreadsheet.
Okay, so when it says updated by Scott Madden, you just took a number and plugged it in?
Yes, we worked with the company on what the appropriate numbers would be, and then, yes,
Okay.
inserted it into the spreadsheet.
And you don't know the basis for why any of these numbers would be quote-unquote appropriate, right?
We did not prepare these numbers, and we didn't do any, vetting or validation of the numbers.
Okay, so let me ask you one specific question about that vetting. So forecasted maintenance, do you see the $37.3 million in forecasted maintenance?
Yes, I do.
Okay, now, that doesn't line up with the historical maintenance costs for KU, does it?
I don't know. I didn't compare this number to any historical data.
Okay, you didn't do any due diligence at all before plugging this number in?
No, I just took the information that the company provided.
Okay. I want to look at this. This is a response to a data request. And I believe that you were a sponsoring witness on this data request as well. And this is a request about that maintenance number, the historical data behind that. Have you seen this before?
Could you point to me where this was in the data response?
Yes. All right. I will pull it up for you. Okay, this is Kentucky Utilities' response to KBCA's second set of data requests. I'm going to number 13. Okay. Looks like you were not a sponsoring witness for this. I'm sorry, my mistake. For this one, though, we had asked for several information from the company related to the underlying data for various accounts. And one of those accounts had to do with maintenance. And what I just showed you was the company's response.
Okay.
Okay, so coming back to that, my question was, had you ever seen this before?
This does not look familiar.
Okay, so in plugging in that $37 million for maintenance, you had never seen any of the historical maintenance costs for the company?
No.
Looking at them now suffices to say they don't get anywhere close to $37 million, do they?
Again, a lot of these questions where you're asking about how something in the pro forma 2026 compares to historical, I think these are questions better for Mr. Horning.
Okay, I will ask Mr. Horning. I want to ask you about another aspect of the pool calculations and see if you know about this. Do you recall that KBCA in a data request asked the companies to confirm that LG&E and KU were relying only on poll data for Kentucky in their poll formula? Do you remember that question?
If council would provide the reference, please, it would be faster.
Okay, this is the data request number 22.
Thank you.
I'm putting it up on the screen now. And you were one of the sponsoring witnesses for this request. So
Yeah.
KBCA asked the companies to confirm that they were only using Kentucky polls in the Kentucky formula. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and in investigating this, the company told us that they had used Virginia polls, some Virginia polls, in the Kentucky formula, which they then removed, correct?
Inadvertently, correct.
Right, correct. And then they gave us an updated spreadsheet, an updated poll attachment spreadsheet, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so in redoing the calculation, and I'm going to come back to the demonstrative here to look at the original spreadsheet as compared to the new one. In redoing this calculation, did you have any hand in changing any of the numbers in the spreadsheet?
Yes.
You did? Okay, so in redoing the spreadsheet, what the companies did is they removed the Virginia polls from the calculation, right?
Well, if you went to the 364 tab that I referenced earlier, you can see in there that there's Virginia poles that are in there. So it was just a matter of screening those out or not including those in the calculation.
Right, so we can see in the demonstratives, that's what they've done. They've taken gross plant for 35-foot, 40-foot, and 45-foot poles, and they've removed the Virginia poles to lower those numbers of poles, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's what we see in the left column of both sides, correct?
Yeah, so if you look at, you've got the 88,815, that was the number we originally talked about. When you pull out the Virginia piece, brings it down to Kentucky only of 81,580, and then the 30.6 million.
Okay, but the corresponding gross plant as of January 2025 doesn't change, right?
Yes.
Shouldn't the total gross plant, shouldn't that figure go down by a corresponding amount?
I don't know the answer to that. The only reason that it would go down is if the Virginia gross plant was also included in the 552.2. So if the gross plant, 552.2, was just Kentucky only, then it wouldn't change.
Okay, gross plant is booked to account 364, right?
Gross plant for poles, correct.
Okay, yeah, that's pole towers and fixtures, right?
Yes.
Okay, so if you're removing a whole bunch of poles that were Virginia poles, then your gross plant should be going down, shouldn't it?
Again, it would depend on the 552.2 million. If that number included Virginia, then yes, it should go down. But if it included Kentucky only, then it wouldn't go down.
Do you know if that 552 number included Virginia?
I don't know for a fact.
Okay, did you check?
I did not.
Were you the one that supplied that number in the updated spreadsheet?
The 552,
Yes.
that number didn't change, so it's whatever was in the original numbers. Again, I helped put together the change in the pole footage.
Okay, so were
Happy
you the
to-
one that checked to see whether or not that 552 number changed?
I'm happy to take a hearing request just to confirm that that doesn't include it, but I don't know the answer to that today.
Okay. I think I'm one question back from you. My question is, are you the one that checked to see if that 552 number changed?
I did not.
Okay. Do you know who did?
I don't know. I assume that the number, the 552.2, is Kentucky only, and that's why it didn't change. But I don't know that as a fact, and again, I could take it as a hearing request to go confirm that, or maybe you'll talk to Mr. Horning and he could confirm that.
In Kentucky Utilities filings in the past year, the gross plant number has been somewhat inconsistent, correct?
I wouldn't know the answer to that.
All right, I want to look at another comparison. So, about a week ago or so, the company redid the pole attachment calculations again, correct? In light of the settlement?
Yes, the rate, some of the assumptions some of the stipulation terms were incorporated into the wireline calculation.
Right, so the company issued a new spreadsheet with new pole attachment calculations, right?
Yes,
And you were involved in making that new spreadsheet with the new pole attachment calculations?
I was not involved in that.
Okay, so you didn't help with that one at all?
Correct.
So if the company went in and changed numbers in that new spreadsheet, they did it without your involvement?
Yes, correct.
Okay, do you know if anyone from Scott Madden was involved in that?
No, if someone was involved, it would have been myself.
Okay. So I guess I'll represent to you then. The upper left-hand corner is that updated spreadsheet. We still keep that 552 number that we just saw in your previous spreadsheet. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And that's to account 364, right?
Yes.
Okay, now, the forecasted account 364 that we started talking about, when the two of us started talking, this has been updated to 565 million and change. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I take it you don't know why that is since you didn't help make that spreadsheet.
I didn't prepare the spreadsheet, but I was aware that there were some corrections that were made to that spreadsheet to update some of the numbers. And again, Mr. Horning would be the person that could respond to specifically what those changes were.
What corrections are you aware of related to the forecasted account 364?
That number changed. I believe the accumulated, there are a few numbers that change. And again, I think he would be a better witness to to discuss through the line by line. But generally, there were a few changes that were made.
Fair enough. All right, to the right then, that box, that is the property records, continuing property records that we received in response to a data request. I believe it was request 110, the first set, question number 10. And for that one, the continuing property record that we got showed account 364 at 530 million. Did you check the continuing property records in making any of your poll attachment spreadsheets?
Again, we were provided that information from the 364 tab and utilized that.
You were provided what information? The continuing property record or the 552 million number that you plugged in?
The 552, and as I mentioned earlier, on that tab 364, we would have been provided all that data as well.
Okay, so you didn't check the 552 number against the continuing property records for the end of 2024?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. Now, Kentucky Utilities also makes filings to this commission in an annual report, right?
I don't know that as a fact, but I would assume so,
Okay,
yes.
so you don't know then what the annual report to the commission would say with regard to account 364?
I haven't looked at that, but I would assume it would give what the gross and net plant would be.
That's not something you checked in making the poll attachment spreadsheets?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Lyons. I have no further questions.
Okay. Kroger?
No questions, thank you.
Louisville and Lexington.
No questions.
Staff.
Thank you. Mr. Lyons, generally, I know Mr. Spinard asked you a few questions about what you did in preparation for your exhibits, that type of thing, and what your calculations were. Can you tell us generally what information you received from the company prior to doing the cost of service study?
Yeah, there's probably maybe 3 or 4 different sets of data that we need to prepare a cost of service study. We'll need billing determinant data, so we'll need to know, for example, what the revenues were, what the sales are, KW demands, KW, KVA demands. So we'll need that billing determinant information to be doing some of the allocations. We'll also need some of the special study information as well. So we'll need to know, for example, what the demands are for each of the rate classes in order to calculate CP and NCP, coincidental peak, non-coincidental peak demands. So there's information related to class demands by month that we'll receive as well. In terms of those special studies, we'd get some meter information, some service line information, so that we're able to allocate those meter and service costs. And then, of course, the largest portion of the data would be all of the revenue requirements data. Again, this would be on a pro forma 2026 basis, which would include all of the company's rate base, net plan, rate base adjustments, all expenses, and any revenue adjustments that are in there as well. So so that we can tie the revenue requirements associated with a class cost of service to the company's overall revenue requirements.
So I know that you've kind of been asked a little bit about this, but when you received that information from the company, did you compare it to anything that the company had filed at FERC or anything like that to verify any of the information you were provided?
How we verify our information is we examine the company's revenue requirement, and so within the class cost of service, we want to make sure that all of our calculations at the end of the day align with that class cost of service, or align with the revenue requirements. And we'll not do it just on a total basis, but we'll do it on an individual basis as well. So we'll look at all of the plant data and all of the expenses on a FERC account basis. And we'll make sure that what we're calculating in terms of that cost of service, it aligns with the revenue requirements that the company has prepared.
So I know this gets confusing because we're basically here talking about three different cost of service studies, but I'm going to want to take the electric, but I want to keep KU and LG&E separate. So let's take KU first.
Yeah.
When you receive the information for KU, who made the decision as to what methodology you would do your cost of service study based on?
Well, generally, it was based on what had been done in the prior studies. There was only one change that was related to that, and that was two changes, one of which was related to the production allocator. So in the company's last rate order, the commission issued a directive basically saying that the company would no longer do the allocation of the production fixed cost based on the LOLP, loss of load probability method, and instead would choose another method. In terms of what method that ended up getting chosen, we did some calculations and then conferred with the company in terms of the method that best reflects an allocation of those costs.
And which methods did you do, like, as a test run?
Yeah, we used the commission order and the work that had been done in the prior case as a baseline, and we built off of that. What was looked at in the last case was this LOLP, and then a 6 CP, and then a 12 CP. So essentially, we looked at the 6 and the 12 CP to see which of those two would be preferred, and do those seem reasonable in terms of allocating those production fixed costs.
So, taking just KU, like I said earlier, can you talk a little bit about when you did the 6 CP versus the 12 CP, what impact that had on the residential ratepayers?
I don't have the numbers, and actually, I think we supplied in. I believe we provided in a data request what those differences were.
I do think you did. I was just speaking generally, was when you applied the 6 CP method, did the allocation to the residential class go up versus the 12 CP method?
Yeah, so if it's an allocation based on the 6 CP, it results in slightly higher increases to the residential class versus the 12 CP.
And did that hold true for LG&E as well?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And can you talk a little bit about the reasoning behind still choosing to present that as the allocation option in the application?
The 6 CP or the 12 CP?
The 6 CP.
Yeah. You mean the reasoning behind choosing the 6 CP?
Yeah.
Yes. It's when you look at the demand loads that I just mentioned earlier that we had gotten from the company, there's a little bit of a peakiness, if you will, to some of the winter months and some of the summer months relative to some of those off months. So if you looked at the 3 winter months for KU now, and that we chose, and then the 3 summer months, and you look at those on an average basis for demand and compare it to the months that we didn't choose, it's about 18% higher. So there's a little peakiness to the demands that ended up supporting doing a 6 CP as opposed to.
Can I ask what you mean by peakiness? Does that mean not smooth?
It's not level flat, right? So there's definitely increased load in the wintertime, which would be heating related, and then there's increased load in the summertime, which would be air conditioning related. And so,
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was going to ask about that. Does that apply? She asked about what you meant, but does that apply the same to KU as it does LG&E? Because those are different service territories.
yeah, so we looked at those separately, and actually we came to a little bit different conclusions as well. So with LG&E, rather than being, like KU was a 3 winter, 3 summer months, with LG&E, there was only really 2 winter months where there was that demonstrated peakiness, and there was 4 summer months. So the 6 CP for LG&E, again, was a little bit different. It was more of a 2 and 4 as opposed to KU, which was a 3 and 3. Again, winter and summer.
So what is the advantage when they when the two utilities have clearly different peaks and different demands? What was the advantage of proposing them using the same methodology versus separating them out and treating them differently?
Well, what we try and do with this study is identify what are the cost drivers for the business. So being able to identify those cost drivers, then the allocations will follow those. So those classes that are causing those increases in the peak, for example, we'd want to identify those and be able to proportionally allocate more costs to those classes that are driving a higher proportion of those peaks than classes that aren't. That's the advantage of looking at these systems separately, is they have different load profiles. If we just looked at them together, it might be 3 and 3 for both systems. But LG&E just has a little bit different profile, and as a result has a different allocation method.
So who made the ultimate call to treat them the same?
You mean to use the 6 CP?
Yes.
I would say it was jointly between ourselves and the company. One of the things that we want to do is say, hey, from a data standpoint, this is where we are. We think this allocation makes sense, but we also want to test it with the company to say, does this make sense from a planner's perspective, that this is the way you look at the system, that you focus on, in the case of KU, those 3 winter months and the 3 summer months. Is this how the planners think about the system?
Okay, this is more like a hypothetical, because I don't think you all considered this, but did you all consider trying to run it at like a 4 CP then? Because based on what you've said, that may reflect LG&E's demand in particular. Did you all look at possibly using that methodology?
I don't recall specifically, but I think we would look at if there are, just like we did with LG&E, if there are differences, like in those winter months, if there's 2 peak months that stand out, we wouldn't have done 3 months just for doing the sake of 3 months, or even 2 and 4 for the sake of having a 6. Is there a demonstrated difference within those months that should be included in those allocations?
Okay. And on the other end of the spectrum, the 12 CP, did you all run the FERC 12 CP test to see if that would more appropriately reflect the demand and the allocations for KU and LG&E?
Yeah, again, we compared this 6 and 6, or I'm sorry, the 3 and 3. How do those 6 months compare to the other 6 months that weren't included? And for KU, there was about an 18% difference between those peak months and the other months, and there was about a 30% difference between the 6 peak months within LG&E and those non-peak months. So there was a significant difference between the two. That's how we ended up with the 6 CP.
So you all didn't do the FERC test then, the FERC 12 CP test, or did you?
We didn't, yeah, not
Okay.
specifically.
Okay. So I know we've talked, and I know you've sat through, I think, some of the witnesses talking about the data centers and the high load that's like expected to come in the next year or two. Could you talk a little bit about the benefit of sticking with like the 12 CP method for the next year or two until some of that high demand gets on the system, the high demand customers get on the system? Or, is it better to shift to the 6 CP now? Would the status quo be better or the shift now?
Well, based on the data that we have, the demand data that we use to develop these studies, we believe that the 6 CP was the best method to use. As new load comes on the system, whether it's data centers or it's other loads, that future study would look at those demands as well and examine what is the allocation method that's appropriate for the types of demands that are currently on the system. Or you could project as well what would be projected, but you'd need to align it with whatever that pro forma year would be. But I think it would be more an analysis to say, what's the data in terms of that demand, and then what's an appropriate allocator based on that demand profile.
I think that's all I have.
So the demand was projected as well.
No, I apologize. In this case, we just use the demand data was projected, for the pro forma 26.
Mr. Wood? Mr. Reagan?
No, but I did find out that RIWP is removal, retirement, work in progress.
Thank you.
Redirect?
No, Your Honor.
I couldn't remember which one.
It's hard to remember.
We're playing lawyer musical here. Any reason this witness? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And I'll allow applicant to call their next witness, but before I do, I need to say that I'll have to slip out at 2:45 for about an hour, and Commissioner Reagan's going to be in charge. I am not lost again if I wonder. But yeah, please call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, the company's next witness is John Bevington, and Ms. Wimberly will present him.
Hey, Mr. Bevington, how are you?
Good, thank you.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please have a seat. Tell us your full name and business address.
My name is John Bevington. My business address is 2701 East Point Parkway, Louisville, Kentucky 40223.
Counsel?
Good afternoon, Mr. Bevington.
Hello?
Would you please state your employer and your job title?
Yes, my employer is PPL Services Company. My job title is Senior Director of Business and Economic Development.
Did you sponsor responses to data requests in these proceedings?
I did.
Do you have any corrections to those responses?
I do not.
The witness is available for cross, Your Honor.
Okay. And for the Attorney General's office?
No question.
AIEC?
No questions, Your Honor.
Sierra Club?
No questions, Your Honor.
I gave her my order because I was leaving. KYSEIA?
Your Honor, to make a clear record, although yesterday we thought we might have some questions for Mr. Bevington, we have no questions today.
Okay. And joint interveners?
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Bevington.
Hello.
My name is Jacob Elkin. I represent joint interveners, which across the two rate cases are Kentuckians for the Commonwealth, Kentucky Solar Energy Society, Metropolitan Housing Coalition, and Mountain Association. You're familiar with the extremely high load factor rate proposed in this proceeding, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And in your role as Senior Director of Business and Economic Development, when you have conversations with potential data center customers, am I correct that one topic that might come up is terms of electric service or potential terms of electric service agreements?
Yes.
And have you discussed the terms of the proposed EHLF rate with potential data center customers?
We have.
About how recently have you done so?
Very recently, within the last several days or weeks.
Have you done so since the proposed stipulation in this case?
Yes.
And since that proposed stipulation, have you discussed any of the proposed stipulation terms for rate EHLF?
Not specifically proposed terms in the stipulation. No, that hasn't arisen as a topic of conversation.
Okay, thank you. When you have had these discussions with customers that might fall under rate EHLF. Have you also discussed the potential for special contracts with those customers?
Only in terms of if we were to sign a contract before the proposed tariff terms are approved by the commission, that we might have to do a special contract as an interim component before it gets approved, but other than that, no.
And when you say interim component, would that special contract only last up until rate EHLF is approved, or do you mean for any customers that come online, that special contract could last after EHLF approval?
Yeah, I would say that the special contract terms would mirror the proposed terms of the AHLF tariff in this case, and it would only be a special contract because this tariff proposal has not been fully approved yet.
Okay. And when you say mirror the terms, would that also include the minimum contract length term in EHLF?
Yes.
Okay. You also testified in the recent CPCN hearing 2025-00045.
The number sounds correct, but yes, I did. Yeah.
And in that case, I believe that you stated that when requested by a data center customer or potential data center customer, the companies will discuss the customer's renewable energy goals. Is that right?
Yes, to the extent the customer wants to talk about that, we absolutely would do so, yes.
So that's sort of guided by if the customer initiates that conversation?
Yeah, I mean, we would make them aware of, the full suite of our offerings and tariffs and so forth. And, if that topic of conversation arose as something we needed to discuss together, then absolutely we would do so. As characterized in the CPCN, I'll reiterate that most of the conversations are driven by speed to market, how quickly we can energize a project and so forth. So it tends to be, at this point in time, that is driving a lion's share of the conversations.
Okay. And just to clarify, when you say I think you said when that topic arose or arises, the conditions where that might arise, is that when the customer would sort of bring up its renewable energy goals, or are there any other conditions when that might arise?
It's hard to point to every conversation and every want in a client's prospective decision-making process, but yeah, it could arise as a result of them bringing up goals that they might have and understanding how we can help them meet those.
Okay, thank you. And with regards to options to satisfy any renewable energy goals, I know you just mentioned a couple, and I believe in the CPCN case you mentioned the company's green tariff offerings, company's solar share program, and qualifying facility tariff provisions. Is there anything that I'm missing from that list?
No, that sounds about right.
And when you would be discussing those potential offerings with potential customers, do you ever refer them to, say, the relevant tariff sheet or relevant rate book language for those offerings?
Yeah, we would. If they want to get down into the details of those things, then absolutely we would, yes.
And that would, I guess, be helpful for sort of discussing the actual details of what those offerings would look like?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. I was asking you a couple questions about the stipulation terms earlier. Are you familiar with the renewable energy goals language for potential rate EHLF customers in the stipulation?
I have read the stipulation, yes.
Based on that language of renewable energy goals, will the companies commit to proactively describing their potential renewable energy related offerings to rate EHLF customers?
Well, I think the stipulation commits what we would do with our customers and clients that we're talking to. It is a extremely common practice for us to ask clients what is important to them in their decision-making process. We, as economic developers, have it is our mandate to understand what it takes to help customers land here in Kentucky. So we ask them those questions, and again, I think the stipulation clearly outlines what we will commit to there.
Fully understand that the stipulation, speaks for itself as far as what's in it, but I guess I'm curious, specifically in your role as, an interface with potential customers, your role, your department, would you commit to, affirmatively, explain those offerings, which I understand might be a change of practice from what you were describing a few minutes ago?
I'll restate maybe something that I said in the CPCN case. We are, as economic developers, trained to be good listeners. We don't want to bring up things that might complicate a conversation. We like to follow the lead of our customers and our potential customers as to what they are looking for in order to make a decision to locate here in Kentucky. So it's not a general practice for us to just throw out random thoughts and ideas for a client to consider when in reality they have a pathway to what they feel like is a decision-making process. So we are happy to listen to them and talk about the tools and programs that we have at our disposal to help them reach their goals, whatever those may be. But the process is dictated by what the customer wants and what they want to talk about and what they want to accomplish first. And again, there's a whole progression of things with each client that happen to be different, and we really let the client drive the conversation in the process.
Okay, thank you. And with respect to the offerings that we were just talking about, green tariff offerings, et cetera, in your view, and in your role, again, as sort of an interface with the potential customers here, does the renewable energy goals language expand the sort of table of offerings for those potential customers?
Well, it clearly, outlines, an agreed upon set of language that says, what we will and won't do and what the clients might want and so forth. So again, I think the stipulation pretty much speaks for itself in terms of, how that process will play out.
I guess my question is if, assume this stipulation language is approved, if a customer was then to express interest in meeting the renewable energy goals, would this sort of add anything, would this add additional offerings to the list that you would be presenting to potential customers?
I don't think the stipulation adds any specific tariff programs, if that's what you're asking. Is that the question?
I think that, is roughly in line with the question, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and does it add any options for how they could meet their goals?
I guess I can read here and just confirm whether it specifically says if any options are added in here. So let's see here.
Take your time.
The way I read it, it doesn't necessarily add any potential options. I think what we have said in the course of the stipulation is that we would, if an option doesn't exist, that is something that they've done someplace else and seems like a proposal that we could, present to the commission in a favorable fashion, we would be willing to think creatively about helping them reach their goals outside of anything specific that's written in the stipulation agreement. But yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Gonna jump topics a little bit. In this docket, in response to Commission Staff Question 232, question set to Question 32, you sponsored a May 2025 project tracking spreadsheet for the company's economic development queue. And I believe in the CPCN docket, you sponsored a more recent September 2025 version. Is that your recollection?
That sounds right.
Are there any data center prospects in that queue that would be defined as co-locator data centers?
I don't believe any of the projects in there are of a status that my team would say are co-locators. Some of them are developer-driven projects that are of a large size and magnitude that could be one or could be multiple tenants. I think some of that is yet to be determined. From my recollection of the pipeline, though, I don't know that any of those projects specifically I could point to and say that is a co-locator project as I know a clear definition.
And could you provide me what, your working definition of a co-locator data center would be?
Yeah, I believe we have answered that in the record. Don't know if it's a PSC answer, Rick, if you don't.
Council, I believe it's PSC 231. That's helpful.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm happy to read the response if you'd like me to. I think it's Part B, Rick.
That'd be great if you don't mind, thank you.
Sure. Yeah. Part B to that request says co-location centers provide space, power, and cooling for multiple organizations to house their own IT infrastructure, offering flexibility and cost effectiveness. In the industry, they are generally smaller in scale compared to hyperscale facilities.
Okay, and I think a moment ago you said that for some of the prospects in the queue, there might be multiple tenants at the same facility. Is that an accurate summary?
No, not necessarily. What I said was there are projects in our pipeline that might happen to be driven by a developer who is seeking to locate a tenant or tenants in a facility that they would build. Some of those developer projects could be co-location facilities as defined by the answer there, but they could also be one single user hyperscale facility as well. So I think some of the developer projects might not be yet determined in terms of how you would define them as a co-location or a single tenant.
Okay, so maybe to summarize then, they won't necessarily be co-locators, but there's the possibility
Correct.
they'll be co-locators.
That's correct. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. And just to clarify for co-locators, I understand that the developer, in general, a developer might not be the same as the eventual owner of a data center. Is that correct?
Correct.
And for a co-locator, even once there's an owner for the data center as a whole, that owner will be a different entity than the individual tenants. Is that right?
That depends on the business model of the operator there. I mean, it would be hard for me to define that as a one single answer to your question. Some of them could be that, some of them could be something different.
I understand. I certainly don't mean to suggest that it would be the same for all of them. I guess I'm more asking, is that a possible arrangement for some of them?
Can you re-ask the question just to make sure that I'm...
Where once development concludes and there's an operator, an owner of the whole, let's say, data center campus, that owner of the data center campus might be a different entity than the individual tenants.
Correct. That could be possible, yes.
Okay, thank you. And how about in the case of the Campground Road data center? Could you tell me a little bit about the arrangement there?
Well, the developer of that project is in negotiations with an ultimate tenant. So I don't know that it's prudent for me to sort of talk about the specifics of their negotiations in a public forum like this.
Okay. Negotiations with only one tenant, though, is that?
Again, I don't want to do anything to jeopardize their ability to negotiate their project. So I don't think it's a prudent thing for me to, in a public setting like this, give insights into how they're going about those negotiations or with whom.
Okay. For any of the, going back to the queue more broadly, for any of the projects in that queue that, have the potential to be a co-locator data center at the end of the day, am I correct that at this stage, the companies would not know who the tenants would be? Maybe that we can leave Campground Road aside, because I understand your last answer, but for any other data center in the queue.
Do we know who the potential tenants might be? Is that your question?
Yes.
Yes, we do know some of the potential tenants for some of the projects in the pipeline.
For any projects that might end up being co-locator data centers?
As I said earlier, most of the projects in our pipeline are single major projects, and it's undetermined, or at least it hasn't been communicated to me and my team whether they are co-locator or hyperscale. So it's hard for me to answer your question, actually.
Okay. This will be my last question, sort of going down this road, but is it fair to say then you wouldn't not know the MVA or megawatt levels of the potential tenants for those data centers where it's sort of at this undetermined stage?
Ask the question again, just to make sure I'm clear.
For these data centers where it's sort of undetermined who that end user will be, whether it'll be one data center or multiple, it would also be undetermined what the megawattage or MVA level of the tenants would be. Is that correct?
That's not necessarily true. Megawattage for the entire project that has been proposed, is that what your question is about?
No, megawattage for the end user in the case where it's undetermined right now whether that will be multiple tenants or one specific.
We would know the megawattage of if it's a single user facility, we would know the megawattage of that because we have, potentially entered into a transmission service request where, the specific amount of energy required by that project has been submitted to us and we're studying the transmission system formally for that. If your question is about a hypothetical where one of those projects might be a co-locator and do we know the megawattage of that might be co-locator or the individual tenants of that, no, we wouldn't know that at this point in time.
Okay, and just to clarify, and I appreciate that answer, with regards to that being a hypothetical, my understanding from your question so far is that there are some projects in the queue where that level of indeterminacy is sort of the present case. Is that correct?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
For the projects where you're not sure whether they will eventually be co-locators with multiple tenants.
I'm really trying to be helpful.
I appreciate that.
I'll restate. When we're talking to a potential client, in some cases, we're talking directly to an operator of a potential data center, right? We know what they're looking for. We know what kind of acreage they're looking for. We know what kind of, utility usage they might have and so forth. Same thing for a developer project. We know the size of the acreage that they might operate on. We know the amount of power that they're requesting us to study and things of that nature. We know all of those things. Those are all part of the project pipeline that we've submitted into the record of this case and so forth. All of those projects have ID numbers and all kinds of stuff associated with them. What we might not know is the ultimate business arrangement of what a project might look like yet, right? Might be that developer is negotiating the best possible scenario for the community, for their project, for the state, what have you, and they might be considering negotiating with someone who's going to operate a co-location data center, or they might be negotiating directly with somebody who's going to operate the entire thing.
Okay.
That is the truth of the whole entire scenario. If they are negotiating with a co-locator, we wouldn't have insight at this point in time, to my knowledge, as to what that project would entail from an individual tenant perspective. So if it was let's just use an example, 100 megawatt data center, I don't have any knowledge that any project that is in our pipeline where somebody says, I have a 100 megawatt data center and it's going to have 10 tenants and it's going to have, I don't have that level of detail for anything that could be a co-location data center.
Okay, thank you.
Is that helpful?
That is, yeah,
Okay.
I appreciate that.
All
Thank
right.
you. So with regards to the EHLF tariff, is your understanding that eligibility for that tariff is based off of 100 MVA threshold and an average monthly load factor above 85%?
Well, I think the stipulation indicates that it's 50 MVA,
I was
85%.
referring to the initial application numbers, but you're right that the stipulation then changes that to 50.
Correct.
For a situation in which there might be multiple end-use tenants, where it might end up being a co-locator data center, how would eligibility under rate EHLF be determined? Which entity would sort of be the relevant entity for determining, say, MVA for qualification?
I think it depends on what the business arrangement is for that individual project. I mean, again, there could be hundreds of different business operational elements to that decision-making process. It'd be hard for me to speculate on a particular thing that's going to be the mode of operation for a co-location data center.
So have the companies discussed what would be standard practice for a scenario in which there is an owner of a co-locator data center or a data center campus and then individual tenants? Have the companies discussed what the practice would be there?
Yeah, I think Mr. Conroy touched on that in his testimony yesterday or the day before. What day is it? Yeah, I mean, the intent would be for a data center that has a high load factor that meets the thresholds of the EHLF tariff that we know is a data center, for it to be served by the EHLF tariff. That is, full stop, that is the intent of the tariff, right? If there is some business or operational situation that is, something that I don't know about today, we would have to understand that business plan or how they're operating their, right? We would have to understand all of those things to make a determination of something different than that. But again, the EHLF tariff is in place or proposed in this case for a reason. That creates fairness for all of our customers, that ask for long-term commitment from those that are requiring large amounts of energy at high load factor on our system. So that would be the intention.
Okay. Based on that, would, say, a 50 MVA facility, 450 MVA facility with 10 45 MVA tenants, would that be covered under rate EHLF?
Without knowing anything more about the business model or what I don't have any details to that hypothetical scenario. But knowing what you've just told me, yes, that would be an EHLF tariff customer.
Okay. So the customer in that case would be the co-locator data center as a whole, not the tenants?
I mean, you're asking me to speculate on a hypothetical that I have no idea.
Okay. And that conversation hasn't come up in conversations with specific potential customers?
It has not.
Okay. Yeah, just take a couple minutes to look through. I guess the one additional question that I have is, in addition to the electric service agreement under rate EHLF, for that, say 15-year contract term, is there any other contractual agreement that will be in place between the companies and the data center, or will that fully be governed by the electric service agreement?
Might be a better question to ask Mr. Horning.
Okay, thank you. And in situations which a developer is developing a project for only one tenant, who will be the customer under the electric service agreement there? Would it be the developer or the single tenant?
The single tenant, the operator of the data center would be the customer.
Okay. And if it's multiple tenants?
I'm not a metering expert. I don't know how, a scenario would be metered any different where you would have individual contracts with individual tenants. Again, we're not dealing with that scenario today. And again, there's a lot of hypotheticals around all of that. I've tried to answer the question best I can. If it's a customer that's got 50 MVA or more, an 85% load factor or more, our intention would be to try to figure out a scenario where that is EHLF contracted customer.
And who would be the right person for those metering questions?
I would ask Mr. Horning.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bevington. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Thanks. Walmart?
No question, Your Honor.
Okay. KBCA?
No questions, Your Honor.
Kroger?
No questions, Your Honor.
Louisville, Lexington?
No questions.
Staff?
Yes, we have some questions for you. So in case 2545, I know you kind of provided like regular project tracking for the economic development pipeline. Could you kind of just give a general update about kind of the latest information related to that pipeline?
Sure. Yeah, be glad to. It's like I see it in the back of my eyelids when I go to bed at night. So, the total pipeline, I think in our last submission in that record, which was on and around mid-September, the total pipeline was 8.5 gigawatts. Today, the total pipeline is 9.3 gigawatts, I believe. Subject to check. Maybe 9.7. I'd have to go back and look. We could provide you the answer if you want to ask us a post-hearing. But it's grown. My point of the matter is it's grown. We have seen major economic development announcements over the past 2 or 3 months. I think we've referenced some of those in some of our data responses to requests here. But the activity level continues to be extremely high. And we're making really good progress with a lot of projects that we're working on in that pipeline.
And following the approval of the CPCNs for Brown 12 and Mill Creek 6, has there been any increased interest in the past week from data centers?
Yeah, I think that order certainly spells to the market of economic development prospects that want to locate in Kentucky that energy availability is not going to be a concern here, and certainly, if not grows the interest in Kentucky, definitely solidifies why Kentucky is a great place to do business.
And could you just kind of provide a general update on the campground data center project?
Yeah, again, let me say this generally, and again, please understand, we're just one component of what's going on with all of these individual projects, right? We're trying to play our role to make sure that we're enabling these project decisions to occur. So I don't want to say or do anything that would jeopardize any of those projects from having success in the grand scheme of things. But I'll point to the fact that in the end of the CPCN record, I believe we entered a updated reimbursement agreement on that project. That is a public document as a result of submitting into that case that subjects that developer to, I think, $28.5 million of financial liability that they would reimburse us for should that project not go forward, so that we can take proactive steps to build out the infrastructure necessary to serve the project and to order long lead equipment items so that we can energize them within the timeframes that they're asking for. So I think that's a really good sign, again, publicly available sign of the way that project is progressing, and I think it's going very well.
And what stage are they in the economic development pipeline right now?
That's an imminent stage.
In the imminent stage.
Yep.
And do you know how many customers in the economic development pipeline would potentially now qualify under the EHLF tariff from the move from 100 MVA to 50 MVA?
We could certainly answer the question specifically if you want to ask us in a post-hearing data request.
Okay. And
My recollection in thinking about it, as I told you, I go to sleep at night thinking about this stuff. I don't know that it brings in many more data center projects other than maybe one or two, but it's a very limited number. Most of the projects that we're working on are more than 100 MVA.
And do you know for the data centers and the economic development pipeline, what their expected monthly load factor is?
Yeah, it varies between projects and so forth, but most of them, if not, well, all of them would be higher than the 85% load factor that the tariff provisions have within it.
As opposed to your data request, could we just ask if there's any that are below 85% to just point them out in the, I guess, in the same document as the updated economic development pipeline?
Sure. Again, I anticipate that's going to be zero, but yeah, certainly ask.
Just in case. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay. And I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
No question?
I don't think I have any either, so.
Thank you. I was going to ask Commissioner Wood if you could just loop me in with Chuck Schramm and Lonnie Beller as to who has the most difficult job in the company. I know I'm not here to examine you, but thank you.
I don't think my opinion counts for much. I certainly put you in my prayers at night.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Anything, Rebecca?
No redirect, Your Honor.
Any reason why this witness can't be excused? Okay.
Thank you.
Do you guys want to take a break or keep going? 15 minutes or 10 minutes? Okay, 10 minutes? Okay.
Thank you.
call your next witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. The company's next witness is Peter Waldrop. And Mr. Parsons will be presenting him.
Okay, let's see, I need to swear you in, correct?
Okay. I'll take your guidance.
Okay, so if you could raise your right hand. And do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
And please state your name and address for the record.
Peter Waldrab, the 6900 Enterprise Drive, Louisville, Kentucky, 40214.
Counsel?
Mr. Walderow, by whom are you employed?
Louisville Gas and Electric, Kentucky Utility Services.
And what is your job title?
Vice President, Electric Distribution Operations.
Did you cause to be prepared and filed in these cases both written, direct, and rebuttal testimony?
I did.
Did you also sponsor certain responses to data requests on behalf of the applicants here?
I did.
Do you have any corrections or updates as we sit here today to either your testimony or the data responses that have not already been made in the record?
I do not.
Your Honor, Mr. Waldrop is available for questioning.
AG?
AG's office has no questions.
KIUC?
No questions, Your Honor.
Sierra Club?
No questions, Your Honor.
KYS EIA?
A few questions, Your Honor.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I am looking at the direct testimony that was filed into the record with the application on May 30th, 2025. Do you have a copy of that in front of you?
I do.
Okay, and take your time, but please turn to page 41 of your direct testimony and let me know when you get there.
Rick, are we there? A little higher. All right.
Okay, thank you. I'm looking at lines 3 and 4. There's a question concerning distributed energy resources, and then the answer beginning on line 5. And just read the answer on line 5, running through the end of that sentence on line 9. Please read that into the record.
So the question being asked in line 3 is, could distributed energy resources like Rider NMS2 generation result in avoided distribution capacity costs under the right conditions? And so my answer starts in line 5. Yes, it certainly, possibly they could. Other utilities, including the company's affiliate utility in Pennsylvania, PPL Electric Utilities, have demonstrated that distributed energy resources can enable avoidance of distribution capacity cost, and then it goes on to list certain conditions when those can occur. Did you want me to continue further?
Just through the end of that sentence on line 9.
So the first situation is in line 8, distributed energy resource penetration is significant, and in 2, the serving utility can control and dispatch distributed energy resource functions. So that's the end of that sentence. Thank you.
That's fine, thank you, and thank you for reading lines 3 and 4 into the record as well. I appreciate that. With regard to this response, you did look outside of Kentucky. The basis of your opinion, your assessment, the basis of this response, you did look outside of Kentucky in formulating this response, is that correct?
We did, yes, I did.
Okay, and that includes at least one sister affiliate in Pennsylvania?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Could you, you also filed some rebuttal testimony into the record in this case on September 30th, 2025. Do you have that rebuttal testimony in front of you?
I do.
Okay. And with regard to your rebuttal testimony, I ask that you turn to page 8 and let me know when you get there.
I'm there.
Okay. In line 18, there's the question, do you agree with these intervener criticisms? And then on line 19, answer no. And it is noteworthy that no intervener has offered a data-driven alternative analysis or calculation of avoided distribution capacity costs attributable to the company's NMS2 customers. And there's additional portions of the response, to be clear, obviously. But with regard to those first two sentences, did I read those correctly?
You did, Rick, can you scroll up a little bit? Thank you. Yes, you did, I'm sorry.
Okay, oh, it's quite all right. So when we're talking, just give me your definition or your assessment of what constitutes a data-driven alternative analysis or calculation.
The response that I provided in line 19 is a continuation of a question in line 6, where I was asked to summarize the criticism responded to a question, please summarize the criticism of the intervener witness on the company's analysis and conclusion regarding avoiding distribution costs attributable to NMS customers. And I was responding to Mr. Hoyle and Mr. Fine critiquing the approach that we use to value distributed energy resources to the system, which was presented in Exhibit 3 of my May testimony. And so in line 19, my response is that Mr. Hoyle and Mr. Fine did not present any, in their critique, alternative calculation methodology.
Well, I understand what you're saying, and I want to go back to this phrase that's on line 19, data-driven. What, in your view, if you have an opinion on that, what does data-driven mean?
So to me, data-driven would be that they would have a basis for valuing those benefits to the distribution system from distributed energy resources. That there would be some factual basis in the specific benefits the DER would realize to LG&E and KU ratepayers. Neither presented any methodology for those.
Okay. And as between the companies, and I will limit this to Mr. Hoyle, and that someone else may want to discuss their witness, but in terms of the witness for CASIA, as between the companies and Mr. Hoyle, if you have an opinion, who has better access to the company's information concerning its operations and its operating results and its facilities?
Sorry, who, relative to whom?
Well, as between the companies, LG&E and KU, and then Mr. Hoyle, in terms of access to data concerning operations, forecast, financial information, who has better access to that data?
The companies certainly have better access to the data. I will clarify that the companies did respond to a number of data requests related to DER throughout the DR period.
Okay. And for the record, I apologize if there was any inference that the companies failed to adequately respond to any of my clients' data requests. With that, Mr. Waldrop, I have no further questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Interveners?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Waldrop. How are you?
Doing well, thank you.
It's been a long day already, sorry. I do have a few questions for you. I'll try not to duplicate anything Mr. Spinard already asked you, but apologies if I overlap at all. Just starting with your role, you're the Vice President, Electric Distribution. Are you an LG&E KU services company?
Yes, I am.
Okay, just want to make sure I got that right. And your role is overseeing distribution?
That's correct.
So if I have any questions about distribution operations of the companies, they're best directed to you? Okay.
That is correct.
And questions throughout the record, as you just referenced, about distribution were referred to you from multiple parties, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm going to ask you a little about avoided distribution costs. I wanted to start just with your direct testimony at page 37.
Bear with me just a moment.
No problem. I think this is close to where Mr. Bernard was just asking you about, but I wanted to make sure I got everything here.
All right, we're on page 37.
Okay, just starting at the top at right at the top of this section, rather, line 7. This is the beginning of the section of your testimony on NMS2, right?
That is correct.
Okay, could you just read the question posed to you at line 7?
Sure. The companies provided testimony concerning rider NMS2 avoided distribution capacity cost in the company's 2020 rate cases, including concerning an appropriate conceptual framework for determining avoided distribution capacity cost arising from net metering. Do you have any fundamental changes to make to that framework?
Okay, and your answer is no.
Correct. So I go on to say, no, the conceptual framework articulated in the 2020 rate cases remains sound with only minor revision, and to clarify that this framework is intended to address avoided capacity cost arising from NMS customers only, not all distributed generation. So there are several clarifications, but generally the framework remains the same as the 2020 rate case.
Okay, thank you. So you're familiar with that 2020 rate case generally, at least the distribution-related components of it?
I wasn't part of the 2020 rate case, but I'm familiar with it.
Okay,
Yes.
so you've reviewed parts of that?
That's correct.
Including, I assume, the commission's order on the case relating to net metering, correct?
I'm familiar with the commission's response around net metering, yes.
When you say response, are you referring to the order I was just asking about? Specifically, it's from September of 2021.
I'm familiar with the commission's order, yes.
Okay. Could you refer to your rebuttal testimony really quickly at page 12? Let me find the exact line here to... starting at line 4 of page 12 of your rebuttal testimony.
Yes, I'm there. Sorry.
Okay, just read the first sentence is just no, but the next sentence after that.
If you don't mind, I'll read the question.
Yeah, absolutely. I
So-
don't,
So the question was around, did the companies fail to follow the commission's guidance in the 2020 rate case orders concerning calculation of avoided distribution capacity cost, as Mr. Fine testifies? And so in line 4, my answer is no. In the 2020 rate cases, the commission performed its own avoided distribution capacity cost calculation that the companies could not replicate then and cannot replicate now.
okay. I'd just like to refer to that order if you don't mind. I'm going to have Mr. Fisk put it up. Hopefully, we haven't tried with his computer yet.
It'll work.
All right. Whenever ready, hopefully we can display.
There it is.
Okay. So the caption on this reads case number 2020 349, and scrolling down, there's actually two captions here, right? Case number 2020 350, and it says order. I think we're on JI Exhibit 4, so I'll go ahead and mark this JI Exhibit 4. I'd like to ask you some questions about this order. Specifically, this is that September 24th, 2021 order, where the commission laid out its methodology. And if we could skip to page 53, which is PDF 53 as well. Oh, actually, might have to go up to get to, yeah, there we go. So avoided distribution capacity costs at the bottom of page 52 there. This is the section that you reviewed. Does it look generally familiar?
I think we're looking at transmission capacity.
Starting at the bottom two lines there, that it starts
see,
at the very
okay.
bottom of page 52. And you can scroll so that you can see some of the next page too, maybe. Shane.
Please, yes.
This all sounds familiar?
Yes, it does.
Okay. On page 53, scrolling down to the next paragraph, to calculate an appropriate avoided distribution capacity cost, the commission will modify the Minnesota VOS approach based on intervener's testimony. Does that sound familiar?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Do you recall what VOS stands for?
No, I don't.
Okay. Does value of solar ring any bells?
Okay, yes, it does.
Okay. And the commission lays out its methodology here a little bit. So that next sentence says, to estimate the cost, the commission utilized the most recent 2 years of forecasted, and, the most recent 2 years and forecasted 3 years of capital costs and new capacity associated with capacity-related distribution projects. You recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Is that information that the companies could provide if requested now?
Specifically the capacity-related projects?
Yes, the most recent 2 years and 3 years forecasted capacity-related distribution projects.
Yes, we can.
Okay. Then the next sentence, says deferring a distribution capital cost for the lifetime of a solar system saves LG&E and KU the amount of money it could invest at today's weighted average cost of capital to achieve the same escalated distribution cost. The weighted average cost of capital is something that's already been provided throughout this record, correct? To your knowledge, I know that's not your field.
It's certainly not, but I'll defer to others on that.
Okay, that's fair. And then it says the annualized net present value of those savings can be divided by the annual solar production to represent the value of each solar kWh. The annual solar production, that's something that would be available to the companies or companies have projected as well, correct?
The annualized, we could produce the solar production.
Annual solar production of NMS systems?
Yes.
Okay. And then the last line, as with transmission capacity, the commission discounted the dollars per kilowatt hour avoided distribution cost by LG&E KU's annual average solar availability factor. That annual average solar availability factor would be something available?
Yes.
To companies? Okay, thank you. You have each of those elements, it sounds like, but you didn't, to your knowledge, attempt to come up with an approximation of what the commission laid out there in this record, did you?
My objection to the question is you're taking the valuation of capacity-related projects and you're skipping the sentence in between around deferring the distribution capital associated with that. But you're skipping the linkage between the solar offsetting the need for those distribution capacity upgrades. That's the critical linkage that has got to be causal. And so we can certainly provide how much investment we've made in capacity-related projects. We can provide the amount of solar produced, and we can provide and I'm sorry, I'm looking back at the screen, the solar availability factor. The linkage between the solar production and its ability to offset the need for those capital capacity projects is what we are not seeing. And so, just to be clear, and this is part of the response that I provided elsewhere, we generally, 90% of our circuits have more than 60% of their capacity available. We are seeing fairly limited solar penetration, and right now we have 14 circuits with more than 500 kW of distributed energy resources on those circuits. None of those are circuits that are on our capacity upgrade list. So the coincidence of that DER and the capacity shortfall is what's critical to this.
Okay, but in response to Mr. Fine's critique that the companies failed to follow the methodology laid out here, your response was that the companies could not replicate then and cannot replicate now. But it sounds like you have each of the pieces to replicate it.
Specifically, the answer we gave about replicating, we were given in the 2020 rate case a calculation spreadsheet with no specifics as to how the fields were referenced. So the framework that's outlined in the text that you're describing here, we can certainly provide the values related to those. My reference that we can't replicate what was produced in the 2020 rate case was specifically with regard to the calculation methodology that was utilized in that case. We've been unable to, for the lack of a better word, reverse engineer how that calculation was performed.
Okay. But you have each of the pieces from the order from 2021, right?
We have, I'm
we
sorry,
just
can you
went
clarify each of the pieces of what?
Each of the pieces that we just went through.
We have again,
Distribution capital costs,
we have the distribution capital cost.
the weighted average
We have
cost
the
of
solar,
capital.
the value of solar, we have and again, I'll defer on the weighted cost of capital.
Fair.
And the solar availability factor. I would again say, in summarizing those factors, you're skipping over the linkage of the solar and its impact on those capacity upgrades.
Did the commission order that the companies find a linkage in this order, to your knowledge?
Whoever's driving, can you scroll up just to bridge this page with the page before?
There, or keep going?
And I'm sorry, if you can, I'm not sure who's.
I am, but should I keep going up, or?
No, I'm sorry. What I was trying to do is bridge this paragraph with where it exists on the next page. And I'm sorry, Mr. Schiff, yeah, if you, thank you. Yeah, and so this line here, deferring a distribution capital project for solar, this deferral is what we see no linkage. There is no.
But the commission didn't order that you find that there is actual deferred distribution capital cost. It says deferring a distribution capital cost for the lifetime of a solar system saves LG&E and KU money. Didn't say that you had to find that there was a deferral, did it, in that sentence?
I read that as absolutely implicit in the structure that's described here, yes.
Okay.
Without that, this paragraph makes no sense to me.
So instead, you did provide your own analysis in your direct testimony, correct?
Yes, we did. Okay,
and that's specifically in PWW 3?
Yes.
Is that your initials, I assume, Exhibit 3? And that study was based on 2 neighborhoods due to the likelihood of installing distributed generation. And it looked at AMI load data over a 2-year span from 2019 and 2020?
Yes, that's correct.
We can pull that down for now, that's fine. Okay. And you determined the conclusion you reached is, sorry, finding my place again in my notes. The conclusion you reached is that based on that study, it's unlikely that net metering would result in any avoided distribution costs, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and part of the reason you stated with Mr. Spinard and just a minute ago, I think, is that you haven't seen significant penetration of solar yet.
That's one of the elements that I outlined, yes.
Okay. And actually, I told you too soon. One more time to the order, I'm sorry.
All right.
You're keeping him on his toes, though.
I'm doing my best. Okay, back up to 52. So the page before. Oh, page before that. Oh, down a little.
Yeah.
Starting at the top of avoided distribution capacity cost there now, and you're going to have to scroll with him as he reads the first 2 sentences of that order at the time. Could you read starting after avoided distribution capacity costs there, Mr. Waldrop, please?
Sure. LG&E and KU asserted that it is unlikely that net metering would result in any avoided distribution costs. You want to continue into the next
Yes,
page?
if you don't mind.
For similar reasons noted in the avoided generation capacity section, the Commission does not find LG&E and KU's position convincing, accurate, or reasonable. The Commission agrees with KOIA's criticism that LG&E and KU's arguments that avoided distribution should not be compensated until there is critical mass to avoid additional distribution is a self-fulfilling prophecy. Do you want me to continue?
If you feel like you need to make it complete, but that was what I was aiming at. Okay. But you maintain the framework that the companies relied on in 2020 is the same and remains fair, just, and reasonable?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And the value you came up with, again, was a zero avoided distribution capacity cost?
That is correct.
Okay. Now I assure you that I'm done. I'm going to change subjects just a little bit. As you just alluded to, the penetration of solar was only one of the conditions that you mentioned that could benefit the distribution system, right?
I did, yes.
Okay. Could you talk about any other factors? I think specifically there was one other you mentioned in your direct, but then you talk about some other things as well.
Sure. I talked to my direct about dispatchability. I will say that in order for distributed energy resources to provide benefit to the network and by extension ratepayers, the generation needs to offset the need for other investment that would have been incurred. And so for that to occur, it needs to be the right size, in the right location on the network, and with a profile of generation that's at the right time to coincide with the demand, whether that's a capacity issue or whether that's a voltage support, reactive support component. So the profile of both the generation and the area of the network are critical. The other element to your question that I spoke to in my testimony was dispatchability. So we have to plan the network for the worst case conditions. And so we need to be able to rely on that generation if we're going to count on it to, say, provide capacity support to the network. We need to know that we can count on that generation to provide that support in a predictable way.
Appreciate it. Could you refer also to your direct testimony at page 31, starting at line 1, actually?
I'm there.
Okay. Mr. Lovecamp is faster than me. Okay. You mention a number of other ways that DERs can be configured to provide grid services beyond strictly operating as a load or a source. Is that right?
That is correct.
Could you describe I don't feel like I need to make you reread what you already wrote, put it in your own words or read what you already wrote there about other ways DERs can provide grid services.
Yeah, so generally, what I've spoken to here, there's an industry term that's referenced of non-wireless alternatives. So there's a component of capacity support that distributed energy resources can provide, where they can enable us to offset the need for, if we have a congested line, meaning we're at the capacity of the line, in principle, DER has the potential to be able to net out some of the peak load and enable us to avoid potentially costly reconductoring to expand the capability of that. It can also provide the ability to adjust and this is engineering terms, but the reactive power of the lines. So effectively to adjust power factor, again, to enable greater utilization of the network. So
that's something, just making sure I follow along, because you're using a lot of words that I don't understand fully, to be honest. But that's the part you mentioned about solar inverters, right?
Yes.
They can help with the power factor to improve line efficiencies, right?
That is correct.
Okay, sorry. Continue. I just want to make sure I'm following along.
Now, so that's what I've captured in what looks like the first 7 or 8 lines of this page. I do speak about electric vehicles as a potential form generally of distributed energy resources as having the capability for what industry-wide are considered vehicle-to-grid capabilities, so to act as some form of distributed storage.
Okay. And forgive me, speaking of storage, did you mention the use of storage to help shift peak time loads already? I think you did in your direct, but when you were speaking just now, I didn't catch that specifically.
In my direct, so in my testimony here, I spoke to it as behind-the-meter storage can help to time shift peak loads. Again, as I'm inventorying sort of capabilities that the DER has that are potentially beneficial to distribution networks.
Thank you. And then your rebuttal testimony at page 9, I think you refer to a couple others, but I'm not certain if these are perhaps already captured in your direct. So direct at page 9, or I'm sorry, rebuttal at page 9. Let me find where. Oh, I'm sorry, page 10 at the top. Well, I guess it starts at the bottom of page 9. If customer-owned energy resources are controllable or dispatchable, in theory, the energy from these resources could be used to serve peak demand on circuits nearing capacity. Right? Is that something you already were speaking about?
It is. That's what I refer to as, again, generically, that's considered non-wires alternative. So as a utility considering upgrades beyond simply replacing wires.
Okay. Can also be used to manage reactive power. I do think you mentioned that already, reducing need for investment. So I think those were the two additional things I wanted to make sure that we captured already. So it sounds like there are a lot of potential benefits to DERs that you outlined between your direct and your rebuttal testimony. Is that fair?
That's fair.
But there needs to be greater penetration, correct?
There need to be, again, I outlined a few things, right, that there need to be. There needs to be enough DER, and I'm going to, we're talking generally, but as a distribution system planner, I'm looking at a circuit. So when I look at a circuit, there needs to be enough DER on that circuit to meaningfully impact the capacity of that circuit. It needs to be at the right place to offset the need for potential upgrades, and the timing of that generation needs to be at the right time to offset, say, peak load on that network. And the other thing I listed is around dispatchability. We need to have confidence that generation is going to be available, which is why I talk about the dispatchability element. So, yes, I do list benefit, but there are some critical components that need to be in place.
A lot of potential there anyway.
Yes.
Have the companies explored or studied the possibility of using DERs for the purposes that you mentioned?
We have, and I outlined in my testimony, both industry participation that we have with various industry working groups. Obviously, there's a lot of work being done in the industry that we watch very carefully through industry working groups, as well as work at our peer operating company within the PPL family.
Have the company studied how it could benefit or work specifically on their system, though?
We have looked at, we have studied what the reality of the existing generation that we have, obviously, on our system is as part of the analysis that we provided. We have not looked at how we could further, we haven't studied in detail, I would say, quantified what further benefits we could have through something like, distributed energy resource management systems, DERMS, sort of dispatchability control.
Okay. And you pointed out that, not just now, but in your testimony, that Mr. Conroy points out that Rider NMS2 doesn't allow for that or require that right now. Are the companies open to exploring these possibilities through additional optional programs or tariffs?
Sorry, it doesn't require what right now?
Dispatchability, specifically.
Oh, I see. We are studying. I would say we're in the early stages, but we are studying, yes.
Okay. Just one moment. Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you.
Walmart,
Across.
KBCA,
No question, Your Honor.
Kroger,
No question, Your Honor.
Louisville, Lexington.
No question, Your Honor.
Staff?
Yes, we have some questions. I'm going to start with questions that were deferred to you, I think, first by Mr. Conroy.
You've got a big smile on your face.
So let's,
Not sure how to interpret that.
let's see. So I think the first topic relates to storm damage expense. I was wondering if you could kind of talk about how the companies work to mitigate costs during storm restoration activities.
Absolutely. And you're talking during storm activities, not prior to, is that correct?
I think both would be helpful.
I walked into that, didn't I?
Yeah.
Maybe let me unpack during, because we think in terms of preparation for storms, response, and then the sort of return to normal after storm events. So during storm events, we are in the lead up to a weather event. So we're watching Friday. There's potential for thunderstorms in the afternoon for those who are traveling. We watch that weather. We model what the potential impact of the system is, and as we see that impact, we're preparing company and local contract resources that we already have on system. So we're staging our control center, we're staging line workers in preparation of that, and developing plans around how to respond. Should we need to pull in off-system resources, so think about a Hurricane Helene, March 3rd, 2023, 400,000 customers are out of power. We're also reaching outside of our system, pulling in what we would call mutual assistance resources, line workers from within the state or from neighboring states. That's generally where we see costs escalate pretty significantly as we pull in off-system resources for major storms. And we work to manage costs by pulling in the most local resources that we can to minimize the cost to ratepayers of travel for those contractors. So we pay for those off-system resources to travel to the system here. We pay for their time, and we pay for their return.
And in terms of, so is there any type of objective criteria that you would use to identify when a storm would trigger the need for deferral?
The commission has a set of criteria established around storm deferral or around exceptional expenditures. So I will not claim to be the expert in those criteria. My job is to make sure we get the lights back on. I would defer to Mr. Conroy or probably Mr. Conroy to speak to that in more detail. But generally, we're talking about extraordinary storm events. We're typically talking about storms with costs in excess of $10 million of restoration.
And are you familiar with the Sadie Major Event Days?
I'm very familiar with Sadie Major events.
So, do you think that would be a good criteria for a storm that should trigger the need for deferral?
That's a good question. So the major event day threshold, and you're referencing IEEE's 1366 methodology for reliability indices. It's a standard. It's a standard that's used across the industry to measure reliability performance. There's a major event day threshold, which is effectively a number of standard deviations outside of the norms. You're looking for statistically anomalous days. We use that obviously to determine inclusion and exclusion in our reliability reporting. My caution, really I have two cautions with major event days when it comes to cost recovery. One is that, or the way that we handle costs, I shouldn't say necessarily recovery. One is that is an evolving metric. So the threshold will adjust as storm activity adjusts. And so what we've seen over the last several years, we've had 6 regulatory asset events in the last 4 years. That's exceptional. And we've seen an increasing trend of those severe weather events. That MED threshold will continue to track up as your standard deviations, just from a statistical standpoint, continue to adjust up. So it continues to drive that bar higher. I will also say, part of the challenge that we're seeing in managing storm costs effectively, we budget on a rolling 5-year average to try to capture in base rates a normal and predictable level of storm cost. And then we have kind of a pressure release valve in the form of the reg asset. And again, we've had to use that pressure release valve a number of times in the last several years. To steal a word from the stipulation, there's a little bit of a deadband in between those things where storms that are significant enough to exceed kind of the normal routine storm that we budget for and the threshold for sort of regulatory asset recovery, that's challenging for us, that deadband in between.
And has there been any discussion around that deadband about how do you define which should be an O&M versus potentially going through that deferral mechanism?
I'm sorry, can you clarify the question?
Sure. So you kind of talked about the deadband.
Right.
Where it's between like what would be a typical planned and O&M type of expense versus something that might need deferred accounting.
Yes.
Like, what has been that like discussion around which way like a certain expense should go?
Yeah, we've had internal discussion around how best to manage those. Do we think about bundling storm events from a regulatory asset mechanism and coming before the commission with a bundle of storm events? In 2023, when we had the March 3rd storm, we had a massive Lexington storm in July. We had some of those discussions. We've talked about the 5-year rolling average. Is that the best mechanism? Do we adjust up what's in base rates? The mechanism that we proposed with deferred accounting, we believe is the most prudent for ratepayers, in that it ensures that there's a level of accountability to the commission and ratepayers for what actual costs are. That we would continue to establish a rolling average of historicals, but that we would effectively have a mechanism to true up prudent expenses that are in excess or below what that threshold is, or those historicals are.
And you mentioned the 6 storms that were treated as a regulatory asset. Do you know if those were major event days?
They were major event days.
Okay. And are you aware of if there is any of storms that were requested deferred accounting for that were not major storm event days?
I can't speak to that without going back and reviewing if there have historically been in more detail. It would surprise me, just given the way the major event day threshold works, if that's been the case. But we could certainly look at that if you want to submit a post-hearing data request.
Okay, yeah, we'll do that. I believe Mr. McCombs deferred a question to you involving how an expense gets categorized as either a major or minor storm expense. Could you kind of speak a little bit more to that as well?
Yes, I can talk to it. So we have an operational criteria that we use, and effectively, major and minor, what we look at, we look at a number of weather criteria. So we look at a combination of, has there been severe weather, and that's defined as things like 25 mile an hour or greater wind gusting, a 1/4 inch or more of ice accretion, and there are some elements around level of lightning and flooding, but basically, has there been strong weather, and then level of customer impact. So for example, a major storm, and this is defined by region within our system, so they're kind of broken out by 13 regions. We could declare a major storm in one and not another. Have we seen a combination of these weather criteria and, for a major storm, greater than 0.75% of the customers in that area interrupted for more than 4 hours. Minor would then be a version of that that's slightly stepped down in terms of impact. So, again, that's a well-documented structure. We could provide that in writing as opposed to hearing data request if it's helpful.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful. Would you anticipate the minor storms potentially being deferred through regulatory accounting?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Do you anticipate that the minor storms might be treated ever through regulatory asset requests?
Are you asking under the current construct, would we have a minor storm?
The proposed construct.
Under the proposed construct, the cost would be effectively treated as a net across a year, right? So that the cost would effectively be reviewed on an annual basis, the actuals versus what was built in debate rate and reviewed. So I'm thinking about your question through a hypothetical lens of could we have, it certainly wouldn't be a single minor event that would sort of tip that scale, but it's certainly possible that we could have, a very high prevalence of minor events well in excess of what historical costs have been in rate base that would put us over that threshold.
I think the next topic that Mr. Conroy deferred to you was related to vegetation management expense. Could you kind of talk about how vegetation management expenses fluctuate on a yearly basis?
How they fluctuate, was that the question on a yearly basis? Yes, it's a good question, and I've heard some of the earlier witnesses talk to this. My view is that the vegetation management ties very closely to storms, and I know Mr. Conroy spoke to this somewhat. Some of the discussion was around vegetation management being fairly predictable. That there is an element of that is we go out, we trim the trees around our power lines on a routine basis and make sure that they don't grow into our power lines. And that is an accurate but somewhat incomplete understanding of what we do with vegetation management. We do trim the trees back from power lines, but there's also a component of vegetation management that is reactive, that is responding to trees coming down across our lines and the trimming that occurs there. What we're seeing, and the reason this ties so closely to the storm accounting structure and the system hardening and resilience investments that are outlined in my testimony, we are seeing that as these storms are becoming more severe, more prevalent, an increase in reactive vegetation management and vegetation outages in general. Tree-related outages make up 30% of our kind of blue sky, fair weather reliability. It's the single biggest driver. During those extreme weather events, that scales up to 40%. 7 out of 10 of those outages, tree-related outages, are trees from outside of the utility easement falling into the lines. And so what I outlined in my testimony was we would prefer ounce of prevention to pound of cure. And so we would prefer to proactively focus on a much more cost-effective approach of removing those at-risk trees during our trim cycle when we have the crews out working in that area versus the more costly reactive response that we do when an event occurs. And so the volatility comes in the form of we've outlined additional expenditures associated with targeted tree removal in the vein of then removing or scaling down both the reactive component of that expenditure and the corollary to that is we would have a benefit in storm costs. And so our intent with that deferred accounting mechanism was to provide transparency to the prudency of those investments, but also ensure that the benefits are passed back to ratepayers.
And for deferred accounting, is the kind of reactive treatment what is anticipated to be deferred, or is it also some of the planned, like, normal cycle trimming?
The proposal that was outlined was similar to storms, anything, effectively a true-up against what was in base rates. So it would be a regulatory asset or regulatory liability, depending on whether the costs were in excess or below what was in base rates.
And what, like, from the stipulation, is what's currently proposed to be in base rates for vegetation management enough to match what is currently budgeted to be needed for the regular course of business vegetation management?
You're asking is what's in the stipulation enough to address normal course of business? What's in the stipulation is enough to address our obligation from a routine trim standpoint and a level of reactive response. I would say it doesn't fully address what I'm speaking to in terms of more proactive remediation to limit the impact of storm events.
I think in terms of the questions that were deferred to you, that's it, but I have some other questions for you. Sorry, I'm flipping to the... So in your direct testimony, you stated that for net metering 2 customers, they've exclusively installed solar generation. Before the net metering 2 opened, do you know if it was ever anticipated for other types of generation to run through this rider? Or, I'm sorry, run through the net metering 2?
It's, the rider could allow for wind. I mean, it's not exclusive to solar.
And do the net metering 2 customers largely have fixed tilt solar?
It's a good question that I can't answer immediately.
Okay.
I'd certainly be happy to answer that in a post-hearing data request.
Okay, yeah, could I request that and then just single axis tracking? And in the summertime, do you know the typical peak demand for residential customers?
I couldn't speak to it off the top of my head, no.
Okay. Do you know if someone else might be better to ask that question?
I'm trying to think which of my colleagues is best able to answer that question, top of mind. I'm not sure. Ms. Montgomery may be able to speak to that as she comes up. If not, it's certainly something we can follow up with.
You also said that the companies do not currently have the capability to dispatch distributed energy resources, but they're exploring these capabilities with industry peers. Actually, I think maybe Mr. Could you explain more what you were looking at here?
Yes. So I'll maybe speak to our peer utility within the PPL family, PPL Electric Utilities, and use them as a kind of case study in what's being done here. Take solar. Solar, you have an inverter that converts the DC output of the solar panel into an AC that can be fed back into the network. Those inverters are, in a way, they're smart inverters. We require them to be compliant with UL IEEE standards 1547, 1741 that address communication. And so our peer utility within the PPL family, PPL Electric Utilities, has effectively established communication with those inverters and their grid control systems. So distribution management software, the brain that controls the grid. And so by doing that, what they've been able to do is program the inverters to say, hey, in a specific area, we need voltage support. The voltage is sagging within the tolerance that we operate to. We need the inverter to output a slightly higher voltage to boost the voltage on the network. And so in doing so, they're able to provide, benefit, and back to some of the conversation that we had, that may potentially mean the utility doesn't then need to install equipment on the poles and wires that we operate to support the voltage. And so that's what's commonly referred to in the industry as distributed energy resource management systems, or DERMS, that ability to communicate with equipment that is behind the meter in order to provide grid-side services.
I think I have one more question, sorry, I'm trying to. Find that, 1 second. So I know you're kind of talking with Mr. Gary about how certain areas are more densely populated with net metering customers, and there aren't really any planned upgrades to the distribution system in those areas. Could you kind of explain why that is?
Yes. So what I was speaking to is really the coincidence of capacity needs and where DER, would be dense enough to provide capacity benefit. So if you look at, I operate a distribution network of a little more than 1,800 circuits. 90% of those circuits are operated at less than 60% or less of their capacity. And so the capacity of a typical circuit is 10 to 15 megawatts. If you lived on one of those circuits and you put 10 kW of solar on your roof, that's helpful for you, but it doesn't necessarily help the rest of the customers on that network. It's not offsetting the need for capacity increases. So we have less than 14 circuits that are within half a megawatt of their capacity. None of those circuits are circuits that have significant penetration of renewables or DER that we could that offset the need for capacity upgrades. So it's that coincidence of where do we have capacity constraints and where is there significant enough generation to offset the need for capacity upgrades. And we just don't see presently that coincidence.
I have no further questions, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Wood?
I'd like to ask you some questions about just vegetation management. Do you contract with one company that serves the whole lines, or do you have several companies that just do a certain area, or do you wait until it gets just to be a certain height and then have companies submit bids, or how does the company approach that?
Yeah, it's a great question. So we do work with multiple vegetation management companies to manage. We have effectively a little more than 17,000 miles of overhead distribution, miles of distribution line, and about 5,000 plus miles of transmission line across the counties that we serve. And so we do work with multiple contractors. We competitively bid rates for those tree trimming services. And then generally we are bidding out for a locality. So we have typically a construction or vegetation management contractor that services an area so that they can reduce we don't want to be sending somebody from the east side of Kentucky to the west side and incurring travel and per diem costs associated with them. So they're generally supporting an area, and then they're working on a cycle. So we would be trimming, if it's a distribution network, we've historically trimmed circuits on a 5-year average cycle. If it's our transmission system, we've worked very hard over the last number of years to get onto a cycle with our trim. We largely completed that in 2022, and we've been trimming our transmission network on a 5-year cycle as well. So generally, we're allocating roughly 20% of our mileage per year across those areas to those contractors.
Very well, thank you.
Thank you.
I don't have questions either. Who was,
No redirect, Your
no
Honor.
redirect?
Thank you.
Any reason this witness can't be excused? All right, thank you, sir, you're excused.
Thank you very much.
I don't know if we're due for a break since I was gone for an hour. We ready to go? You had one? Okay, all right, let's move right on then.
Yes, Your Honor. The company's next witness is Beth McFarland, and Mr. Parsons will be presenting her as well.
Hello. Would you
Good
raise your
afternoon.
right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat and tell us your full name.
My full name is Beth J. McFarland. Beth J. McFarland.
Yeah. And your business address.
Yes, my business address is 820 West Broadway, Louisville, Kentucky, and that's 40202.
Counsel.
Good afternoon, Ms. McFarland. By whom are you employed?
LG&E KU Services.
What is your title with that company?
I am Vice President of Electric Transmission.
Did you cause to be filed in these cases both direct and rebuttal testimony?
Yes,
Did you also sponsor some of the company's responses to data requests that were issued in these cases?
I did.
As we sit here today, do you have corrections to either your direct or rebuttal testimony or those data request responses?
No, I do not.
Witnesses available for questioning.
Attorney General,
No questions, Your Honor.
KIUC,
No questions, Your Honor.
Sierra Club,
No questions.
KYSEIA,
No questions, Your Honor.
Joint Interveners.
Thank you. I think I actually just have a very limited couple of questions. You were in the same role or a similar role, I think, in 2021, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so you were a part of the previous rate case in 2020 that began in 2020?
Yes,
Okay. And I think at that time, you responded to data requests. Not certain who they were from, but you provided the joint firm point-to-point transmission service rates over the most recent 5 years to the commission in that case. Does that sound familiar?
yes,
Okay. If that's something that were requested in this case, is that something the companies could provide an updated version of?
yes,
Okay. And that was essentially one of the points that the commission based its avoided transmission cost on in that order. Does that sound familiar?
I don't recall.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Okay. Walmart.
No problem.
KBCA.
No questions, Your Honor.
Kroger,
No questions, Your Honor.
Louisville, and Lexington.
No questions, Your Honor.
Staff.
We just have a couple. There was one question Ms. Hatcher asked earlier, and it was deferred to you, I believe. Explain whether the Mill Creek 2 extension, life extension, will need a new TSR to continue operations until 2031.
Yes, and it is indeed in our TSRQ.
Okay, do you have any idea when you expect to have a,
I do not. It's under study.
okay,
The full TSR process takes about 6 to 7 months, but I don't recall when that was entered into the TSRQ.
okay, but prior to the final order in 45?
Yes. I
And
believe
then-
so.
Okay. If we put that in a post-hearing data request,
Yes.
you could get us the date, okay, thank you. And then, could you explain a little bit, I know you're over the hardening program for LG&E and KU, can you explain a little bit about how those expenditures would be tracked versus the storm damage repair expenditures?
Yes, the transmission system hardening and resiliency program, we call it T-Sharp, that is in our normal course of business. There is no deferral accounting associated with T-Sharp, so that would just be normal course.
So, what would that look like? Say you all went out and replaced 50 poles and, I don't know, line for a mile or whatever related to the T-Sharp program.
Mm-hmm.
How would you all enter that information in versus like if it had stormed 3 days before and they're out doing repair work at the same time? Like, what would that look like?
So T-Sharp is more of a proactive, planned work. So I view that as very separate than any emergency or storm type work. So I see them as very separate, separate jobs, separate projects, separate work, separate execution.
So I guess what I'm asking, in relation to the review process that's been discussed, like our ability to review some of the expenditures to see whether they were prudent and reasonable, would we be able to get like a month's worth or 2 months worth of the work that was planned and then completed related to T-Sharp versus if it was related to storm repair? I guess that's what I'm getting at.
Subject to check, yes. We have all of those records and we could produce those.
Okay. And then as far as it relates to vegetative clearing, I'm not sure if you're exactly the right person to ask, but can you explain how many miles per year is the company's goal every year?
Well, first of all, I'll speak to it generally, but the both transmission and distribution vegetation management program is run under Mr. Waldrop. But as he did speak to, we are on a 5-year cycle. We have about 5,400 miles of transmission line, about 1,000 miles less than that of corridor miles. So you would divide that by 5 to stay on the 5-year cycle, roughly.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Wood.
I have no questions.
Commissioner Regan. And I don't have questions either, so any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. Any reason this witness can't be excused? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the company's next witness is Charles Schramm.
Mr. Schramm, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is true and correct under penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Please have a seat. Tell us your full name and business address.
My name is Charles R. Schramm. My business address is 2701 East Point Parkway, Louisville, Kentucky 40223.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Schramm.
Good afternoon.
By whom are you employed, sir?
I'm employed by LG&E and KU Services.
And what is your job title, please?
Vice President of Energy Supply and Analysis.
And then, did you cause direct and rebuttal testimony to be filed in these proceedings?
Yes, I did.
And did you sponsor certain responses to data requests in these proceedings?
Yes, I did.
Do you adopt and affirm your pre-filed testimony and responses to data requests as your testimony here today?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Schramm is available for cross, Your Honor.
Attorney General,
No questions, Your Honor.
AUC,
No questions.
Sierra Club,
No questions.
KYESEIA.
Yes, we
I
have
think
some
I put an
questions.
extra E in there. KYSEIA.
There we go. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay. With regard to, I'm going to work from the Kentucky Utilities case, 2025-113. You supplied testimony in each of the dockets, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and it's the same testimony was supplied in each docket with the application, is that correct?
I believe that is the case. I'm not sure if there were some slight differences in numbering at times in the data responses.
Well, if I ask you a question and there's a material difference, if you believe there's a material difference in the response as between KU and LG&E, please identify the difference between the companies, okay?
Sure.
Thank you. And looking at the Kentucky Utilities Company response to Kentucky Solar Industries Association, Inc.'s second supplemental request for information. This is dated September 12th, 2025. You are one of the responding witnesses for question number 3, and I would ask that the company provide that to Mr. Schramm so he can have it in front of him.
Yes, I have question number 3.
Okay. And
you are one of two responding witnesses. One is Mr. Conroy, and you're the other. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the testimony always speaks for itself. I believe that yesterday, or Monday, perhaps, Mr. Conroy, in very general terms, said that his portion of the response concerned the statute, KRS 278-465, sub 2, and that you are responsible for basically the remainder of the response. Is that a fair characterization?
I believe it is.
Okay, so with regard to the remainder of that response, it includes the statement, and Mr. Schramm, if I ask you a question and you think that you need to give somehow or another more comprehensive answer, elaborate on your answer because of the question, just feel free to do so, but just work with me for now, okay?
Okay.
All right. The response includes the statement as pertinent part, energy storage does not affect the characteristics of the underlying generation technology. Do you see that in your response?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And as indicated, that's your portion of the response rather than Mr. Conroy's, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if you know, how much flexibility does a QF with solar have in terms of selecting the hours it can provide power to the utility?
We usually would term that as available energy. In the case of a solar QF, that's going to require daylight hours, assuming that the equipment is all functional and working according to specifications.
Okay. And if you know, does a QF with solar co-located with the battery that is charged by the solar generation have more, less, or the same amount of flexibility in terms of selecting the hours it could provide power to the utility?
Well, batteries do afford shift in time in terms of providing energy, but ultimately those batteries must be charged. So while it could shift to some degree the availability of generation from solar, it can't produce more and it can't change the hours that the solar actually produces. So it is, as we, I think, said in other proceedings, storage is a time-shifting resource.
Okay. And I'm trying to take notes and listen at the same time. So if it's solar without batteries, it's basically available during daylight hours. Is that correct?
To the extent there is solar irradiance, yes, during those daylight hours.
Okay. And if it's solar and co-located with batteries, then the characteristics would change where it would be available in hours other than daylight hours, at least at part of the time. There'd be a shift, you'd be able to shift to non-daylight hours at least part of the time.
To the extent the storage resource was charged.
Okay. Thank you. If you know, if a co-located battery sized to store the full daily generation of the solar facility such that it was able to provide the full daily output of the solar generation, it could do that over a few hours, perhaps, couldn't it? If you have the solar facility that is actually generating the power, and then you have the co-located battery that stores the power, is it possible that the battery storage system would be able to provide the full daily output of that solar generation only over a few hours?
Well, I would first say that that's constrained by the limitations of the battery's discharge capabilities. And then furthermore, there are round-trip losses involved. So if I only have X amount of solar generation, solar energy to put in the battery each day, I will not be able to therefore get that much solar generation, that much generation out of the battery simply due to losses. That round-trip losses are just a characteristic or a feature of the technology.
Okay, thank you. In terms of a hypothetical, the hypothetical is a co-located battery that is charged by the solar generation, and that battery could be dispatchable by the utility and provide all the daily solar generation of the solar QF during a specific peak hours. Is that something that were you listening with the prior witness was talking about DERMS and distributed generation and the ability of the utilities to dispatch solar?
I was, relative to, I believe, the distribution system.
Okay. So when we're talking about, and the distribution is not to be flippant, is that the distribution, you have to have distribution. Without the distribution, the generation is not particularly meaningful. Is that correct?
No, that's correct.
Okay, all right. So in terms of the ability of the utilities to dispatch the generation of that QF that's co-located with the battery during specific peak hours, would that be of value with regard to the notion of the utilities' generation profile? I mean, if the solar facility itself can gather power and then store it in a battery and then dispatch it at the utilities control, then at that stage, the utilities, would they view that solar generation that's been stored in that battery as a resource of the
would recognize that there is value in the battery storage. But I would add to that earlier questions revolved around getting the full output of a solar resource. And I put a few caveats around that with regard to cycling losses with the storage technology. But I would also add to that, and this is in one of our data responses, that you do also have to consider the seasonal limitations, because you perhaps would need storage capability far in excess of your QF solar generation resource to even have a chance at having the full output available over a given time. Winter hours, winter days are a particular problem. There's just, as we all know, in the coming season, there's not a lot of daylight hours. So you're really constrained by how much energy you can put into that storage. Therefore, you either have to have a lot more solar generation for the generation, and typically you have to have a lot more storage to achieve the nameplate of your solar generation in terms of output over a short period of time.
Did you listen to the testimony of the prior witness, Mr. Lyons, your cost of service?
I heard most of it.
Okay. Did you hear his reference to the new phrase, new term peaky? Did you hear that?
I'm not sure I did.
Okay. For example, and I'm not going to concentrate on which utility was which, the record can speak for itself, is that not all 12 months of the utility company's demand, it's not flat, it's not all the same. Is that correct?
It's very true.
Okay, and for one of the utilities, it's 4.2, and the record will speak for itself. We don't have to get that granular for this analysis. I believe the testimony was for one of the utilities, that it was a 4 and 2, and the other it was 3 and 3 when he did his cost of service study. Is that you basically have summer months and winter months? Is that correct?
We do have summer months and winter months. I'm not very familiar in our forecasting process with the terminology just used.
Okay, so on those peak months, you need more generation during the peak months than you need at other times of the year. Is that correct?
Well, from a peak perspective, we certainly have peaks we see in the summer, and we also have peaks we see in the winter. Yes.
Okay. Well, for a facility that is dispatchable, does it follow that a solar QF that's co-located with a battery could provide power at a fixed level during specific times of peak demand?
What would be meant by a fixed level?
Well, for example, you have a solar QF. It has, we use the kind of the notion, the hypothetical X amount of storage, even adjusting for your discussion about the round trip. If a battery has X amount of storage, and the utilities have the ability to dispatch that storage, that battery could provide power at that level of storage, at that level of discharge during specific times of peak demand. Is that correct?
Yes, in fact, that's almost the very definition of a storage resource, to provide the ability to discharge during the utility's chosen window.
Okay.
So assuming that storage is charged, and there's some assuredness that it is charged, then it could indeed be discharged within the parameters and specifications of the technology.
Okay, so in terms of solar QF without co-located battery storage and solar QF with co-located battery storage, and just trying to isolate this down to the issue of dispatchability, what is your opinion on whether or not those two alternatives are distinguishable?
They are distinguishable given the storage component, and as we responded in one of our data responses, we would potentially be willing to discuss an arrangement with a QF with storage, assuming the commission was also all right with the ultimate arrangement and agreement. Again, I'm talking grid connected.
Okay, thank you. The application, as we talked about, the application 2025-113 includes your testimony, and you have a copy of that available in front of you, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I'd like for you to locate exhibit CRS, did I say that? CRS-6, and tell me when you get there.
Okay.
All right.
I'm there.
Okay. Generation Planning and Analysis, May 2025. All right? Do you see
Yes.
that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. If we go to page 13 of 14 of that exhibit, there's an Appendix A, okay? And do you see that Appendix A?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And for the record, so this is not confused in terms of the referencing, in terms of your direct testimony filed in support of the application, and this is the 2013-113 case, 2025-113 case, there is an Appendix A item that is a summary of your education, training, and experience. correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then also, when we go to the exhibit CRS-6, there's also an Appendix A, which is a very different document. Is that correct?
Yes, yes.
So, Mr. Schramm, anytime I'm talking in terms of the Appendix A, I'm talking about the Appendix A to your exhibit, not the overall. Okay.
We have it.
All right. So, if you'll take a look at the page 7 of CRS-6, and from now on, because I'm having trouble saying that, I'm just going to say page 7 of your exhibit, and if there's any confusion, we'll clear it up. Can you go to page 7 of that exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. And on the first paragraph at the top of that page, and you can read into the record that which you believe is necessary, I'm going to read a portion of the last sentence beginning with the furthermore, comma, because. The portion I'm focusing on is on those last two lines. The capacity need is assumed to be immediate, comma, in 2026. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and there's a footnote 12. Do you see that footnote 12?
Yes.
Okay. And when we read footnote 12, it says, Appendix A contains summer and winter peak demand and resource summary tables showing capacity need by year for the 2025 CPCN plan. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, now we get to turn to Appendix A, which is page 13 of 14. And let me know when you're there.
Yes, we're there.
Okay. Now, Table 20. Working through this, the winter peak demand for the year 2026, the capacity need is 137 megawatts. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And then for the remainder of those years listed in the study period for Table 20, all but 2 of those years show that the companies will have a winter peak demand. Is that correct?
Could you repeat the question, please?
Sure. Let's go down to the bottom line, capacity need, and we just, for 2026, identified a 137 megawatt capacity need. Do you see that?
Yes.
And in 2027, it's 22 megawatt?
Yes, it proceeds 22 and minus 43 and on to the right.
Okay. So once we get past 2032, there are gaps. We go to 2040 and 2050, so not every single year is represented in Table 20. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
But at least we can see through 2040, at least based upon this table, that there's the expectation in many of those years that there will be a capacity need by reference to this table.
There are some of those capacity needs would be considered fairly de minimis in the context of our system. And I believe we further explained than what we do past this point in terms of looking at avoided cost.
Okay.
But yes, I agree with you on the numbers at the bottom row.
And can you turn to the next page of your exhibit, and this is going to be page 14 of 14.
Yes.
Okay. Table 21, for the year 2026, the capacity need that's listed on this table is 96 megawatts. Is that correct?
It is.
And then, in fairness of the full explanation, when we look at the summer peak numbers, you do not show a capacity need for any of those years in that remaining time period that's depicted on table 21. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so it would mean in those years, you're, at least by this table, forecasting surplus.
Relative to a summer capacity need, yes.
I'm going to ask you, and this will be, we're going to work with some exhibits that have already been distributed and accepted into the record during my examination of Mr. Conroy. And I'm going to ask a few questions about the tariffs. If they're not appropriate for you and they're better for another witness, we'll work with the other witness. But I think that you're going to be able to anticipate that you should be able to answer these questions because they have to do with some of the numbers that are showing up in the tariffs. So bear with me for a moment. Could you These are the side-by-side tariffs comparison included in tab 5 of the application, and the ones that I'm referring to from yesterday would be CASIA hearing exhibits 2, 3, and 4. Can those be made available to the witness?
You said 2, 3, and 4, Council?
Yes, Counsel. Thank you so much. And take a few seconds to examine the first one that we're going to talk about is the Standard Rate Rider SQF. It's page 107 of 216. And when you get a chance to examine that, let me know, okay?
Yes, I have 107.
All right. So if we're looking on the left-hand side of the page, and we went over this yesterday, but I just want to make sure that we're literally and metaphorically on the same page. What you see is capacity rates, and currently for a 2-year PPA for distribution-connected projects, Kentucky Utilities currently does not offer any capacity rate for 2-year PPAs for those distribution-connected projects. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and if we look on the right side of the page, the proposed tariffs for Standard Rate Rider SQF distribution-connected projects, the companies also don't offer any capacity rates for 2-year PPAs. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And when we look at above that box on capacity rates, there's a paren $, and then it's, am I reading that? Is that that's capacity rate is determined by megawatt hour?
It is converted to a megawatt hour figure, yes. Because ultimately for these rates, we do total an energy and a capacity rate. So that's why it's in dollars per megawatt hour.
Okay, so it's a capacity rate. Does that mean that the capacity payment is not made unless energy and capacity are actually delivered from the QF to the companies?
That's what this indicates on a per energy basis.
Okay. So, in that, your Appendix A to the exhibit demonstrates for 2026 that you have capacity needs in both the summer and the winter. Why do the companies not propose to offer capacity rates for SQF for a 2-year PPA?
The time period at which we are needing that capacity in the very short time frame in 2026 is such a short transient period that when you actually look at our resource planning results, when we add a QF technology, and that's back on my exhibit CRS-6 on page 6 of 14, and what we are doing there is seeing if it actually changes our resource plan, which would therefore indicate a change in capacity need. So that is the longer-term view. Certainly acknowledge that in 2026, there was a winter peak need. There would also be, thinking about this, also considering that winter peak need, also remember how some of this is going to stack out in the winter is that solar will not contribute to our winter peak because our peak's occurring during hours of non-irradiance.
Will you turn to the same exhibit, tab 5, the same side by side? Will you turn to page 111?
Could you repeat that exhibit again?
Sure, this is going to be tab 5 of the hearing exhibits.
I have 111. I do. I see it now. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Yes. A lot of paper to move through. This is the LQF standard rate rider.
Yes.
And we're just going to focus on the right side of the page. And again, for distribution-connected projects for 2-year PPAs, and this is for all of those technologies listed in that table, the companies are not offering any capacity rates. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And again, given the information in your Appendix A concerning your summer peak and your summer peak shortfall at the moment, your winter peak shortfall at the moment for 2026, in lay terms, you're saying there's no value to capacity for the 2-year PPA?
Given the follow-on years after the immediate 2026 year, which we do address in my exhibit, CRS-6, there is not value past that point. So we're saying that we acknowledge there is a slight shortfall in 2026, winter and summer. But beyond that, and in the periods that we're considering, we don't see the capacity payment need.
Okay.
It does not affect our capacity plan in the future as tested on page 6 of 14 in CRS-6.
If you know, how frequently do the companies adjust their QF rates?
I believe subject to check, I believe we revisit those rates annually on SQF.
Well, we might do a posting data request.
Yes.
No, that's okay.
Yeah.
But in terms of the 2-year PPA, literally, it's only for 24 months, unlike, for example, the settlement, if, should it be accepted in the stay-out provision, is that 2-year PPA, well, once it's signed, the clock is ticking on that. Is that correct?
Repeat your question, please.
Once you sign the 2-year PPA for that capacity rate for that 2-year PPA, it's not going to go on indefinitely. There's a limited term, is that correct?
No, and in fact, the owner of that asset would have to also be satisfied with the risk of what would happen after the 2 years. So there's two sides to it, I agree.
Thank you. Let's hand out an exhibit. Chair, it's at your discretion. We obviously we do have an exhibit we'd like to hand out and go over with the witness, because I do have several more questions with this witness. We're getting close to the, I just feel for the record I should disclose that we're getting ready to hand out an exhibit, go over it. I've got a lot more questions. Would you like me to start? Would you like me to, what do you want me to do?
I think if this is a decent stopping point for you, that we'll pick back up in the morning.
Thank you, Chair.
And, yeah, anything else we need to take up?
Yes.
Yeah.
We have with the AG witnesses, we were a little confused. Does someone need to go in the morning and the afternoon, or 2 in the morning?
Mr. Cook was here. We had two AG KIUC witnesses, Colin and Baudino, I think both needed to go tomorrow.
And there was one that needed morning, but the other could be either late or early.
I think that was for today. I might be.
Okay. I thought that what he said is that Mr. Collins is available either in the morning or
late
in the evening, but not in the middle of the day.
Oh.
He said or after 3:30. That's what I thought Larry said.
But there was another one that could only be, but we'll have to have Mr. Cook tell us.
What's your plan for tomorrow? Is it
I would
finish?
love to finish tomorrow. I think 4 more witnesses for the applicant and.
Well, we have whatever's left with Mr. Schramm, and then we have Mr. Reith, Ms. Montgomery, Mr. Horning, and Ms. Fackler. And while I have the floor, I understand schedules, but it's important to the companies that their witnesses finish first.
I think that
We'll accommodate
is,
Mr. Collins' schedule. If he can go later in the afternoon, that's fine, but that's important to my client.
we will do, as I told Mr. Cook earlier, we will do our very best to accommodate that schedule. But the applicant does have the right to go first. Since you are still up, no one can find the salary, the compensation information that you referenced. If you can bring us a clear reference in the morning, that would be really useful.
I could, yeah,
Or we're not looking at it correctly.
So one of the minimum filing requirements in this case is officer compensation by title. This case would not have proceeded had we not provided that. There would have been a deficiency. So that officer compensation for the base period and the test period is located at tab 60 of the filing requirements. All right? And then in response to the same data request Mr. Gary was asking about today, I think it's PSC 1-41, there are attachments to that data response. I think there are 5 of them. Attachment 3 has officer compensation in it by title, including Mr. Crockett's dual roles of president and chief business development officer. We can print them out and bring copies tomorrow, if that would help. That's where they are.
That's where you look.
I think as staff, we did not feel that those data responses were reflective of Mr. Gary's complete question earlier. It sounded like he was asking for Mr. Crockett's total salary, including his PPL salary, and we did not think that was reflected in what was provided.
Well, if we need, I mean,
It's just one salary, he said that today.
right, I think there's just one salary, and I think if memory serves, what's provided in the filing requirements at tab 60 is for the base year and the test year And I think that is the compensation that is sought to be recovered in this case. I think that the information provided in response to the data request, those numbers are higher because that's probably his total compensation. Now, we would be happy to, if there's a specific question on that compensation that staff still has, I would request that you give us a post-hearing data request and we'll answer it. But I think, I would say this, the information that was provided in the minimum filing requirement complies with the minimum filing requirement, or else the case wouldn't have gotten passed and go. And the information in response to PSE 1 and 41 is fully responsive. If there's more that the commission wants, or if for some reason those DRs are not responsive, we're happy to supplement, augment, whatever it is we need to do to give the commission the information that it seeks.
That's reasonable. We'll make an additional request if it's not.
I'm sorry, but if it's helpful at all, were you all able to find the particular chart that shows those president on down through the VP levels?
Yes.
Okay, I mean that, okay,
And
I don't know.
it has its president title and the CBDO
Yeah.
on the top line of that.
Like, yes, I mean, we re-looked at what Mr. Gary asked for earlier and what you talked about providing, and we did not think that those matched. Now we can go back and look and double check. That's, like, I think what you're saying might be slightly different from our understanding what Mr. Gary asked, if that makes sense. But we agree with you that what you supplied did meet the filing requirements. We agree with you there. So we might just have to go back and see.
That's fine. We'll respond to whatever, my memory of Mr. Gary's question was, he said, what's the compensation for president and CBDO? And that's in the data response. Please ask and we'll provide it again, more, whatever it is we need to do. We'll take a look at it and we'll do it.
You say we're starting at 7 tomorrow morning?
I did have one additional, and it's fine if it needs to wait till the morning. We talked about Mr. Fine after lunch. I don't know if you've had a chance to review your notes and determine whether we...
Yeah, I think staff would like to ask questions,
Okay,
Mr. Fine.
totally fine. We'll make him available. Thank you.
I think we're going to meet at 9, Mr. Cruz.
Darn it.
Yeah.
Nice try.
That's it for today. I'll see everyone back in the morning.